rising raw material costs from the Middle East conflict. Now, this week, we'll get to more inflation data from other Asian economies that will provide more clarity on how rising energy prices are impacting consumption in the region. And I'm glad to tell you we've got Koo-Hoon Kwan. He is a senior Asia economist at Goldman Sachs, joining us right around the Hong Kong desk. Koo-Hoon, thank you so much for coming in. Good morning. So you do have the question mark at the end of your title for this report, but is it transitory for inflation, well, import price inflation in Asia? Perhaps you're, really just comparing it to what happened in 2022. So 2022, the world was just so excited. We're just coming out of COVID and prices were on the rise. This time it's different. So that's one of the factors that you are seeing perhaps transitory with a question mark.
Yeah, we compared what happens now versus what happened back in 2021, 2022. But that is the benchmark to look at. Mm-hmm. And then we see big differences, which is one of the most important things was that at that time there was accumulated inflation pressure, not just the oil and the other energy sectors, but also broadly, including even services. Supply shocks and then, imbalance, excess demand, post the COVID, the acceleration in demand, etc. Mm-hmm. So at that time, we found that the import price for Asia as a whole was up 30% year on year, 2021 and 2022, mm-hmm. 30%. So, obviously, big countries like Japan, China, even India, mm-hmm. probably domestic price much matter more for overall CPI. But for most of the other countries, heavily trade-oriented, import price is really most important one, including FX, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at that, at that time, 30% at the peak. This time we expect about 1/3 going to happen, because when you look at the component of the price pressure, right, this time is only actually the oil. The rest, services especially, is very, very flattish. And also the non-oil, the commodities price actually remain very weak. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, China is recovering, but China export price is still like, affordable. Like it's not going up at any time soon, mm-hmm. given our China economists forecast about PPI growing only 1%. Right. So that all add up. And also on top of that, as you mentioned at the beginning, the subsidies also in a way reduce the temporary effect. Of course, if this conflict or the supply disruption persists, through Q3, then we might have to revise our view. But if it's under our baseline scenario of it's normalizing end of June or in the second quarter, then even if oil price stay high because of the disruptions, etc., but still we expect this could be more transitory rather than permanent.
Mm-hmm. And do you think maybe the makeup of these economies is shifting so that they are importing, they're less impacted by import prices? Is there an argument around that? Because we were just talking about at the top of the show this morning, mm-hmm. how the real economy in the U.S., mm-hmm. at least, and the stock market, they're just showing a big divergence. And, mm-hmm. I was just making the point that the stock market is trying to sort of look forward, and maybe the makeup of the market is really about the new economy rather than the old economy. And I wonder if Asia, the makeup of these economies, the industries that lead these economies are also changing, and maybe there's a less impact coming from this Strait of Hormuz development.
Yeah, you are right. The key word is divergence. Yeah. Divergence. And in the context of Asia, you can say, the AI impact versus oil impact. Mm. We don't think oil impact changed, because at the end of the day, people consume oil, then we can reduce it a little bit here and there, but at the end of the day, energy is very critical, especially like feedstocks, not just the electricity, energy. People use plastics and the tires, etc., all come from the crude oil, mm-hmm. but that doesn't change. That's physical. And there is another factor, as you mentioned, that AI and then semiconductor. So when you look at, if you simplify a bit, North Asia like Japan, Korea, Taiwan versus South Asia, versus China all have different composition of their industry, which can be affected differently by the AI versus the energy, although energy impact on the natural economy is the same. But for example, if like in the case of Korea, they are subsidizing half of the price you needed for LNG. And because of that, some of the Korean importers managed to get the supply secure much earlier than anybody else because subsidy. And subsidy was possible because government has a much more expected the revenues because of AI boom.
Yeah.
So that in a way, kind of physically the same, but in a way mitigating factor a lot. That's how we want to conceptualize the impact on Asia, rather than looking at just the oil and then the entire Asia as a big unit.
And help me understand this. So you point out how Korea and Japan, they have the largest energy imports compared to their GDP.
Yes.
However, their households consume only about 1/3 of those imports. Remember at the start of the Iran conflict, I mean, the Kospi was already at a record high on AI story. And then the whole world figured out how dependent Korea was on oil imports, especially from the Middle East.
Yes.
But what's going on with Korean households? Why only 1/3 of those imports?
Well, you are right. At the beginning, everyone look at numbers and wow, the Asia dependency on, the Middle East energy is the biggest. And then when you look at the country by country, Korea, Taiwan, probably to a less extent, Japan kind of stand out. But then the Asia is essentially small open economies and then trade dependent. So, for example, Korea import a lot of oil energy, but then they're exporting half of what they're importing as oil product. So actually, when you're talking about domestic demand for the household demand for energy import from Middle East, it's actually a fraction of that. And then, given what's happening, government trying to take measures on, maybe export restrict. They have not done that yet, but they can do that if it's needed. But it looks like they don't have to do that. They're still exporting oil product, including, the diesel and also the aviation oil, which is very critical. So in that sense, that was a bit exaggerated. But on top of that, Korea, Taiwan, for example, their export of semiconductor is like skyrocketing, which have never seen before. This is not typical AI or semiconductor tech cycle. This is much bigger, and therefore, even the major the tech companies in Korea, they are doubling their the earnings forecast or sales forecast almost every quarter. And then, as a result, we expect the current account surplus Taiwan will be exceeding 20% of GDP, and in the case of Korea, above 10% of GDP, record high, despite our baseline assumption and even adverse scenario that oil price stay high at $100 per barrel. So that allow government to subsidize a lot of flexibility fiscally.
Manisha, come in on this.
Yeah, Go-Hoon, what occurs to me is that this report coming from your team there, it's very much, it seems like a very resilient picture. And some of the things that I'm quite curious about are sort of China's role in all of this, because there is a mention of, how there is the China factor when you look at Hong Kong, for example, and you look at import prices. So one thing I want to sort of focus on is how is China managing the energy situation, and how is that therefore good for the rest of the region? How does it encourage, how does it bolster resilience? And we know that oil is not the only energy, the only fossil fuel that gets burned in this part of the world. We know that coal is very much a big part of that. We know that there's a massive renewables build out as well going on. So could you bring those two elements as well into the picture and just tell us how that factors into this picture of resilience that you're painting?
Yeah, in a way, China is quite stabilizing kind of, the force in Asia in terms of oil price impact, because they diversified their energy sources much earlier than anybody else, and also they have a lot of reserves, and also they have access to some of the oils which not many other countries can have. So that altogether allow them to maintain their energy prices stable, and they are still even exporting some of the oil product, which help the region. And on top of that, broadly speaking, produce price index, we expect only 1% growing this year, maybe a bit higher, but still that has huge impact on Chinese own export price, which is also become import price for most of the countries in the region. So that in a way help as well. That's like third factor why we think that this time the impact of the energy shock might be transitory if the conflict is kind of stabilizing or fade out by the end of June.
And Gu-hoon, another thing I wanted to pick up on is no matter what the data may say, consumers wake up every day to erratic headlines. They wake up to turbulence, concern. They see it in terms of, the petrol price at the pump on a daily basis. If that is rising, it is very much affecting consumer confidence. So I wanted to get your reflections on how that is the picture that's emerging from the consumer confidence numbers, but also how it might diverge across the region.
Yeah, again, divergence across country and divergence within country between consumption and industrial activity, especially tech side, right? So at the end of the day, higher oil price will weigh on the government household consumption, and then depends on your policy kind of space, either monetary or fiscal. Government, including Korea, Taiwan, for example, they try to subsidize or boost domestic demand. Just give you one example. Taiwan has grown more than 10% last year. We expect another very high growth this year. But government, provided a stimulus budget, supplementary budget in Q4 last year because consumption was very, very weak. So we see huge divergence. Of course, divergence everywhere, right? Any cycle. But this time, this AI-related tech sector and export versus consumption has been so widely diverging that instead of worrying about inflation, they are trying to provide a stimulus to some of the sector, especially the consumption, but also apply to non-tech, the companies sectors like steel and then the chemical, which is insurable. So that's what the Korean government as well, to the extent that they can afford that. But not all countries can afford all this, government subsidies. So that's why divergence becomes, kind of across sector, across countries in Asia.
Absolutely. Yeah, K-shaped economies with a capital K pretty much across the board. Just one more question before we let you go, Gu-hoon. I wonder, because we're just going to get to so many inflation prints this week, that I wonder what would be some of the metric that you would look at, and how long does this need to, how much do we have before this inflation prints, showing the Iran development effect to die down, to make your case intact, that this could be actually transitory? Yeah,
that's a good question. In our analysis of, the data, inflation and activity data and the import price, etc., suggests that the pass-through is quite quick. On average, you're talking about between 2 to 4 months. So the primary impact will show up in data. We already saw April data, Vietnam come up, and we think Korea will also come up. Almost everywhere going higher. The issue is whether there will be secondary impact, right? Higher oil price push up the prices of the product using energy, etc. That part depends on government policy a lot and how much they can afford. For example, it took 5 years for Korean government to fade out the impact of the LNG price back in 2022, right? If you can afford that. So because of that, this the secondary impact depends a lot on the government policy. Also, the structure of the retail sector is very competitive. Then you cannot really raise the price. Pass through, right? Energy price going higher because electricity is very, very, very low, right? Everybody should buy. But then you go to the plastics versus paper. People might want to choose buying paper rather than plastic bags. So that has impact. So on average, we think that we found that persistence of inflation in Asia is much lower than like in Latin America or even Europe because of the policy factor and also the very kind of the competitive retail market in Asia.
Gotcha.
Amazing, bringing so many data points together. Gu-hoon Kwan of Goldman Sachs, as always, thank you so much for joining us. All right, let's get to some key market movers and take a look at shares of National Australia Bank. Slumping as much as 4% earlier, right now trading, more than about 3.75% lower. This is after the lender reported first half cash profit of 2.6 billion Australian dollars, weighed down by accounting adjustments and missing analyst expectations. The bank also flagging risks to its underlying asset quality due to the Iran war. And we could see some outsized moves in shares of eBay when Wall Street opens tonight stateside. This is after GameStop confirmed a Wall Street Journal report that it had submitted a non-binding proposal to acquire 100% of eBay for $125 a share, split between 50% cash and 50% GameStop common stock. GameStop says its CEO Ryan Cohen will serve as CEO of the combined company.
Yeah, and let's get another check on oil space this morning. And, the story has been that stocks are advancing and we've got the oil pushing lower and really still elevated level of over $100. But we've got the 101 for WTI and Brent crude is 108 here. So just small moves to the downside for this session. Now, Mike Wirth, he is the CEO of U.S. energy giant Chevron, spoke to CNBC's Becky Quick on Friday after the oil giant reported first quarter earnings that beat Wall Street expectations. Wirth saying that the impact from the Iran war on its business is, quote, relatively less than others thanks to its diversified portfolio. Shares are up 2% since the war started. Here is part of their conversation.
Well, our portfolio is global. It's diversified. We have big positions in countries in North and South America, in Asia, in Africa, and just less exposure to the Middle East than some of the other companies in the industry. We've got production in a couple of countries there, in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. We produce a lot of natural gas in Israel, but our operations there have been much less impacted, and it's a much smaller part of our portfolio than it is for some of our peers. So our production and performance around the world was very strong. The impact that we feel from the events in the Middle East on our company is relatively less than others, and I think that's really what combines to deliver that performance.
If the Strait of Hormuz is closed for, let's say, another month, where do you think oil prices are headed? If it's closed for another 2 months, and is there a point, a breaking point, where some of these reserves you've talked about, oil that's floating on the water or oil reserves on land, run out, and there's an extreme pressure situation?
Well, that's certainly the scenario that we're concerned about. A month from now, 2 months from now, it's difficult to predict price because this is a situation we don't have good analogs for historically. But as those inventories get drawn down, the price has to go up because supply and demand ultimately have to meet. And price is what will start to allocate that supply. Now, it's the price of products that truly is traded in the market that will result in that. And we're already seeing now, jet fuel prices, diesel prices in Asia, in Europe at very high levels. We're starting to see some signals that demand is being reduced in some of those markets. And if we don't get supply reestablished, demand will have to come down across different sectors of the economy. And that's, I think, the big concern that everybody has, is that we try to avoid a scenario where that becomes extreme.
Michael Wirth, the CEO of Chevron, and Chevron's rival, ExxonMobil, has also beat earnings estimates in the first quarter, but it's not all rosy for the company. CEO Darren Woods also spoke to CNBC, saying that around 15% of its production has been impacted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Here's more of what he had to say.
It comes back to the foundation of the strategy that we put in place and the emphasis we put on having a diversified portfolio of investments all around the world. The Middle East is an important part of our portfolio, and as you mentioned, it is 20% of our total production. About 15% of our production has been impacted by the closure of the Strait, but only 3% of our facilities have been impacted. So it really is a function of moving barrels through the Strait of Hormuz. That's the challenge there. But I would say more importantly, what we focus on is, one, that geographical footprint, but then two, bringing our capabilities to bear to make sure that we're in a position to respond to what's happening in the marketplace and continue to grow production, continue to provide the world the products that they need.
How do you do that very specifically? We don't know how long the Strait's going to be shut down. If it's shut down for, let's say, another month, another 2 months or something, what do you do very specifically to redeploy and maybe use some of your other assets around the globe?
So we're fortunate in that the changes that we've been making over the last decade to really leverage the competitive advantages have put us in a great position to respond to events like this, particularly operational disruptions. When it came to the steps that we had to take to protect our people, that was critical. The work that we're doing to meet that growing divide between demand and falling supply, with the organizational construct we put in place, we've been in a position to respond and divert barrels, take advantage of our big footprint to optimize and make sure we're meeting the most critical demand, irrespective of where it occurs around the world. We redeployed about 13 million barrels to make sure it's getting to the markets that need it most. And you mentioned that's one of the things that we called out in our press release with the timing. Because we moved so many barrels, our trading organization, which we stood up several years ago, we're in a position to manage all that and put hedges in place to lock in that profit. As you close the quarter in a volatile market, you book the hedges, the paper, but the physical barrels are in inventory until they get delivered. So you get this deferred profit that we wanted to basically highlight and make sure that our investors understood that the work that we're actually doing to meet the demands today are resulting in a benefit not necessarily booked in the quarter.
That was ExxonMobil Chief Darren Woods speaking to our U.S. colleagues on the impact of the Iran war. A quick break happening here. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Hello again, it's Squawk Box Asia. Sherry is in Hong Kong, I'm Anisha in Singapore. Let's bring you up to date on the market action already this session. And you can see that out of the gate, the Kospi is powering higher, up around 2.75%. We've got a bit of a pullback in Sydney meanwhile. But let's focus on the Kospi for a moment. We're getting quite a bit of positive news out overnight. So let's start off with some posts on Truth Social from US President Donald Trump, who is signaling that the US could come to the aid of commercial vessels that are stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, that Project Freedom would be directed to getting them through the choke point. That is certainly giving some reason and cause for uplift. But we have also seen oil prices. Again, we are keeping a close eye on those because we know that OPEC Plus has agreed a third oil output quota hike since the closure of the strait. And so we're getting a little bit of a pullback on prices there, but still above that psychologically important $100 per barrel level. So we're keeping a close eye on that. So stay tuned for the rest of the market opens at the top of the next hour. Taiwan, Singapore and Malaysia all set to open in a few minutes. We're going to be right back in 2. Is moving to the upside, this very much picking up on what looks to be potentially a trend. We know that in Korea, the market's also pointing higher. You are watching Squawk Box Asia. I'm Anisha Tank at the SGX.
And I'm Sherry in Hong Kong. Let's get to your headlines this hour. Oil prices choppy in Asian trade after U.S. President Donald Trump says the U.S. is embarking on, quote, Project Freedom to help free up commercial ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz. Meantime, Iran says it had received a U.S. response to its latest offer for peace talks.
And we're seeing some mixed trade in Asia with Japan markets out of play. The open markets, though, finding some support from the pullback in oil, and South Korean markets outperforming, boosted by a surge in tech and chip stocks.
And Taiwan's president in an unannounced visit to Eswatini, a trip marred by Taipei's ongoing tensions with Beijing, which Taiwan blames as the reason a planned earlier trip to the Southern African kingdom was blocked.
Hello, welcome to the show. Singapore, Malaysia and Taiwan have just joined the trading day. Let's check out the numbers, and as you can see, it's green across the screen. We're getting a very big jump up in Taiwan. They're up more than 2.5%, very much following on the coattails of what we've seen in South Korea, another record high. The South Korean market open for an hour already. Australia, though, that was perhaps the lagger. But some of this we could argue is coming from high-tech sector hopes. We know that Samsung Electronics up some 3%. That is a heavyweight in Korea. So we're keeping a close eye on that. Feeding into this, various positive news, but in particular, the oil price retreating a tad, still above that psychologically important $100 a barrel level, but giving some uplift across the board. Let's see if that sentiment continues through the rest of the trading day. And I mentioned the oil prices. Let's have a look at WTI and Brent. And there you can see that slight pullback, almost, well, about 0.75% for WTI, just almost 0.5% for Brent, but still holding above that $100 a barrel mark. This despite US President Trump posting on Truth Social overnight that the US will help vessels that are stranded. And he's calling this freeing up of ships stranded in the Strait of Hormuz, he's calling it Project Freedom. This is a new effort saying that countries have asked the US to help them free up their ships that have been locked up in the Strait. We know it is a choke point for the world. Trump adding that if there is interference with the process, they will have to be, quote, dealt with forcefully. A senior US official tells the Wall Street Journal the process does not currently involve US Navy warships escorting vessels through the Strait. Well, all of this is taking place as Iran says the US has responded to its 14-point proposal via Pakistan, and that Tehran is reviewing the response. State media quoting Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson as saying that they still do not have nuclear negotiations at this point. No response so far either from the White House or the Pentagon corroborating this report. Sherry?
And in the meantime, we've got Asian finance leaders now gathering at the Asian Development Bank's annual meeting in Uzbekistan, vowing to, quote, safeguard macroeconomic and financial stability amid excessive volatility in markets. Now, this group also added that it supports a rules-based and transparent trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core. And on a programming note, our East Asia reporter Elisa Kim is now en route to Uzbekistan for that annual meeting and will be leading our ADB coverage tomorrow. So looking forward to that as well. Now, the ADB has also unveiled a major $70 billion plan to build energy and digital infrastructure across the Asia-Pacific region by 2035. ADB president said the project would bring reliable power and digital access to hundreds of millions of people. Separately, the ADB has also launched a new financing facility to boost the region's critical mineral supply chains. Now, this move aims to further develop Asia's key sectors of clean energy, batteries, and EVs. Hong Kong markets come online in less than 30 minutes from now. China will be out of play today for Golden Week. And ahead of that, we've got the Hang Seng Index futures pointing higher. And yes, so that's sort of in line with the regional mood of this morning. And let's talk about that mood with John Woods. He's, of course, the CIO and head of Investment Solutions Asia at the Lombard ODA. Good morning, John. How are you feeling?
Good.
Yeah, so Asia is definitely having a party. And it's really a lot of markets sitting at record highs, really trying to ignore what's going on in the Middle East and so on. And I want to just sort of ask you, you are risk on, you're pro-risk. What do you think your next move could be here? Because even if you get some clarity around Iran situation, do you think the market is ready for some pullback?
Well, the market's had an extraordinary run, as you correctly point out, over the last few weeks or so. But driving that is earnings. I think the market has either absorbed or looked through this crisis in the Middle East and has essentially put it to one side. and has focused instead on global earnings in the US, in Asia, North Asia. In particular, the story is quite extraordinary. We have seen upward revisions to earnings expectations, particularly in South Korea, Taiwan, China, Japan, Hong Kong. And these have been handily beating expectations. And for as long as that's the case, the markets need to price in this new news. So my sense is that we will continue to see upward movement in markets, but critically, it's a rotation story. I think we will continue to see rotation from developed markets into emerging markets, particularly North Asian markets. And for us at Lombard Odier, this is the likely thesis that will drive performance in the months and quarters ahead.
And for those investors who sort of miss that rotation story, or even this rally just to begin with, they're hating this rally, right? Because they missed it. So do you think, even if there are some sort of a pause, some sort of a dip for whatever next development that we don't really foresee right now, do you think it will be a short-lived one because of that FOMO that is playing out to a degree?
As I say, there could well be a pullback. We have seen some exuberant market performance and behavior of late, and whenever that happens, there's a likelihood of a pullback. But my sense is that for those that have missed the rally, there is ample opportunity to rejoin it. You know, the reality is that the emerging market complex has been under-owned serially for approaching 15 years. And as that liquidity gradually migrates from developed markets, boosted by the prospect of a weaker dollar, I think the upside for EM is in place. And as I say, we are positioned to really take advantage of that.
Yeah, so you're overweight Japan, South Korea, China, and we spent a lot of time talking about those markets. But South Africa, and then I just looked it up. I mean, I don't think this was in a lot of people's bingo card. I mean, South Africa, the best performing equity market of 2025 and charting higher. Is it largely the commodity story because it's really the hardware trade that's just working out fantastically for a lot of people who saw this coming?
Precisely.
Yeah.
It's a commodities play in general. It's a gold miners play in particular. There's a currency dynamic as well, as I mentioned, with the weaker dollar. And it's a diversification story. Again, it's part of this rotation into emerging markets. There's a valuation aspect as well that we need to take advantage of. But you're right, the South Africa story has been adding value. And we are comfortable with that overweight. Clearly, there is a bit of a concern around inflationary pressures to do with the global supply shock around energy, and we counterbalance that obviously with overweights in North Asia.
John, you know, I want to come in here because I think you've got nerves of steel. But I'm not I'm a very risk-averse type. I just am. And I wonder how much of this sort of medium to long-term interest in emerging markets at this point, this rotation, how much of it is actually medium to long-term? Because everyone in this region is becoming more and more confident. There is this sense of Asia being, you know, this is where the economic center of gravity has shifted. And is it about being in the right place at the right time to take advantage of that swing? So that's my first question, and then I want to come to risk, but let's deal with that first, that medium to long-term play.
Well, you do need nerves of steel in this game, I can assure you. But, you know, we have a number of structural catalysts, if you will, around the emerging market complex. The first is valuations. Compared to DM, EM valuations are substantially more attractive. As I say, it's been an under-owned asset class for up to 15 years, and as a consequence, valuations have remained reasonably well behaved. Secondly, there's a growth dynamic as well. The EM growth story, I think, remains pretty consistent and likely to substantially outperform, particularly Europe. That's where, again, I think the rotation comes from. Central banks, in our view, still have the flexibility to reduce rates further, which I think will further support the growth story. And finally, and this is what you might call an exogenous driver, we anticipate the dollar will weaken, particularly as the Fed cuts and the ECB hikes rates and the BOJ hike rates. It's our view that the interest rate differentials will compress, the dollar will weaken, and that typically encourages capital flows or more capital flows into the emerging market space looking for growth and earnings.
And John, I mean, I said I'd ask you about risk, because obviously this is very much a risk-on profile here, but there must be things, and perhaps you're just the most chilled out person we've ever met, but there must be things that are at play in the back of your mind as those major risks. What does risk your scenario?
Well, of course, it's geopolitical. I may appear chilled, but the geopolitics do worry me. I grapple between a checkmate and a stalemate over the Iran crisis. As I say, the market seems to have comfortably looked through the conflict with some confidence. But I wonder about the end game. I mean, if the Middle East is a chessboard, I do worry about how this crisis will play out. Obviously, the departure from OPEC of countries like UAE suggests that we will be met with a glut of oil post-crisis, and clearly that's being reflected in forward curves, so that remains positive. But, you know, geopolitics is extremely difficult, almost by its nature impossible to predict. And that is, I think, the wrinkle that stays with all of us, with those with a pro-risk stance.
Yeah, it's interesting because you describe it as a wrinkle, which I think it sort of, but what's interesting about that is in Asia, we have a great deal of divergence. So you've talked about Japan, South Korea, China, and South Africa, where you are overweight. Yeah. I'm quite curious about not those, but everything else. So, you know, where are you sort of looking and saying, well, things could be better here, and why are you not overweight in some of the other major economies in the region?
You know, this is a great question, and it really focuses on the reaction function and the policy flexibility around inflation, to be completely frank. We are seeing oil shocks around South and Southeast Asia. We're seeing it in New Zealand, we're seeing it in Australia. And it is not impossible that many of those economies or central banks will be forced to hike. And that clearly is going to have quite an impact on the growth trajectory for these countries. Their fiscal flexibility to purchase oil at a substantially higher price right now is constraining central banks who have a particularly narrow path to navigate this monetary crisis. And that's one of the reasons why we are avoiding them. Clearly, it's reflected also in relative terms in the market. But as I say, I think it's a lack of flexibility, a lack of energy coverage, which is causing us to avoid these markets for now.
Yeah, I mean, there are some, Thailand, for example, we know that this is the case in a couple of the other nations in the region are getting hit very, very hard by the energy price crunch. And, like we're looking at the energy prices, right? We're looking at oil prices right now on the screen, pretty much unchanged, but still above that psychologically important $100 a barrel. And it doesn't, no matter sort of what headlines are coming out, we can say that we can look past them, but it really does feel a pinch when you think about build out, when you think about, people talk about compute and hyperscaling and all of these things where you need energy to do all of these things. The problem is there are many who are concerned about that, but in the backdrop, we do have this positive news coming from the US of, remarkable results when you look at the Mag 7, for example. But is all of that excitement around AI enough to keep the concerns over the energy crunch for perhaps some of these more vulnerable markets? Is it enough to keep that at bay?
Well, it's worth pointing out that you mentioned the United States. The GICS Level 1 the 11 sectors of GICS level 1, 9 are reporting double-digit earnings. So this is not just a narrow tech story. Actually, we are seeing clearly cyclicals handily outperform defensives, but it's a broadening and widening equity story, and that's radiating out to global markets. And you know, one of the reasons why we are seeing US markets hitting all-time highs is precisely because the story is beyond a simple Mag 7. I do hear the caution in your voice, of course I do. You know, when one visits the economies of Southeast Asia, one's very concerned, one hears a lot of concern about the focus, particularly in China, on exports. You know, consumption in China is still reasonably depressed, and actually this focus on exports to drive growth clearly has an impact on domestic economies in Thailand, Malaysia, Philippines, etc. And if I was to look beyond the initial oil shock and the likely resolution thereafter, one of the structural concerns I do have with these nations is this incredibly competitive export machine from China stealing market share, domestic market share from these economies.
All right, John, thank you for all of that assessment. I believe you're going to be staying with us. We'll check in with you again a little bit later. But in the meantime, here's a quick break. We'll be back in 2.
Let's get a quick check on South Korean markets right now. Pretty interesting comments that we are getting from Reuters flashes. The BOK, the Bank of Korea Deputy Governor Yoo Sang-dae, saying that it's time to consider interest rate hikes. He's adding that the market view is that the current FX level is not a problem, and he expects the 6-month forward guidance to become more hawkish at policy meeting this month. So, of course, this is really the story of energy shock and how the central bank in South Korea is actually viewing this and how to navigate in all this. And a pretty interesting day for us to get a comment like this from the Bank of Korea, because we've got the Kospi sitting at a record high. Another one, of course, it's been refreshing record highs in that market. 67.97 is what we see for the benchmark index there. And for the currency, we've got the 1470. So for now, we don't really see a clear move for this session on the back of these comments. And when it comes to South Korean government bond yields, there is immediate reaction because before this comment, we did see the shorter end of the curve. Yields were down, but now they're picking back up and pretty volatile, immediate reaction in the shorter end of the curve. We've got the twos at 350 now, and the three-year yields at 362% at the moment. CNBC's The China Connection coming on at the top of the next hour, and we've got Emily Tan joining us with a teaser, sneak peek on what stories she is watching, and we've got Taiwan on your mind this morning.
Yeah, and you're talking about records on the Korean market, Taiwan as well, also helped by the fact that Q1 GDP hitting the highest in nearly 4 decades, 39 years, jumping 13.69%, beating expectations by 2.25 percentage points. This is all on booming demand for artificial intelligence, driving exports and feeding into the broader economy, spilling over into investment, boosting consumption. This is the most robust growth in nearly 4 decades since 1987, and exports clearly the backbone of Taiwan's economy, jumping 51.12%, exports of goods and services up 35%, imports up 27%, private consumption up almost 5%. Taiwan's growth outlook tied very closely to the trajectory of the growth in AI investment. The Bureau of Statistics saying that geopolitical uncertainties and the uneven global demand remain a risk, although the effects so far are limited. Economic data did not clearly reflect any impact from the Iran war. And as I mentioned, the records that we're seeing also in the Taiwan market up 3.25%, 40,194. Manisha.
Well, and speaking of Taiwan, the president has a lot to celebrate, doesn't he? And he's arrived in Eswatini for a surprise trip. This was after the initial trip was cancelled, allegedly due to Chinese intervention. What do we actually know?
So now President Lai Ching-te has announced this on his own Facebook page. So we do have images from the wires as well as his own Facebook page talking about his trip. The visit was originally scheduled for April the 22nd, only to be postponed by what he calls unforeseen external factors. And after several days of careful developments and arrangements by our diplomatic and national security teams, we successfully arrived today. So he went on to express sincere gratitude to King Mswati III and the government of Eswatini, and he's engaging with the world and working hand in hand with every force for good in an inalienable right of Taiwanese people, he says, and it is also our commitment to the international community. He was originally scheduled to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the king's ascension to the throne and his 58th birthday, but that was only to be blocked by China. They didn't allow, or basically China negotiating with some of their partners across Africa, the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Madagascar. These are countries along the flight path which blocked the overflight permits for President Lai Ching-te's plane. The trip was made with neither government announcing this beforehand and taken by an Eswatini government plane. It is believed to be the plane of the kings. Now, the arrived then announced model is commonly used, they say, in high-level international diplomacy, minimizing any uncertain risks of potential interference from external forces. China, on their part, through the Taiwan Affairs Office, calls this despicable conduct by Taiwan and like a rat. So we're watching this and the latest developments. Lai Ching-te finally making his way to Eswatini. He is still there, and we'll be watching for any further headlines. Squawk Box Asia going for a short break. We'll have opening numbers from the Hong Kong market. China still remains closed for the Labor Day holiday. We'll be right back after this.
long weekend. Fun on Squawk Box Asia. That's what we're doing. Markets in Hong Kong just coming online. China is offline, by the way, for Golden Week holiday, reopening only this Wednesday. And let's take a look at how the Hang Seng Index is waking up from that long weekend. And we are rallying, and the region is rallying. 1.7% of an upside for the Hang Seng Index, green across the board. Alibaba, along with HSBC, by the way, leading the gains at the top of the board there. So we are feeling good on the equity side of the world. Now, let's check out shares of BYD, shall we? The Chinese EV giant reporting an 8th straight month of sales declines in April. That's its longest ever downturn as it continues to grapple with weak local demand. The stock, though, is looking resilient, higher by 1.5%, and that is 9% of gains year to date. Manisha.
Green across the screen this morning. Let's see if that trend continues. Now, China has blocked U.S. sanctions against 5 Chinese refineries accused of buying Iranian oil. Our China reporter Elaine Yu has been following this story for us. Elaine, is this an unusually defiant move from Beijing?
Yes, Manisha. So this is Beijing's first formal move against American secondary sanctions over Iran. China's Ministry of Commerce has issued a blocking order over the weekend, ordering Chinese firms not to recognize, enforce, or comply with U.S. sanctions against 5 Chinese refiners accused of buying Iranian crude. And this is as the U.S. has been seeking to choke off any money flows and financial lifelines to Tehran, including by sanctioning teapot refineries that they claim is the source of revenue to Iran's military. Now, China's Commerce Ministry says that these U.S. sanctions, quote, improperly prohibit or restrict Chinese enterprises from conducting normal trade and economic activities with third countries, and saying that their move is to safeguard China's national sovereignty and security, as well as developmental interests. Now, analysts say that this injunction from Beijing allows Chinese refineries to sue and seek compensation from in Chinese courts from those complying with U.S. sanctions, and that can include banks, investors, foreign companies with a presence in China, as well as downstream consumers and customers. So this really shows that Beijing is now defiant, not just pushing back verbally, but also being willing to use action, to use legal tools to protect its energy sector, and also to fight back against American secondary sanctions.
Yeah, and I ask you this question, Elaine, every time our eyes meet. What does this mean for the U.S. and China relations ahead of the summit? How does this set us up?
Yeah, so with the Trump-Xi summit in May next week, we'll be watching how Washington responds to and really show how much this matter could escalate further. But this could mean that for the summit, Iran and energy and sanctions relief could be high on the agenda, on top of all the tech and export control issues that they're expected to discuss. Now, according to analysts from the Eurasia Group, these Chinese refineries that are targeted, they primarily work with Chinese banks that haven't been directly sanctioned yet. But they said that if the U.S. does extend secondary sanctions on these Chinese institutions, then Beijing could respond with more forceful countermeasures as well. And Scott Bessent has warned previously that they have written to 2 Chinese banks saying that if they can prove that Iranian money has flown through those accounts, then the U.S. would be willing to put on secondary sanctions on them. So this is a warning that this could indeed escalate further. Now, this raises the stake, of course, not just for Chinese players, but also multinational companies, banks that have exposure to these Chinese counterparties who could be linked to these Chinese banks or Chinese refineries. So they'll be performing these very careful counterparty checks now. But this legal whiplash could really put a lot of companies in a very uncomfortable position where they have to choose between following U.S. sanctions and risk being sued in China and having to pay huge damages, or they follow Beijing's order and then they could risk being shut off from the American financial system.
Elaine, thanks very much for wrapping up that story for us. Let's continue, though, with the theme of talking a bit more about China. John Woods is still with us from Lombard Odier. Good to see you again, John. And, I apologize if I suggested that you are chilled out, because I think in these times we cannot be. There is just so much happening. And I mean, look at the markets today, absolutely surging and very much on that tech play, that AI play, and the fact that oil prices have eased a touch. Now, if you're watching this from Beijing, I would assume that this is all quite good news. I would love to get your take on where we are with China at the moment. We've got this Golden Week happening, and we rush to look at how the Chinese consumer is feeling, and we assume that can be indicative in terms of where they're traveling to, whether it's domestic, whether they're going overseas, what the constrictions are, all this sort of thing. But if you were to take the pulse of China right now, what would you say, where would you say it's beating?
Well, I think you're right. The government will do everything it can in terms of promoting tourism during Golden Week. And I think actually tourism numbers and movement will spike higher year on year. I don't think the tourist spend, however, will meaningfully increase because that really does reflect the underlying concern around consumption that exists. Where you have a property sector still enmired in debt and the deleveraging process still very much impacting household purse strings, frankly, the consumer is not minded yet to start spending, and that's clearly reflected in retail sales as well. So away from consumption, the government's choice really is limited to driving export growth, and that's a key focus right now. But one thing I would say is that, the sectors which are performing so well in China, the renewables, the tech, green energy, all this is doing so well, but it really only comprises 5 to 10% of China's economy. Whenever you go through a desert, you will encounter some attractive oases. And I'm concerned about the other part of the Chinese economy, the one that doesn't perhaps get the headlines, the one where unemployment is substantially higher. And this is why I do think the direction of travel for China growth is probably lower. We are anticipating around 4.2% for the next GDP print, which gives you some sense of the underlying challenges still facing the economy.
Speaking of underlying challenges, let's talk about inflation then, because as I understand it, you expect China's headline consumer price inflation to rebound in 2026. I would assume that this is very much in connection to the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. But what about if we get some quick resolution to that? I mean, these are all ifs. We know that. And you mentioned before that geopolitics is very much one of your concerns. What would it take to be less concerned on inflation?
Well, I think absolutely the supply shock diminishes. We start to see oil prices stabilize. And of course, that feeds through, particularly in downstream products to factory orders. I think that's absolutely critical. And then we will subsequently see some greater confidence, both on the producer side, but also the consumption side. I mean, for me to start feeling a lot more confident, we'd obviously want to see some evidence of animal spirits being unleashed around consumption, services, investment. That to me is an important dynamic. It is the case that CPI will increase, but it's from a very, very low base. I mean, we're almost at deflation for a period of time. So inevitably, we will start to see some correction on that. But yeah, I mean, for me, the main focus now is trying to see evidence that at least consumption will contribute to GDP growth rather than this critical and rather insular focus on exports.
And I'm just looking at the cost piece march higher. I mean, sitting above now at 6,800 points. So that is a new record high. And then we've got the Bank of Korea's deputy governor coming in to talk about how it's really time to consider rate hikes. it's the energy story, it's the inflation that they're worried about. Although he wasn't really like trying to really dampen anything. I mean, he was saying that the chip cycle would last longer than the past cycles and so on. So there are some, positivity that could come out of this as well in terms of the markets. But if we start getting rate hikes because of the sustained energy situation, does that invite some sort of a correction that is meaningful enough?
Oh, if the energy shock continues, then clearly it will have a profoundly negative impact on monetary policy across the Asia region. Even now, central banks have got a vanishingly thin path to navigate around monetary policy, and sustained higher oil prices will compound that problem even more. As I mentioned, I think a number of South and Southeast Asian countries are likely to hike rates regardless. This forward guidance from the BOK is slightly surprising, given the fiscal flexibility that South Korea has. It can afford to purchase more oil, but clearly there will be an impact on prices. So I guess your point is absolutely right. He's guiding the market that there are issues, that there are price issues that they are taking seriously. But my sense is if South Korea is warning about tightening monetary policy, Southeast Asia and South Asia and parts of the Pacific are going to have to do the same.
Yeah. Do you think, like Korea's case, really quickly, do you think they feel sort of tapped out with fiscal room right now? Because they did some major cash handouts from last year, even before the Iran development.
No, I still feel they have the fiscal flexibility to navigate this. But the fact they have to forward guide the market, I think probably just underscores how prudent that they are approaching the risk or the threat of higher monetary prices. But my sense is that South Korea has the ability to navigate this a lot more easier than many countries in South and Southeast Asia.
Let's talk about this. Reports of yen intervention, suspected yen intervention late last week. Yen is looking steady this morning, but there is, I think, some nervous feeling out there that maybe they can go for more intervention down the road if they don't really achieve the level they want to achieve. Does that invite the concerns around potential yen carry trade unwind? Because equities, well, this morning, they're looking pretty robust, but...
Well, you can still have equity strength and yen strength. For many decades, that was precisely the relationship that existed. Obviously, now there is this sort of connection between yen weakness and equity strength, but I don't see the two as mutually exclusive. There's a higher interest rate regime, absolutely, in Japan, both from a JGB perspective and from an interest rate perspective, and there's upward pressure on both. And that clearly has, I think, a positive effect on attracting inflows, to your point about the unwind. But my sense is no speculator will reasonably fight a central bank. And if there is a threat of intervention, I think it draws a line around the yen. At Lombard Odier, we have this forecast over the next 3 to 6 months of around 147, which is quite a major rally in the yen. And I think it's consistent with, A, the interest rate environment, which I say is more attractive now, but B, this likelihood that we see some support by a central bank and also a reasonably robust economy.
And on top of that, obviously, the dollar weakness that you've been really talking about in the earlier hit here. And we've got Japan out of action in terms of the stock markets. And obviously, we're sort of running on this thinner liquidity situation, perhaps, for this particular currency that we're looking at, 156.98. And I wonder if we are sort of, the market is well positioned, better positioned than a couple of years ago when the yen carry unwind was a big thing for the markets. Do you think a lot of unwind has already happened? Is that why the market is reacting in a more sanguine manner than it did, was it like the summer of 2024?
Well, at the margin, possibly. But, there's still approximately $4.5 trillion US dollars equivalent of Japanese investment held offshore, which is a huge amount of money. There's 1 trillion in the treasury market alone. And if even a small proportion of that liquidity were to be attracted back to Japan on, as I mentioned, this higher interest rate regime, then I suspect it would have a more profound impact on yen. Right now, that's not the case, obviously. And I think it would take multiple buy catalysts for Japan Inc. were that to happen. But certainly, I have in the back of my mind the carry trade as a potential thematic into this year and next, particularly if on an interest rate differential perspective, the bond yield and interest rate story in the US continue to tick lower, and in Japan the opposite happens. So it's at a certain point, investors will be looking at their relative returns in Japan and trying to identify where the relative value exists.
All right. And you're overweight Japan.
We are.
Yes. John, it's great to have you on.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you so much. It was such a pleasure. John Woods of Lombard ODA. And coming up on the show, we've got China entering the peak of its Mayday Golden Week holiday. We track how the numbers compare to previous seasons and whether internal travel can boost the domestic consumption in the country. We'll talk more about this with Abel Zhao from CSTS coming up next.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
Now, the first of China's 3 Golden Week holidays kicked off on Mayday. The big holiday is expected to set records for travel, with more than 1.5 billion trips forecast over the 5-day break. Xinhua News Agency also reported that China's railway network transported 24.8 million passengers on May 1st, a new single-day record. Domestic travel has surged amid higher fuel costs that have made overseas trips more expensive. With hopes high, this shift will help Beijing's efforts to boost flagging domestic consumption. Well, Abel Zhao is Group CEO and Executive Director of CSTS Enterprises, a sports and entertainment, tourism and travel group. And I'm sure that you are watching all of this very, very closely. It's so interesting that we've seen that surge in inter-regional travel, and we saw some of the numbers just there. Are we seeing some feed through from these higher oil prices and concerns over jet fuel and the sheer fact that actually some transport, some of those routes have actually been cancelled out into Southeast Asia, where otherwise in a golden week people might actually travel outside?
Oh, that's exactly right. Good morning. From our perspective, I mean, as one of the traditional, I mean, most legendary travel agency, Connexus travel side, typically we serve corporate clients, and we definitely see there's a shift in terms of travel demand, and then in terms of domestic and the long haul in comparison. So in terms of growth perspective, we see higher growth in the long haul travel, but in terms of overall spending, domestic, I mean, regional definitely actually still take a bigger part of that.
So it's interesting also, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the smallest of the 3 golden weeks. So I'm curious that you know, there are 3. So are people actually, and especially we've talked a lot about price inflation, we've talked about people really having to budget this year. Are we seeing any sign that, you know, consumers might be holding their ammo for later down the line? Are you getting inquiries, for example, people saying, I may not want to get on a plane and go to, say, Thailand or Phuket or somewhere right now, but I might do it later in the year? Are people deferring that overseas travel?
Well, actually, that's a very good question. So in our case, because actually we are the sole appointed agents for this year's FIFA World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. And so in our case, that period, that around 5-6 weeks of the period of time that actually it's the peak of the outbound travel in our case. Of course, we are actually arranging a lot of different travel arrangements from head to head, I mean to end actually for the travelers, and then for us. We see that the trend actually definitely align that period of time. And then so in this particular kind of major events, so semifinal, final are always the hit, always the most popular in demand products, and then those matches people want to see. And so just echo to what you just mentioned there. So that's actually the trend that we are very much aligning. And then also towards the end of the year, people I mean, other than the FIFA events, we are still looking at people actually probably hoping the oil price will drop, or hoping that actually some of the flights may come back. So definitely that would impact people trend the behavior as well.
Yeah, so that is the hope for energy prices. But you know, headlines are so volatile, especially coming out of the United States, and it's really the students who are studying there, and it's the people who are traveling there. So I wonder how the Chinese demand is trending right now. I mean, is it mostly corporate clients of yours and high net worth individuals that are leading the recovery? And what is really their appetite for U.S. FIFA and others in the U.S.?
Very good question there, Sherry. So basically, typically FIFA product targeting the corporate and high net worth. And then so it's no surprise in this time, in the 2026 game. But other than the historical corporates, actually, so we see several trends on the B2B side, corporate side. Because of the visa issue for the U.S. side, and then we see this mix of corporations actually to hedge that risk. So one, they bring their best customers, the best employees from China to go to overseas to the U.S. market or Canada, or they have local operations, or actually for a lot of companies they use that as part of the go-to-market strategy. So they source local audience as well, so that will hedge the risk. Now on the B2C side, so typically we're talking about 80% for China market, at least 80% on the corporate side, 20% on the individual travelers. And then for this time, we see a significant growth in terms of the individual travelers as well. So right now we're hitting way above 30% of our total booking. So that's a very interesting trend. So that's actually due to the significant growth of the experiential tourism, So people actually not just traveling for the sake of getting on a plane, but they want to go for a purpose. And then there's nothing bigger than FIFA this year.
Yeah. So, I mean, corporate clients, or even if they're high net worth individuals, and also just, you know, a retail market altogether, they have a lot to consider this year. Airfares, the geopolitical environment that we just touched on. So I wonder how they're thinking about value for the products that you're trying to sell in Greater China. Obviously, the pricing will have to come down, or is that not the case just yet?
So first of all, the price not down just yet. So first of all, as you know, so we look at from the tickets itself, and then the flights and the hotels and everything else, the ancillary products. So first of all, we take care of the hospitality products. So typically they are not they are not the same as the regular general admission tickets. So the corporate demand are always there. And then so those typical high net worth individuals, they are not as price sensitive. So the price, that's why the price remained at a certain level at the moment. But on the other hand, there's also the fact that so people actually, if they, typically they book 5-star hotels, they may want to consider 4-star, and that kind of behavior. Yes, that's definitely there. And so because actually this time we are looking at 16 cities, so the logistic can be, I don't want to use the word chaos, but definitely a lot to manage. So that's why so we are hoping that's actually to provide something that's certainty to our customers. Therefore, we work with private jet companies and so on.
Yeah, everyone is looking for some certainty around here, right? Abel, it's great to have you on. Thank you so much for coming in. That was Abel Zhao from CSTS Enterprises. And that does it for this edition of Squawk Box Asia. I'm Sherry Kang in Hong Kong.
And I'm Anisha Tank in Singapore. See you again next time.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
President Trump announces Project Freedom to help navigate ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz from today morning. Also says positive discussions on with Iran. Meanwhile, Iran responds saying any news interference in the new maritime regime of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. Brent falls below $108 per barrel after U.S. President Donald Trump said Washington would move to free stranded cargo ships stuck in the Strait of Hormuz and pointed to progress in negotiations with Iran. Gold holds firm above $4,600 an ounce as investors assess President Donald Trump's plan. Stocks on Wall Street closed Friday's trading session mixed. S&P 500 and the Nasdaq advanced to record closing highs boosted by robust earnings and a dip in crude prices. Markets in Asia trade higher, looking past war escalation fears. GIFT Nifty is indicating a positive start for the Indian market. On the earnings front, we have Kotak Mahindra Bank that reports a healthy quarter led by lower credit costs and better asset quality. The results of assembly elections in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry will be decided today with counting of votes set to begin at 8 a.m.
Bharat Mata Ki! Bharat Mata Ki!
The votes have been cast across 4 politically diverse states and a union territory. The verdict will have far-reaching national ramifications.
मैं इस विश्वास के साथ वापस जा रहा हूं कि 4 मई के नतीजों के बाद बीजेपी के शपथ ग्रहण समारोह में मुझे आना ही है.
Exit polls give the edge to the BJP in West Bengal, but Mamata Banerjee remains confident of a historic 4th term.
আমি পরিষ্কার বলছি 2016তেও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে 2021এও সেম জিনিস হয়েছে.
I can say it clearly that exit poll has always been in favor of BJP in the previous elections. I'll ask everyone to be vigilant on the counting day.
In Tamil Nadu, the 6-decade reign of Dravidian politics faces an acid test. Will actor Vijay emerge king or kingmaker on his electoral debut? In Kerala, change may be on the horizon. Exit polls suggest a Congress-led UDF comeback. But can Pinarayi Vijayan defy the odds and secure a 3rd term?
আসামের ভূমিপুত্র হেমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মাজি স্বাগতম স্বাগতম স্বাগতম.
In Assam, Himonto Biswa Sama appears set to retain power. But will it be smooth sailing? These elections are a crucial test for India's opposition. Can they mount a real national challenge? And what does this mean for economic policy and reforms? For 27 years, CNBC TV 18 has tracked India's economic journey through political change. Our special coverage of the election verdict starts right now.
Hello, good morning. You've tuned into Power Breakfast on CNBC TV 18. Thank you so much for tuning in. And today, like we're seeing, is a crucial day for the markets. Counting of the votes begin in about 30 minutes from now. Markets are closely watching whether ruling party can make gains in opposition ruled states like West Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So we have overall actually 5 states where we'll be seeing counting. So will be key to keep an eye out on as well. 8 a.m. that's when the counting starts. But let's take a quick look at what the Asian markets are indicating for us as well, right? We're seeing a bit of a positive start that's summoned for the Asian markets. Taiwan index holding on to gains of 3.5%. Hang Seng holding on to gains of 1.6%. We have Nikkei that's trading positive with gains of 0.4%. Shanghai with 0.1% of gain. ASX 200 that's a bit muted. But all in all, what we're seeing, even though commentary that's coming in on the Iran front, we had the Project Freedom that's come in from President Trump this morning for all the stranded ships in the Strait of Hormuz. All these important updates that have come in. So we'll keep an eye on a lot of these moving factors as well. And obviously, election counting results will be key. GIFT Nifty indicating a positive start for the Indian markets as of now. Nifty implied open as of now is up 158 points. A strong gap-up start maybe is what we'll watch out for. But how are all these overnight cues? How are all the current cues that have come in going to impact our Indian markets? We have a team of research, as always, to set you up for trade, tell you which are the important stocks to watch out for in the trading session as well. First up, Hormuz is here to take us through the important market cues in the trading session today. Good morning, Hormuz.
Good morning, Vinny, and it's a very important day. Of course, we are coming back after a long weekend, so there are multiple moving parts that the market has to grapple with. But for now, the GIFT Nifty is indicating a gap-up start. We are looking to start off 160 points higher, which is around about the 24,150 mark. So that's a positive. But what's not positive is the fact that oil prices continue to remain higher. Brent had opened 1.5% lower, but has offset most of those losses after some uncertainties surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, still around that $108 a barrel mark. As we just saw at the start of the show, the election results from the 4 states and a union territory, that's going to be the big moving part today. Of course, processing global market action over the last 4 days from Thursday, Friday, and over the weekend as well. There are important result reactions that we need to watch out for, and of course the slew of earnings that will be reported today as well, and the impact of the currency and the bond markets, because the bond yields had surged past the 7% mark on Thursday as well. So that also remains an important monitorable this time around. Now for the index, holding above 24,000 is going to be the key. Of course, it's stuck in that 500-point range at 23,800 on the downside, 24,300, 400 on the upside. So a break on either direction is something that the street would watch out for. Last week's low, of course, 23,813. That's the important level on the downside to watch. The Nifty Bank has been an underperformer over the last couple of weeks in comparison to the index. At 55,000 on the upside, of course, is the first level to watch. And last week's low, 54,440, will be an important level as well. The earnings reactions today are plenty, but watch out for Kotak Mahindra Bank. That's going to be the big banking reaction to watch today. And of course, the 2 depository names, both CDSL and NSDL, will also be reacting to their results. Now, BHEL is going to be reporting results today. The stock has run up significantly as well. KEI Industries is the one to watch, along with Tata Chemicals, which saw big up moves last week as well. So it's a big day for the markets, and the GIFT Nifty for now is indicating a positive start, a gap up start. The question remains whether that sustains or not.
Absolutely. Whether that sustains will be the key to watch out for through the day. But thanks so much for that, Hormuz. Let's also move on and bring on board Ria to take us through some of the important stocks that we should keep on our radar today. Good morning, Ria.
Well, good morning. Let's start off with Vodafone Idea, which will be in focus after the Department of Telecom has cut the company's outstanding AGR dues by 27% to roughly 64,000 crores now. But remember, this relief has fallen short of market expectations of around a 50% reduction. Moving on to all of the quarter 4 results that have been reported. First up is DMart with a good set of numbers. The EBITDA this time around has come in at roughly 1,200 crores, in line with the poll that we were working with, and net profit has come in at 657 crores for quarter 4. For Kotak Mahindra Bank, steady quarter reported this time around, supported by better asset quality, lower slippages as well as controlled costs, and the net interest income for the company has gone up by around 8% on a year-on-year basis. For Indus Towers, the EBITDA margin has come in lower at roughly 55.1% versus 55.3% sequentially, and these margins have largely been impacted by higher repair and maintenance costs as well as a worsening energy spread. For Jindal Steel, for quarter 4, good results seen this time around with a good improvement sequentially on the EBITDA per ton coming in at roughly 10,093 versus 6,981 rupees on a year-on-year basis. For ACC, the EBITDA per ton has declined sequentially to roughly 526 rupees versus 749 rupees, and the cost pressures are expected to continue going ahead in the first half of FY27 as well. For APL Apollo Tubes, the revenue has gone up by roughly 14% compared to the previous year, and the EBITDA per ton is also at a multi-quarter high for the company at rupees 5,525.
Thank you so much for that, Priya. Let's also move on in the final update for what's going to be happening in the world of F&O. We have Mangalam to take us through all the 3 days. Good morning, Mangalam.
Good morning. So if you look at the market on Thursday, there was a bit of a decline across the board, and that's something that we have to contend with as we come back from a 3-day long weekend. The key triggers to track today, one will be the fact that there will be the outcome of 4 state elections, of which Bengal will be the extremely important one. You know, any positive, development with regards to the incumbents, getting out and the ruling, the opposition coming in will be good from a market standpoint more than anything else. And Brent crude, which is lower at $108. When we left trade on Thursday, it was around $120. So these are positive cues, and which is why we have the Nifty, the GIFT Nifty, which is indicating a positive start to the tune of 150 points. The question is where we go from here, because, the FI is constantly selling in the cash markets. 8,000 crore worth sale came by on Thursday as well. And not just that, in index futures, where they started this series with 13% long exposure, they added more to the short exposure itself. 12,000 contracts added, 2,100 crore worth selling. And now their long exposure has dropped from 13% all the way down to about 11% as well. And that's not all. They sold twice the number of calls than the number of puts, which tells you that any sort of up move that we see in the market would face some resistance. Obviously, all of this is negated if the market continues to move higher, and these shorts themselves will provide to be a bit of a fuel for the market to rally further. For now, what is the option writers position for? 24,000 call has a premium of 206 rupees. 23,900 put, both of them are the ones which are fairly active in trade. That has a premium of 100 rupees. So that tells you that closer to 23,800 to about 24,200 is the narrow range that the street is working with. But remember, ahead of a binary outcome of the elections, we have seen some punt buying at the 25,000 call and the 23,200 put as well. The Nifty right now in a very narrow range of the 20 and the 50-day moving average. Similar is the case for the Nifty Bank as well. The one set of stocks that I'll be watching out for very closely will be all the oil marketing companies. Why is that? Because, we have the oil prices which are off highs, and at the end of the day, post-elections, the imminent price hike is something that the street will be eyeing as well.
Absolutely, Mangalam. Thank you so much for the update that we're keeping an eye out on in the world of F&O. But moving on to the national news updates for today, and the results of assembly elections in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Kerala, Puducherry will be declared today, with counting of votes set to begin at 8 a.m. CNN's Pallavi joins us now to give us an update on that front.
Yeah, 8 a.m. is when actually the counting is going to begin, and I think by roughly 11:30, we should be getting a fair idea, especially in states like Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, where everyone is watching out for, because these are the 2 states where, there's going to be a complete change if there's a change of guard. I'm talking about West Bengal first. Over here, the BJP hoped to come to power in 2021, but, the Trinamool Congress came back to power. But this time round, she is fighting a belligerent, smarter strategy from the BJP and a strong anti-incumbency. Over here, jobs are a very big factor. Wherever we travel, people are lamenting the fact that in stark contrast to many other states, why is it that in Bengal, which despite the fact that a lot of infrastructure, minerals, and, all the stakes, why is it that industries have not been able to come up? So will that narrative be able to win? Because that's what the BJP has been pushing for, or will the Trinamool Congress come back to power the 4th time round? Tamil Nadu, I would look at it very interestingly, because there's a new player, and that's the TVK's Vijay. People tend to dismiss off actors turned politicians, but not in Tamil Nadu. Jayalalitha, Karunanidhi, all of them have kind of etched history in that context. So Vijay will massively eat into the DMK vote bank, but in case he does very well, is there a possibility of him tying up with the NDA and forming a government? That would be a huge change. Kerala, small state, but will it be 3rd time lucky? Because that's defying the usual narrative, where it's a cyclical pattern of coming to power. Left already crashed that last time round. But the UDF, Congress-led UDF, is very hopeful, high stakes for them, because Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is an MP, Rahul Gandhi was an MP from there. Assam exit polls are giving a very good figure as far as the BJP is concerned. So will it be Hemanta Biswa Sarma once again as the chief minister? That's the big question.
Okay, Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us the latest update of what we are keeping an eye out on in all the 5 election states there. But let's move on. And on that note, actually, we'll slip into a very short break. After the break, we'll come back and get you cues from the world of commodities. Stay tuned in. Welcome back to Power Breakfast on CNBC TV 18. Now on to some updates coming in on the West Asia front. US President Donald Trump has announced naval mission dubbed and named Project Freedom to escort stranded ships out of the Strait of Hormuz, with operations set to begin in the coming hours. He also added the positive discussions of Iran with Iran. Meanwhile, Iran responded and said that, any new interference in new maritime regime of the Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire. Before Trump's announcement of the Iranian foreign minister had said that it was assessing a response from Washington to its latest 14-point proposal to end the war. Now that's the update there on the West Asia front. What is happening in the world of commodities? We have Manisha Gupta joining us as always to take us through all of that. Good morning, Manisha.
Morning, and thank you for that. Well, exactly reacting on the news that you just read out, we are looking at the crude oil prices starting this new week and a new month also on a kind of a steady note. So we are holding above $100 for the WTI and 108 for the Brent prices there. Well, President Trump said that the U.S. would begin guiding neutral ships trapped in the Strait of Hormuz starting Monday, that is today. Iran also has said that it is reviewing Washington's response to its latest 14-point proposal, raising hopes for a diplomatic resolution to the conflict. In addition to that, you also have the U.S. oil and rig count, which has increased for a second week to a one-month high. Venezuela oil exports have increased by 14% in the month of April, at the highest in 7 years. So the markets are looking at supplies coming back into the market. And then OPEC also in its latest meeting has said that they are looking to increase production quotas by 188,000 barrels per day in the month of June. Of course, for the month of March, we've seen a decline. For the month of April as well, it has been a bit of a decline. But OPEC increasing this quota is slightly bearish for the sentiment going forward. And that is where you're looking at crude prices. When you look at metals, aluminum has continued to be strong, gained 4% in the month of April. Copper, though, has continued to decline. Gold has posted 2 months of decline. Silver just about gained 2 to 3% for the month of April. So when it comes to metals, we are off highs for many of those for the month.
Okay. Manisha, thank you so much for giving us the latest update in the world of commodities. But a quick check in terms of the US markets, right? What happened on Friday? The S&P 500 and the Nasdaq scaled fresh record highs on Friday as a new month of trading got underway. While we saw S&P 500, Nasdaq ending at those record closing levels, the Dow Jones bucked the trend and settled slightly lower in the trading session. So that's the update we had in the US market front. Now, over the weekend, we also had a lot of companies that reported their numbers. One such company is Kotak Mahindra Bank. They reported a good set of numbers in Q4 FY26, driven by lower credit costs and better asset quality. We caught up with Ashok Vaswani, MD and CEO of the company, who said that they were entering FY27 with a lot of uncertainty. So listen in to what more he had to say.
FY27, we are entering with a lot of volatility and uncertainty. Had it been a normal kind of year, we've always said we would grow at about 1.5 to 2 times nominal GDP growth. That would have been our normal stance. Of course, now with this level of volatility, we've got to be a little cautious. It's difficult to predict right now, but once things settle down, we'll get back to normal. When there are supply disruptions or whatever, the segments that are affected are at the lower end. But we've been looking very carefully at all our portfolios. Frankly, as of now, we are seeing no stress at all. Microfinance is coming back for us. Credit cards is an area that we're focused on. Volatility, of course, we'll be mindful, but this is definitely a business that we would like to grow. Look, there's no need for us to provision. First of all, I'm not seeing anything in my numbers that tells me that I could be running, any enhanced risk or whatever. Two, one of the big advantages of Kotak is that Kotak runs with a 22% capital. And this is what I've always said, that excess capital is something that we'll in good times use for an M&A and in bad times use for other things, right? So I don't need to create special provisions. And particularly, I don't need to create any special provision when I'm seeing absolutely no stress in my book.
Now, switching from banks to FMCG, Nestle also reported its Q4 numbers, stellar set of numbers that came in from the company, and the management remains confident about growth but flags volatility in price due to the rising input costs amid geopolitical uncertainties. Listen in to what the CMD, Manish Tiwari, commented on the same as well.
I think at the beginning of the year, my prediction was 26 would be a very strong year and would be a year of volume growth more than price growth. Things have changed. I think as far as the top line is concerned, I think the team and I are confident that our growth would be market beating, which is we would gain shares. But the market momentum in terms of category growth is something we have to watch out for, because February and March, as per Nielsen, the markets are slowing down. And then, of course, there are some cost pressures, consumer sentiments, which will have a better read by the end of Q2 of this calendar year. But what I feel confident about is our growths, our brand growths would be ahead of the category growths. I think what I've consistently said over the last 3 quarters is we're going to prioritize volume-led growth, because that's critical for some of our categories where penetration is low. Our first port of call, if we are hit by commodity and some of the uncertainty in the market, will always be cost efficiency. Having said that, the ratio of volume to price in terms of contribution will change this year vis-a-vis where we started from. But we feel good about delivering market-beating growth as a group of people.
Let's move on and now get to the latest updates from the world of tech in our segment, the AI Pulse. We have Rachna joining us as always to take us through all of that. Good morning, Rachna.
Well, a trial that could reshape the future of AI is now in its second week. Elon Musk is suing OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and co-founder Greg Brockman in a federal court in Oakland, California. Now, Musk claims they betrayed the company's founding promise to operate as a non-profit. The Tesla and SpaceX chief, who donated roughly around $38 million to the project, told the jury that money helped them build an $850 billion for-profit empire. OpenAI has dismissed the allegations as baseless. Altman and Brockman are expected to take the stand soon, along with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Then there's NVIDIA's most advanced AI server, the B300, which is now selling in China for about $1 million. That's nearly double its United States price of around $550,000. A crackdown on chip smuggling has now shut down the grey market that Chinese buyers once relied on and which was their only source to get their hands on NVIDIA chips. on earnings. Samsung has just posted the best quarter in its entire history. Operating profit jumped more than 8 times higher than a year ago, almost entirely driven by red-hot demand for AI memory chips. But that same memory boom is now squeezing consumer tech. Apple CEO Tim Cook, after delivering a strong quarterly beat, warned that rising memory costs will hit the business harder in the months ahead. Cook said Apple is looking at its options, but stopped short of confirming price hike. And finally, here in India, public sector banks are now ramping up technology spending after regulators raised serious concerns over Anthropic's unreleased Claude Mythos model, which is its advanced coding capabilities could potentially be used to exploit vulnerabilities in banking systems. The government has now formed a high-level panel under the State Bank of India chairman C.S. Sethi to assess the risk. That's all we have from the world of artificial intelligence for now, but we'll keep an eye out for more through the day.
Thank you so much for that, Rachana. But with that, we are absolutely out of time on this edition of Breakfast on CNBC TV 18. Thank you so much for tuning in. Up next, we'll pass our morning call.
Every morning, the countdown begins for the markets with meticulous research and analysis designed to help you capitalize on the trading day. Beaming live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studio.
Good morning. You're with us here on a fresh new edition of Bazaar Morning Call. We are coming to you live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studios. Well, I have to say, it's a Monday morning. It's a big day, and a big day requires a big studio. And this is, the grandest, biggest studio that we have here at CNBC TV 18. And we are, bringing it to full bear to get you the state election counting results as they start to come in. 8 o'clock is when the counting starts, and we're all prepared, prepped up. It's going to be a big day, especially with what comes out of West Bengal. I'm Prashant. With me, my colleagues Reema and Nigel. Guys, good morning.
Hi, quite the politically charged Monday morning. Yeah. And it's 8 a.m. Monday morning. We're here at CNBC TV 18, and we'll count down to the markets opening after a long weekend, and of course, counting of the 5 assembly elections.
Well, that's right. Lots happening on the geopolitical front as well. But today it's going to be all about the state elections, and the market hopes that the ruling BJP does fairly well in the state elections. That's the hope for the last few days. We have been seeing the markets holding up, and that's precisely the reason why.
Okay, well, let's take it from the top, right? Because there is a fair bit. So, right now as we start, it's kind of easy. It's easy because we don't have results coming in. We don't have leads coming in. 8 o'clock is when the counting will start. And that is squarely, as you can see on the top of the screen, that is squarely on focus. What will the BJP be able to muster up in West Bengal more than anything else? Remember, Tamil Nadu, it's the exit polls showed it's the DMK, of course, the TVK, the new Vijay's party, perhaps also going to make a dent, big dents, according to some like Axis My India poll. Others, Assam, and it's not, the others are all largely in line with what you would have thought. But of course, with the West Bengal, the BJP has made a big attempt to garner seats, and that's going to be the focal area to my mind. Now, leads and trends typically start to become clearer and firmer. Remember, as you start to get numbers up there on your screen, those are what you call leads. And as the voting is counting, as the counting starts, votes are counted. From each constituency, from each booth out there, results are aggregated into one system, and then you start to see who's ahead and how many seats. So it's not until well into, I think, about 11:30, 12 o'clock. In state elections, the numbers come in a little earlier. But by about 11:30 or so, the trends, etc., the general direction of it will become much clearer. It's happened earlier as well, but sometimes it's taken longer as well. So we'll see how that comes through. But around 10:30, 11:30 is the time on which this will start to become very clear. Markets, of course, most focused on Bengal. Halfway mark there is 147 seats. So keep that in mind as we begin the session. Remember, if it is, as some exit polls, actually most exit polls have put BJP ahead, they've given BJP a lead in West Bengal. And if they are, if they manage to, if the exit poll results are what the actual results are, I think you're looking at a leg up for the market, at least in the near term. Temporarily, it's a sentiment booster. It's a state which the BJP has wanted for a long time. It's been, and of course, Mamta Didi has been there for 15 years. So there is this general anti-incumbency as well. But if she's able to, come out victorious out of this one, it's going to be quite incredible as well. So in any which way, I think it's a consequential one. Now, the other one, of course, is oil prices, right? Oil at $109 odd this morning, the last I checked. And President Trump essentially saying that he will be reviewing Iran's latest proposal for negotiations. But I think the more important thing is the second one. This is about 4 or 5 hours back. He put out a post on Truth Social. He said that U.S. is going to help and guide ships stuck in the Middle East out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, think about this for a second. Iran has already been in touch with, various countries, including India and other countries whose ships are there in the region. And they've been sort of, trying to get those ships out. Iran has been trying to do it. Now, here is U.S. saying, President Trump saying, we're going to help you do that. Why is that? Is it possible that this is this is not, in that sense, de-escalation, but escalation. It's basically opening a window. There are already reports coming in that some ships which are passing by have been attacked by projectiles, etc. So 2 ships apparently have been attacked. Is this, I mean, a segue into the next chapter of this conflict, which is actual escalation in terms of, as some have put it, quote unquote, a decisive blow or whatever it is. But it's very much possible. And I think we'll have to just wait and watch if this is that. Very innocuous, long tweet from President Trump, but it could lead to bigger things. Now, I will talk more about this as we go along. April was a blistering month for markets and for investors. Fantastic, actually, around the world. S&P on Friday was up 0.9%, and the S&P is closed at record highs for 3 weeks in a row. Numbers continue to be very strong. 63% of S&P is recorded, and it's some of the strongest year-on-year growth rates in 5 years now there. In terms of fuel prices here in India, just a quick update. Government has reduced windfall taxes for diesel and ATF exports. Remember, spreads have come down for both ATF and diesel. So there was export taxes which were imposed. They've been brought lower. This is good news, but it doesn't mean extra profits or lower profits. I mean, it's the government curtailed profitability, and they've taken some of that off the table. OMCs have hiked commercial LPG prices by 993 rupees a cylinder. There's a massive one, almost 50%, and I think they're up 100%. Commercial LPG is up 100% on a YTD basis. Domestic LPG cylinder prices and ATF for local flights remain unchanged, and petrol and diesel, of course, remains unchanged as well at the pump for you and me. No change at this point in time. Lots of numbers have come through. There is other news flow with regards to Vodafone Idea, etc., and we'll get to all of that in just a bit. So enough single stock action to pour over, but the levels remain largely similar. The Nifty closed around the 24,000 levels on Friday. The first support is 23,820. The second support is 23,550. On the upside, we've gone to 24,300 a few times over, and then we've come down from those levels. So that is the first resistance level to watch out for as well. GIFT Nifty gives you a quick sense of how we're likely to start, and then we will pick it up from there. 140 odd points higher. But as I said, all of this, of course, will remain very fluid, very changed, very fluid, because election numbers, leads, etc., will start to come in pretty. They're already starting to come through. The first of those coming through in favor of the TMC. Nigel has, of course, got the F&O stats and the positioning as we begin this new week. Nigel.
Well, that's right, Prashant. The gap up is because the markets hope that they're going to get a favorable outcome. And that's something that's been keeping our markets as well afloat. But there are a few constraints, particularly on the global front. So I think we should take note of some of that first up. First is the rising crude oil prices. The uncertainty on the global front, that's something that continues to plague as well. And valuations, even after the recent correction that we've seen in our markets, it's not particularly cheap. The key focal point today, though, is the state election bringing some kind of cheer for the markets and a strong showing coming in from the ruling BJP. That's going to be top of mind. Well, moving to why the state elections are important, well, 3 big factors. One is the BJP gets better numbers in the Rajya Sabha, which helps in terms of passing any kind of reforms. The other factor is we're entering a election-free 10 months. So the hope is there are various challenges, and now we'll be looking to navigate that. So that's going to be rather important. And, you're going to be hoping that there are going to be economic reforms in the coming period. And Kotak has put a few of that, down as well. In terms of flows, the FIs, they have turned sellers, which is a bit of an issue because the sell number has now moved to around 8,000 crores or thereabouts, while the DI buying, well, only half of that. So that's why the institutions were net sellers in the last trading session. And the FIs, they have added shorts, both on stock futures as well as on index futures, with close to around 12,000 short contracts on the index and nearly around 18,000 short contracts on stock futures, as we can see up for our viewers on the screen. So shorts in the system, not such a bad thing. Well, if you look at the FI positioning on index futures, now the short positioning is close to around the 89% or thereabouts mark. So FI positioning is defensive. That hasn't been such a bad omen in the past. And now with the short positions at around 89% and aggressive calls getting right in, you'll be saying that maybe, in fact, that's not such a bad setup because some of these shorts could get caught on the wrong side. As you can see, the number of calls written are very, very aggressive. The clients, though, they're doing the absolute reverse. They're diametrically opposite what the FIs are doing because they added long positions. The long positions are now at around 1.3 lakh contracts. So putting together the options data as well as the technical levels, well, you're looking at a couple of strikes then. The recent low of around 23,500, that's going to be important to defend on the downside. The 20 DMA, that becomes the first level that you're looking at in terms of a support level. So this band is extremely important. In terms of the resistance level, well, you have, the near-term 50 DMA, the simple moving average, that's not got conquered of late. So you'll want to close well above that. And then you'll be looking at the recent high, which comes in at around this 24,600 odd mark. The Nifty Bank, unfortunately, in the last few trading sessions, has broken the simple daily moving averages. And now it's trading below both, the 20 DMA as well as the 50 DMA, trading below that mark. The good news, though, is that Reliance Industries, that's like an index by itself. The heavyweight on the Nifty, that's found its form and it's taken out some crucial technical levels. And in the last week itself, it was the big outperformer. So you'll want Reliance Industries to continue its good form and, in fact, get past that 200 DMA that's up for you on the screen. So start in the green, but the election verdict from various states will give you direction from there on. As I said, there are constraints on the global front, but for today, the markets will focus purely on the election outcome.
Well, it's a start in the green for the Asian markets as well. So if you pull up the Korean markets, that's up close to about 3.5–4%. The Taiwanese market surging up about 3%. And these moves follow a historic month of April when those indices rallied about 25 to 30%. Hang Seng, too, is up nearly 1.5%. Perhaps getting a lift from that Project Freedom. Markets in Japan and China are shut today on account of a public holiday. The GIFT Nifty is suggesting a positive start. Matt Orton, Chief Market Strategist, Raymond James Investment, is now joining in. Matt, thank you very much for joining in. Let's begin with your thoughts on Project Freedom. U.S. to escort neutral ships out of the Strait of Hormuz. Would you read it as a sign of de-escalation, that the supply pressures will now ease? Or would you read it as a sign of escalation, given the warning, U.S. saying interference will be dealt forcefully, or Iran responding? Any American interference in the new maritime regime of Strait of Hormuz will be considered a violation of the ceasefire, sort of forcing Iran's hand. What are your thoughts?
Well, good morning, Rima. And I think it's constructive, right? We've been at this. We're now entering the third month of this conflict in the Middle East. And it's a very, very unsteady status quo is how I describe it. So at least what we're seeing is progress. Whatever direction, the outcome of what we see, it's going to be binary. It's either going to be a positive result where we start to move things in the right direction and perhaps force Iran's hand by economically strangling the overall economy, or this does lead to some sort of escalation. I do think, based on all the conversations I have with Washington, D.C., conversations with management teams of companies that operate over there, I think the U.S. is still tilted towards de-escalation to really try and win on the economic front, especially given the potential for inflationary read-throughs back home at the U.S., which has largely been left out of the pain of this war so far, given its leverage to semiconductors and artificial intelligence that's been powering the market higher. So when I talk to clients, my main message is continue to keep your focus on the developments of the Middle East because of the ability for what happens there to transmit into the broader market. But the biggest, most important trade I really think investors should be continuing to lean into, that we got really good results last week, is leaning into the AI CapEx trade. That has clearly been the winning trade over the past 18 months or so, and just some of the numbers last week were so mind-bogglingly incredible is really the only way I can describe it, that we're continuing to see CapEx growth, beats on margin, beats on earnings and revenue growth, that's the place you want to be as an investor.
Yeah, the standout were Alphabet and Apple. Yes, in terms of the numbers. So you're leaning in more into the AI numbers, AI stocks. So are you bullish on the overall U.S. equities? Because they are at record high levels from here on. What's the kind of upside?
They are. So I think Alphabet's been one of my biggest positions in my portfolio, as is Taiwan-Semiconductor. Both of those names are levered towards this AI trade. And just Alphabet's numbers were clean. You really can't argue with them. And really, the main takeaway I would have from this earnings season we've had so far, in the US at least, is that nothing really makes me want to own software, which is the more beaten down part of the market. It's just all about the investment and the CapEx ecosystem. And it's really about finding the bottlenecks in the build out of the AI trade, because what we learned last week is that there's about $2 trillion worth of RPOs, so basically backlogs for these hyperscalers of revenues that they're committed to, but they can't deliver. And so it's finding the companies downstream that are either building the semiconductors, the memory, the energy, the power. All of that's going to be increasingly important and really has been a driver of the market. And what I'm most excited about for a trade that maybe isn't necessarily at all-time highs right now is thinking about the power situation and clean power in particular. The head of the IEA really said it accurately when he said, that basically the cat's out of the bag, and that the world is already starting to move on from traditional energy. It's going to take a long time, but we're never going to get back to where demand was pre-conflict because there is a transition towards different forms of energy. And I think that impacts every single market around the world. And so I'm trying to find companies across geographies, not just in the US, that are levered towards this sort of power build out, because eventually all countries are going to be included in this AI build out over the long term.
Got that. Matt, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you. Short conversation, but we've got these election numbers to track as the leads start to come in as well. Really appreciate your time here on CNBC TV 18. I'm just going to quickly run through some of the interactions which are lined up here on the show. So we'll give you a quick run through as we always do. We've got lots of stock-specific action, which is coming up, the top 10 segments. We're looking at names like Avenue Supermarts, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Vodafone Idea, Jindal Steel, APL Apollo Tubes, Mazgaon Docks, Sona BLW Precision, Netweb Technologies. These are stocks on the radar on positive news flow. We have Indus Tower, which is on the radar. That is likely to open in the red. We'll tell you why in just a bit. We also have, by the way, a mixed view on auto stocks coming through. That's... those are the auto names in focus. We'll take a break. We are back coming up. All this stuff coming up on the other side.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. You're watching Bazaar Morning Call. It's time now to talk about stocks which should be on your radar. This is CNBC TV 18's list of top stocks for the day. Our research team is standing by. The big earnings reaction will take place in Avenue Supermarts. Mangalam joins in to tell us how the numbers looked.
Well, good morning. It's a good set of numbers that have come in from DMart. If you look at the performance year on year, the revenue has grown 19%, and that's something that the street knew already because of the company's quarterly update. But the EBITDA, that grew 27%. That meant margins expanded by about 40 basis points, and the net profit also grew by about 19%. And if you compare to the pool as well, the street was expecting a 25% jump in the EBITDA. The company's reported slightly higher, so it's a slight beat on the EBITDA. The net profit is slightly below street expectations. That's largely because of the number of stores that the company has added and higher depreciation on account of that. So no real worries out there. In fact, it's a very good performance if you look at the internals as well. Gross margins have improved. 2 years and older DMart stores have actually reported growth in double digits. This compares with 8% same time last quarter and mid-single digit sort of growth expected by the street as well. The only fly in the ointment, geopolitical tensions led to a spike in sales in March, which is now normalized. So how much of this outperformance is because of that, stockpiling by customers or not is something that we will be tracking going forward. And the other thing, the stock has already moved about 30% from its 52-week low, not particularly cheap, but the market sentiment is good, the operational performance is good, hence going with green.
Okay, all right, Mangalam, thanks a lot for that. Well, let's hop across to Ananya. She's here to tell us about big boy Kotak Mahindra Bank's numbers. Ananya, take it away.
Now, Kotak Mahindra Bank delivered a healthy and stable Q4 with PAT beat driven by lower than expected credit cost and lower provision. Now, PAT was up 13% YOY and 17% quarter-on-quarter, while net interest income grew 8% YOY and 4% quarter-on-quarter. Now, the key positive was also the asset quality with NNPA at 0.25%. PCR improved to 79% and credit cost fell sharply to 0.39%. Now, slippages also declined materially. Loan growth was also healthy at around 16% YOY, led by mortgages, SME and secured retail, while deposits grew nearly 15% YOY and CASA improved to 43%. Now, management commentary was also constructive. They said that the secured portfolio remains stable, unsecured stress is now moderating, collections are improving for FY27. They are targeting the growth of around 1.5 to 2 times nominal GDP. Gradual NIM moderation is likely due to higher term deposits rate, while credit costs are expected to remain stable. Cost efficiency is likely to improve through automation and digitization. Now, in ECL norms, management said the one-time transition impact will be less than 2% of the net worth, and they are not seeing any impact of the West Asia conflict currently. So overall, the outlook remained positive, and they are now focusing on growth and asset quality going forward in FY27.
Thank you very much for that, Ananya. For Vodafone Idea, there is positive news. The DOT, that's the Department of Telecommunication, has cut the overall AGR dues owed by the company to the government by 27%, which means 87,500 crore of dues now becomes 64,000 crore of due. But this 27% cut sort of falls short of market expectation, the company's own expectations of a 50% decline. That said, relief is still a relief, and IFL estimates that this will help in 7,000 crore of savings or 70 paise per share in terms of a benefit for the company. But the real problem is not so much AGR dues for the company. It is their spectrum dues, which stand at 1.2 lakh crore rupees. And the question is whether this AGR relief that the company is seeing will help in the company raising that bank debt. Because it is relief, but it's not that sizable, as analysts point out. So I think that remains still the question mark, but it's positive nonetheless. For Industars, they came out with the numbers, but here the focus was on dividend. Now, after 4 years, barring the buyback announcement that they did in 2024, after 4 years, Industars has reinstated the dividend. The dividend stands at 14 rupees per share, slightly lower than market expectations. The street was hopeful for 20, 25 rupees, but it's a dividend nonetheless. And the question is whether, Vodafone Idea's AGR resolution, the conclusion of this regulatory uncertainty also helps Vodafone Idea in building out their capex, which is positive for Industars. In terms of the numbers, okayish numbers, the company's revenues went up by 4.8% on a year-on-year basis. Margins were slightly lower on a quarter-on-quarter basis, largely on account of the increase in energy costs. But for Industars, I think the street reaction to the dividend will be important.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Rima. Well, I'm tracking a couple of companies. Then the results of Jindal Steel, well, that's one result. And the other one is APL Apollo Tubes. Let's start off with Jindal Steel first. The numbers actually were pretty okay, I think so, with regard to Jindal Steel. The EBITDA number was better than what most estimates were, and there is an element of forex element as well out there. But even if you adjusted for the forex element, the EBITDA number was good. The good results with a good improvement sequentially on a EBITDA per ton basis because the operating leverage played out, and there was an initial commissioning cost in the previous quarter that's gradually declining. Additionally, Q1 FY27, well, the price hikes could more or less offset the higher input costs. The Nuvama, who's been very bullish on the company, they believe that Q1 FY27 will be the peak quarter out there. Net debt moved up, but that's an expected line since their commissioning capacities. They've also given a good guidance for the coming year with steel production number of from 11 to around 11.5 million tons and sales volume number of around 10.5 to around 11 million tons. All in all, EBITDA per ton improvement, going with green on this name. Next up, you have APL Apollo Tubes. Remember, the bad news was announced because they had given their volume update. And that's already in the price with regard to the volume miss. So Street has digested the bad news. The good news is realizations have improved. The EBITDA per ton has come in at multi-quarter highs at more than 5,000 rupees. And now the company has become a net cash company with close to around 1,500 crores of cash. They've also declared some dividend as well. So given that the stock is already corrected from around 2,100 rupees to around the 1,900 rupee odd mark, and the volumes are already in, there are some positives to take away from this particular name. So going with green on both these two.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much, Nigel, for that. Mazgaon Dock is what we want to focus on. Ria's got details here. Ria, take it away.
Well, yes, good quarter overall for Mazgaon Dock this time around. Strong revenue growth of 21% year on year. Remember, this is an execution-heavy quarter for the company as well. Even on the profit front, we have seen very strong growth. The EBITDA is up around 4.5 times on a year-on-year basis. Net profit has also more than doubled to 674 crores this time around. And we've also seen a margin expansion of 1,000 basis points on a year-on-year basis. But remember, this is largely due to a low base effect. The last quarter had been affected by very high provisioning. And this, along with a provision write back of 193 crores, has helped the profit growth this time around. The total production costs, remember, have increased to roughly 73% of revenue this time around versus around 64% in the previous two quarters. And this is led by a 67% year-on-year jump in the material costs, but slightly supported by a 30% reduction in the subcontracting expenses as well. Overall, the sequential performance has remained weak in this quarter due to high production costs and other expenses, and also modest revenue growth seen on a sequential basis. If you look at the full year performance, the FY26 revenue has crossed 13,000 crores, which is a growth of 14% higher than the company's guidance of 9% growth. Margins are down roughly 86 basis points to 17.4% this time around, and the profitability has largely been dragged by higher production costs and higher other expenses for the company, and provisions have been halved to roughly 356 crores. The order book has declined by around 14% compared to the previous quarter at roughly 20,535 crores. And going forward, we will be watching out for any updates on the rupees 1 lakh crore P75 high order for the company.
Thank you very much for that. I'm watching for Sona BLW's numbers as well, where the company's revenue growth was very strong. Quarter on quarter up 5%, year on year up 47%. The year on year jump is also on account of the integration of the railway business. But if you look at the revenue growth on a quarter on quarter basis, it stands at more than 5%, 5.3%. And this, analysts point out, is on account of a better than expected performance in battery electric vehicle, BEV. The BEV business now contributes 39% to the overall revenues at an all-time high. The company has also added 9 new EV programs and 3 new EV customers in FY26. So the EV business is firing, and that is driving the company's overall performance. Margins for the company have dropped both quarter on quarter by 80 basis points and on a year-on-year basis by 280 basis points on account of an adverse product mix and some input cost inflation. And additionally, when you look at it on a year-on-year basis, the prior, Q4 of FY25 also had the PLI benefit, which explains that big drop in margins. But on the whole, good revenue performance, and Jefferies today has increased the FY28, FY27, FY28 EPS by about 3%. So that's Sona BLW for you. Let's talk about NetWeb Technologies. Vinny is joining in to tell us how the numbers looked.
Hi, good morning. So in terms of NetWeb Technologies, another strong quarter that's come in for the company. Overall, they managed to see an 86% growth on a year-on-year basis for Q4 FY26. Adjusted EBITDA, I'm talking about. Adjusted, why? Because there were some M2M losses of around 5-6 crores. So adjusting off that, they've still managed to see a good growth of around 72% in EBITDA. Margins, 13.2% versus 14.3%. Profits of the company, a slight bit of a growth there as well of around 66%. Now, order pipeline continues to be strong for the company, right? Overall, the pipeline is of around 4,400 crores, L1 in around 3,200 crores of the order. Organic order book is strong. Big ticket order books, they've had a strategic order win as well that came in the recent times. So that also continues to be strong. So visibility continues to be there for the company for FY27. AI systems, that accounts to around 43% of the revenue in FY26. So overall, FY26 has been very strong for the company. Only one bit of a blip that came in right now was in terms of the data center revenue. That's seen a decline at a time when we're seeing so much of data center coming in India. So that's a bit of a question that we'll have to watch out for from the management. But apart from that, good numbers. Sequentially also margins have improved, but YOY, a slight bit of a decline that we're seeing because of change in mix. But all in all, good numbers.
Thank you very much for that. Hormus is now joining in to tell us how the auto numbers looked for the month gone by. Hormus.
Well, the prima facie numbers look pretty decent on a year-on-year basis when you compare the April numbers. The Hyundai Motor India's sales were 17% higher. The best ever monthly sale that they have reported in the month of April since their inception is what the management has said. Even for Mahindra and Mahindra, it was in the low teens, 14% higher on a year-on-year basis, close to 1 lakh units. Tractor sales were the bigger highlight though, 21% higher compared to last year, closing in on that 50,000 units mark in the month of April. For Tata Motors, commercial vehicles as well, a 28% jump in overall sales, the 35,000, almost 35,000 units in the month of April. For Royal Enfield, when you compare it to in Eicher Motors for Royal Enfield, the total sales were up 31% from last year, crossing the mark of 1.1 lakh units. Up to 350cc, sales were up 34%, and over 350cc too saw a 10% growth from last year. Maruti Suzuki as well, strong numbers, close to 2.5 lakh units were sold in the month of April, 33% higher from last year. Domestic sales were up 35%, exports were up 43% as well. So strong numbers from Maruti and Hero MotoCorp as well. Of course on a low base, yes, but 85% higher on a year-on-year basis, close to 6 lakh units sold in the month of April. Scooter sales were up as well, as were motorcycle sales that were up 75%, and exports also more than doubled on a year-on-year basis. So overall, prima facie numbers look good when it comes to a lot of these auto OEMs.
Appreciated, Hormus. Thanks a lot for joining and giving us that update. Well, let's hop across to Manisha. She's joining to tell us what's going on in the commodity markets overnight. Manisha, morning.
Thank you for that. Well, I'll start with the crude oil prices, which have seen a decline as the new week and a month starts here. Well, the major reason, of course, is coming in from the U.S., which has signaled that they will help ships of countries not involved in the Iran war. The U.S. Project Freedom begins from today morning, is what the U.S. has said. And they also said that the 14-point agenda or a proposal that the Iran has sent will be reviewed. In addition to that, you also have the U.S. oil and rig count, which has increased for a second week to a one-month high. If you look at the Venezuela oil exports, that gained up by 14% in the month of April at a 7-year high. So supplies seem to be easing in some sense and increasing from other countries. That is what is keeping the crude oil prices in check. Also, when you look at Canada numbers, if you look at Guinea numbers, Brazil numbers, all the exports and the production for the month of April have been on the positive side onto that one. So while their crude oil prices have come off a bit, we're looking at the base metal prices continue to trade firm. Aluminum gained 4% in the month of April, and copper prices gained up 3% as well. What is not doing so great in the day-to-day is the precious metal prices, coming off yet again because of the strength in dollar. So gold, after posting 2 months of losses in March and April, has started the month of May as well on a weaker note.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Manisha. Lots happening as far as commodities are concerned as well. I think let's just quickly look at the GIFT Nifty for a quick bit. See what's happening. Some leads, of course, are coming through. What do we have? West Bengal is right up there. You've got Tamil Nadu. 140 at 8 o'clock, 160, 170 points. I mean, not very much different, but this is what we are tracking in Bengal right now. So trends for 196, but this is very, very initial, initial kind of rates which are coming through, sort of trends or leads rather, which are coming through. 64 out of 126, and there is Tamil Nadu out of 70 out of 234. So, treat this, of course, with a fair bit of trepidation and very, very initial trends. So maybe by around 9 o'clock or so, maybe a little more firmer, and we'll see how this goes. 110 out of 140. So I guess more leads for Kerala coming through. We'll take a break and we'll focus on these state election numbers, Bengal in particular. So our colleagues Santya and Archana are going to be sort of running us through the stats on the magic wall. And that is essentially going to be what we'll do as we come back. Stay tuned.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का डीबीएस बैंक। डीबीएस बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ।
Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
Welcome back. We've got a packed show. Let's begin with the first corporate. Dr. Lal PathLabs is the first management on the show. The Q4 revenue growth came in healthy. Margins have slightly fallen compared to street expectations, but the company is confident about the way forward. We have with us Shankar Banerjee, CEO of Dr. Lal PathLabs, on the show now. Thank you very much, sir, for joining in. Now, for FY27, you've guided for a 13 to 15% revenue growth and EBITDA margins of 27 to 28%. Can you take us through the underlying volume and pricing assumptions behind this guidance?
Yeah, hi, good morning, and thank you for having me on the show. I think the volume numbers we measure is patient as well as sample volume. So this year, we had patient volumes at about 5.2%. And last quarter, our sample volumes actually went up to about 12.9%, but on an annual basis, it was over 10% for our revenue of 12.2% growth. So next year also between 13 to 15% that we are saying will be primarily sample and patient volume driven. As of now, for the next few quarters, we are not contemplating a price increase, although we have a close watch on how the pricing movement is happening, what could happen to the cost structures, given the depreciating rupee, as well as what we are seeing in terms of the Middle East crisis. But that we are keeping a close eye on. But as of now, it will be primarily volume-led.
So volumes will pick up from the 5.2% that you had in FY26, since growth will be volume-driven. Are we looking at a 10% kind of volume growth for FY27?
So even in this year, FY26, with 5.2% of volume, we have patient volume, we have done about 12.2% of overall growth, because there's a mix benefit that we are getting, product and geography mix. So even going forward, we are going to have a product and geography mix. So the volume number that I was mentioning, 5.2% this year or the year that has gone by. So next year will be better than that, but we are also going to see a mix improvement. And that is what will take us to the number that we have guided between 13 to 15%.
Mr. Banerjee, hi, good morning. Prashant here, this is expected to be lower than normal monsoon season this year. At least that's what the IMD is telling us. In terms of, does that have an implication? Can you go back when you've had a poor monsoon year? I mean, does that have an impact on the kind of uptick in all kinds of diseases which get tested, malaria, etc., etc.? I mean, is there any correlation how the year pans out? At least the 2 quarters.
So yes, there is some bit of correlation because, a part of, like you said, what we call as vector-borne or diseases have a bit of a correlation with monsoons. But our business mix is very low, has very low dependence on the vector-borne diseases. So they may have some minor impact in 1 or 2 months or in a quarter or so, but overall at a company level, it's a very low contributing number. So I don't see that really impacting what we have set out as our objective or the guidance that we are giving for next year.
Okay, all right. Hi, Mr. Banerjee. Good morning and good to see you. Ben, a quick question with regard to your tier 3, tier 4 mix, if I look at it as a percentage of your total revenues, well, that's close to around a third right now. So if you could give us a sense in terms of how do margins, how do average prices, differ in tier 3 and 4 in comparison to the metros?
So, I have kind of mentioned this earlier as well. Our pricing is a cluster-based pricing. So, within a closed geographic cluster, our pricing is the same.
Okay.
Now, so let's say, the tier 3, tier 4 that we are talking about, if it is, let's say if you take Lucknow as a city and try to look at tier 3, tier 4 towns nearby, the pricing in the tier 4, tier 3 town is not going to be different from what we run in Lucknow. But yeah, Lucknow could be different from Delhi because Delhi cluster could be a different price level. So our pricing works in that, in a cluster basis, and we really don't differentiate within the closed cluster in terms of pricing.
All right, Mr. Banerjee, we'll leave it there, sir. Thank you very much. Good luck, and we'll speak again. Appreciate you joining us here on CNBC TV 18. Well, that's Dr. Lal PathLabs with a focus on numbers, what they've reported, and of course, what their guidance is looking like as well. Well, I think, let's go across to Santya, standing by on the magic wall with the first sort of look at how these state election trends are coming in. This is very, very early, but Santya, take it away.
Yes, Prashant, as you rightly mentioned, these are extremely early trends, but let's take a look at how every party is positioned right now. I'm starting with West Bengal, the most talked about state. So TMC is leading on 106 seats and BJP is leading on 105 seats. It is extremely neck and neck, and that's exactly what experts also suggested. Everyone we spoke to, the ground reports, everything suggested that the fight is going to be extremely neck and neck. Congress here is leading on 2 seats. Remember, in last elections, neither Congress nor the Left Front, they were actually in an alliance. They did not even open their account. So it's not a good news, but it's still, compared to what happened last time, is slightly better for the Congress party. And as you can see, the difference is only 1 seat. But these are extremely early trends, and these are extremely volatile numbers. Now, the key factors at play here the top factor is going to be SIR. Now, which parties are going to favor, that remains to be seen. It is understood that it's largely going to benefit BJP because the way the names of voters have been deleted in TMC-dominated constituencies, 50% deletions happened in TMC-dominating constituencies and 7% deletions happened in BJP-dominating constituencies. That's largely North Bengal. In Bhawanipur alone, where Mamata Banerjee is contesting from, 51,000 names were deleted, and last time's winning margin for TMC was only 58,000 votes from there. So the key factor is going to be SIR. Other than that, how exactly LDF and Congress, CPIM and Congress are going to impact the minority votes, that remains to be seen. Are they going to cut the minority votes? Are they also going to cut anti-TMC votes? All that remains to be seen. But these are the factors which are going to be at play here. For TMC, it's the fight for relevance. It's the fight for survival. If TMC makes it back to the power, it's going to form a government for the 4th consecutive term. But BJP is trying to make inroads in this state for a very long time. One interesting anecdote which I would like to share, Prashant. It was only 20 years ago that TMC and BJP were actually in an alliance in 2006 state assembly elections. Now see how the tables have turned. In fact, it was TMC which helped BJP win its first constituency in the state. So as we say, no permanent friends and enemies in politics. This is exactly how West Bengal is looking. Before we go, let's take a look at Tamil Nadu. DMK leading on 51 seats and AIADMK leading on 22. TVK leading on 11 seats. So these are 2 most crucial states for BJP. But as we said, early numbers, the data can change, and we at CNBC TV 18 will keep bringing all the latest numbers and updates. Prashant.
All right. Thanks very much, Santya, for that. So keep it here. We'll of course have some of the fastest numbers coming through across the network on News 18 and of course here on CNBC TV 18 as well. So Santya, thanks very much, and we'll do the other states in a bit. We'll take a break. Dharmesh Kant with some fundamental stock conversation on the other side, coming back in just a bit.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर।
Welcome back. Hope you're having a good morning. Well, all eyes on the state elections, and we'll get those results that start trickling in. For the time being, though, let's focus on the trading action. And as always, Harma joins us to tell us about the big movers on Thursday, and some of them that were backed by good delivery. Hey, Harmas, morning.
Morning, Nigel. And of course, Vedanta was the big talking point last Thursday after the price discovery session that happened ex-demerger. So today will be the first proper trading session that the stock will have. And even on Thursday, the stock ended 6% below the settlement price that it was having during the discovery session. The volumes on Thursday were the highest since June of 2024. 7.5 crore shares were traded, 20-day average of 2 crore shares. And the delivery volumes were over the mark of 50% for the 6th straight session. And even on Thursday, 50% of the total shares traded were marked for delivery, close to 3.5 crore shares for delivery. The 20-day average was around 94 lakh shares, and the most traded stock, of course, on the Nifty Metal Index on Thursday. The other one that did very well on Thursday was Meesho. The stock was up almost 12%, the biggest single-day gain of the year, most since 2025 on the volumes front as well. Close to 15 crore shares were traded on Thursday. The 20-day average is less than a crore. The 7% of the shares traded were marked for delivery, so over a crore shares for delivery. The 20-day average is just under 30 lakh shares, and the stock was up 38% in the month of April, but still down around 25% from its post-listing high, which is around 254. Now, the last one that underperformed on Thursday was Vari Energies. There was the biggest single day fall since its listing. The stock was down 11% on Thursday as a result reaction. The premiums on the 2900 put option were up 250% during Thursday session during that fall. The volumes were the highest in over 2 months. 80 lakh shares were traded, 4x of its 20-day average, and even 33% of those total shares traded were marked for delivery. So close to 27 lakh shares traded. The 20-day average is close to 6 lakh shares. And the stock is down around 20% from its 52-week highs.
Thank you very much for that. Dharmesh Kant, Head of Research, Chola Securities, is now joining in. Dharmesh, straight away getting to stocks. Indus Stars is a stock I believe that you've liked in the past. What have you made of that dividend of 14 rupees? Met your expectations, slightly disappointing? And do you think the company is conserving cash, maybe for an M&A?
Yeah, good morning. Definitely looks like, but the numbers were a bit disappointing as far as, the per sharing tower revenue is concerned and per sharing co-location of tower revenue is concerned. So there was a dip of 1 to 2% on both year-on-year and sequential basis, and that is where the concern has been. The growth in the revenue, profit margins and profitability was in single digit. So keeping that in mind, the lower dividend play, though a good news from the Vodafone idea is coming that if liability EGR dues are being restricted by say 7,000 odd crores, it's lower than that. That may benefit it in some way, but overall, the numbers looked a bit disappointing to me.
Hi, Dharmesh. Good morning. Good to see you. When the big talk over the weekend was the way BSE has come ahead and grabbed market share from the NSE. What is your view on BSE? Just take a look at that stock. It's corrected to around 2,100. It's moved all the way to around 3,500 or thereabouts. Need to note, though, in the month of April, there were a couple of one-offs because NSE, had a holiday on Tuesday, and also the series started from Wednesday. So you need to take both those two into account. They lost out on some volumes just for last month. So May will be an interesting month to see whether or not BSE can hold on to this market share. What's your take on BSE?
Yeah, good morning, Nigel. I mean, they have just edged past in the F&O volume as far as BSE is concerned, and they have taken many steps and measures to pump up their derivative volume. So, which NSE of late has not been doing. They have not been aggressive on the marketing and strategizing side, and BSE has been constantly, dealing with many analysts across the brokerages to pump up the volumes, which has resulted in the numbers. I think going forward, this fight will continue, but once the market stabilizes, this volatility subsides, then it will be the real test on the F&O volume side, because the SCT hike is already in place, and we have to see how this, when you are expecting normal kind of a profit in a normal market, what is the volume bets traders are willing to place. There we think there would be 15-20% kind of on the yearly basis tapping on the volume on the downside is likely to be there. So having said that, but BSE remains a good play. I mean, if you're looking from a long-term perspective, 5-7 years compounding of the profitabilities will be there as the organic expansion of the market takes place. So the normal suggestion is all this capital market play, you have to buy on declines and keep on holding it as a portfolio bet for say next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, but in this sense, BSE, of course, I mean, market share has been moving up consistently. But that headline will perhaps make an impact in the stock price today. That, I mean, they've nudged ahead of the NSE. But there is that, as Nigel also pointed out, there is that one extra expiry that BSE had compared to the NSE, and that makes a whole lot of difference. I mean, it'll completely skew the numbers. So we'll just need to see this on a steady state basis. If this is most likely, it won't be. I mean, numbers will normalize once again. But I mean, unmistakably, BSE, of course, has been doing well, sort of gaining a market share and eating into some of what was prior, in the past NSE's share in that sense. I think, Dharmesh, the elections, of course, are the other one, right? And Bengal in focus. Anything to do based on these results, one way or the other? Or you think it's a general sentiment rub-off, up or down, for the broader market, but there's not very much single stock kind of situation that you can look at?
I think, Prashant, as you earlier highlighted, this is a consequential result which would be there. And to my mind, having seen the fate of delimitation bill in the parliament, this election becomes all the more important for ruling center party government. So if they manage to climb up the ladder in West Bengal, and by saying climb up, they have to win this election, then things would be much easier, and I mean that would be a thumbs up for the market. But in case there is a mess out there, then going forward, things would be difficult, having light to the geopolitical environment and pressures we are already into, tackling them, and it gives a wave to the, many other things. So it's an important result. So only, I mean, thumbs up for the market is they have to come clean on West Bengal as a winner.
Yeah, 100%. Did you look at the DMart results, Dharmesh? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, DMart results for Q4 was good, but if on a normalized basis, on year-on-year basis, it's like a higher single-digit kind of gain across the board, and the margins were a bit suppressed in Q4. I was expecting a bit better margin. Q1 would be critical, where input prices have actually been rising up, and there the margin compression will be there. So, having regard to the numbers, I mean, 10-15% is doable on an yearly basis. But if you read this in regard to the valuation multiples DMart is trading up, there's not much headroom out there for the price appreciation. So it's more of a time-wise correction and consolidation which will continue to happen in DMart.
Okay, all right, Dharmesh, stay with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. There's 7 minutes to go for the pre-open session. We'll come back in just a bit. Some of the leads, etc. I'm tempted to refer to these, but remember, these are still early. It's kind of neck and neck as far as the Bengal numbers are concerned. These are leads, of course. I should say leads, not seats, but 113, 112. That's how close this is. At least it seems so with an hour in, not even an hour of counting in. We'll take a break. We're back. More coming up on the other side.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
Real time, on the go. India chooses Network 18, commanding a whopping 80%.
Okay, welcome back. Dharmesh Kant is with us, and we're of course looking at the numbers come through. Bajaj Auto numbers at the bottom of the screen, and of course we'll get all these sales numbers one by one. Sales are up 40%. So on an actual year-on-year basis, these are super strong numbers. Domestic sales are up about 13% or so. So about 2.5 odd lakhs compared to 2.2. That is Bajaj numbers. Total exports are up 83% this month. So these are very large numbers coming through from Bajaj. And, we'll get the others one by one as they start to trickle in. Dharmesh, you want to weigh in? Anything you'd watch out for out of the auto numbers as we get?
Yeah, Prashant, I mean, auto numbers were a brilliant set of numbers, be it, Bajaj Auto, we are just seeing the numbers being played on your screen. At the same time, Maruti came out with a super good set of numbers. Even Hyundai numbers were far better than the expectation. I was expecting 2 and 3% kind of a growth, but they did on a higher single-digit kind of a number. So these numbers look pretty good. Most of the company OEM manufacturers have taken price hikes to mitigate the input prices out there, and they have corrected quite a bit from their top. So I think a good run-up in this as ahead to the monsoon season, in light of the ensuing marriage season, is on the cards. And our topic from the space remains Hero MotoCorp and Mahindra, and maybe Maruti can be added to the basket in light of the good numbers they have come out with.
Dharmesh, quick word on on APL Apollo Tubes or Jindal Steel. APL Apollo Tubes, actually, they come out with their volume numbers for the past quarter, and the street was disappointing. So the stock got slammed back. But now the numbers didn't look so bad, actually. On the EBITDA per ton front, looked good, given that they didn't have the kind of operating leverage that the market wished for. While Jindal Steel, there was an improvement in the profitability, and quarter one could be pretty okay. But Nuvama is calling out for peak quarter. Your view on either of these two names?
Yeah, as far as APL Apollo Tubes is concerned, we have been bullish on the tubes and pipe segment of this business, and we had an initiating coverage on Welspun Corporation, 6 months back. The stock prices were done fairly well, and even the target price has been achieved. We did it at 840, 1110 was the price. But I think going forward, as Jal Jeevan Mission and all this starts rolling back into the system. So it's a good time for these companies to do well. But I would still stick my neck and hang out with Welspun Corporation because of their exposure into the Middle East and United States of America, where again the pipes will be required for supplying of gas, for natural gas to all these data center plants. So it's a long 5-year kind of visibility out there. So that remains the topic. But yeah, having said that, APL Apollo Tubes numbers were good. As far as ferrous space is concerned, we are bullish on the entire space, and there we like more of a ferrous play on the JSW Steel Authority of India and Tata Steel.
Thank you very much for joining in. Let's get in some technical trading ideas before we get the pre-opening rates. Mitesh Thakkar and Sudarshan Sukhani join in as always. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining in. Happy Monday to you. Mitesh, let me start with you. On Thursday, we gave up a little bit. The mid-caps, small caps underperformed. We recovered from the low point. But from this level of 24,000 close and this gap up opening, where do we go?
Good morning.
I think in the last few days I've maintained that the Nifty would be range bound, yet choppy and volatile. And I gave the boundaries as 24,350, 400 on the upside and 23,800 on the downside, and that still remains. So I think we kind of recovered from lows of around 23,800 on Thursday. And today we might open with a 150 odd point and gap up. We could, even in the next 1 or 2 days, head towards 24,350, 400. I think a stronger move will happen only if the Nifty manages to clear this hurdle. Otherwise, for the timing, my idea is to take profits as we get closer to about 24,350.
Got that. Sudarshan, what would the Nifty call be?
Yeah, good morning. Well, for most of last week, I had said stay away, but today is a very different scenario. On Thursday, the Nifty had a sharp decline, found support and did a test of 23,800, which was an earlier low. Now, when a market does a test and successful test, that's good news for buyers. I would think that we can buy the Nifty today. If you get an intraday dip, all the better, or you can divide it into 2 parts, some just after the open, and part of it wait for a sharp correction. Your stops are 23,800, but this is not an intraday trade, it's a positional trade because we have wide stops. The chances are that if the stops hold, the Nifty can have a very decent up move.
Let's talk stocks then. Sudarshan, what are you going with?
I'm sorry?
Stocks, what would the stock calls be for the day?
I'm not getting your voice.
Sudarshan, Rima's asking, what are the stock calls for the day?
Yeah, and now I'm getting it. Okay, sorry.
Beautiful.
Adani Ports is a buy with a stop under 1640. Siemens is a buy, and Siemens is also a positional buy with a stop under 3750. Cipla is a short with a stop above 1340, and DLF is a short with a stop above 600. While we can have a mix of buys stocks in the Nifty, I would still say look for dips to buy.
Got that. 23,800 is a support you pointed out on the Nifty. Mitesh, what would your stock calls be?
I have a majority of or more of buy calls. Bajaj Auto is a buy with a stop at 9,900 for targets of 10,250. Bharti Airtel is another one which is showing strength and reversal. So buy with a stop at 1866 for targets of 1935. ITC had a big breakout on Wednesday, and Thursday was more of a sideways, subdued kind of a move, but the direction seems to have changed on the upside. So buy ITC with a stop below 309.9 for targets of 225, and one sell call, that's K FinTech. Keep a stop at 916, look for targets of 855.
Okay, all right. Mitesh, thanks very much. Sudarshan, thank you very much for that. We'll come back to you in about, 10 minutes or so, get a quick sense. The rupee, by the way, is open at about 94.95. It's compared to the last close, which is Thursday. Friday was a holiday. 94.91 was the close in that sense. I mean, the point is oil is lower, right? I mean, the contract was expiring on the 30th, remember? And we hit a high of 122, if you remember that, on Thursday. And then, of course, I mean, things cooled off by the time we shut shop at 3:30, and then it cooled off more, and the front month contract changed. It rolled over to the far month, became the near month, and we're about 108.5. So it's a far cry from where we were at. The thing, of course, now is to see if this Trump's offer to guide ships out from the Strait, is it an innocent, nice, neutral kind of offer, or is this kind of a prelude to something more? Which is like escalation, Iran responds, and then the US is forced to respond. So we'll see. There are people who believe that this perhaps is that. There are others who think maybe, as Matt Orton in the morning told us, he thinks this is de-escalation. The other story, of course, which is developing parallelly, of course, is the election, the early trends which are coming through. And I mean, Bengal looks pretty tight across the board. So I think we are almost neck and neck. Maybe the BJP. Remember, the exit polls all gave an edge to the BJP. So we will see how this comes through in a bit. As I said, by 10:30, 11 or so, directionally it will become much clearer. But these are numbers that we have. So 119, these are leads. For the TMC, it's about 109 at this point in time. The majority mark is 148. Congress and others, of course, about 5 or so. That's Tamil Nadu for you. DMK was, of course, the exit polls sort of gave it to the DMK that they'll come back. 53. The TVK is doing very well. 46. So, I mean, it's not so cut and dry. There was one exit poll, Access My India, which essentially said that the TVK would be in a position to form the government on its own. So we'll see. AIDMK at about 34 or so. And of course, I mean, those are the two big ones. But there is Kerala, where there is UDF, which perhaps is ahead, as the exit polls showed us. 74, LDF at about 58. So that's the Congress-led UDF, one of the few states where it is still it still holds sway in a sizable way, and it's always sort of flips between the LDF and the UDF in every election, so to speak. I think just take a quick look at the Assam election as well. So the BJP seen ahead with 69. These are, of course, all leads. I just want to say again and again. So if these leads are to hold, I mean, the majority mark is 64, so they're well through. Congress is 15, and other parties, of course, are there with small leads at this stage. Puducherry, BJP 22. I mean, actually, for most other states, and Tamil Nadu, I mean, I think as we were mentioning earlier, if you know, the TVK is as close, then that will be another election to watch very closely. And if there is an upset, we'll have to see. There was only one poll, as I said, which was predicting that. Otherwise, it was largely all in line. And Bengal, of course, seems to be very, very tight. The tightest of all. And actually, the Tamil Nadu is the other one, which also seems to be very, very close at this point in time. I think Avenue Supermarts reported numbers. Let's just get back to single stocks and results, etc. Rima, we've got Jignanshu from Bernstein with us.
Well, indeed. And this time, Avenue Supermarts reported a revenue growth of about 19% ahead of estimates. And this is one of the best beats that we've seen from Avenue Supermarts, at least in the recent past. The stock right now in pre-open is flat. Jignanshu is now joining in. Jignanshu, your thoughts on DMart, even the store edition, the highest on record in a single quarter at 58. Does that tell you the company is now back on track, growth is picking up, or there were some one-offs in the quarter which explains the top-line growth?
Thank you, Rima and Prashant, for having me. Always a pleasure. We have always thought of DMart as a more structural, longer-term story, but it dipped in consumer sentiments because compared to other players in the industry, it wasn't growing as fast and did not appear as aggressive. And there was the narrative of a quick commerce-led competition, which will sort of take its customers and hence its lunch away, so to speak. Both of those we feel aren't true. And we don't think there is a significant amount of one-off in this, at least nothing positive. So 19% revenue growth was surprising. I think the other encouraging factor was the 22 to 25% EBITDA/PBT growth, which means operating leverage is coming back.
So if there are no one-offs, what kind of revenue EBITDA growth are you penciling in for FY27, FY28? And therefore, then what are the valuations of Avenue Supermarts?
So we pencil in an 18 to 19% growth CAGR over the next 2 years on revenue side, and with a margin expansion around a 25% EPS CAGR from now till F28. So on F28, our EPS is 72 rupees, and we give it a 70 PE on valuation. We also do a DCF for DMart. Both of those give us a 5,000 rupee price as fair value for the next 12 months. Post that, it remains a compounder.
So basically about 10% or so from here, right? In terms of your target price.
Yeah, it's done 21% YTD versus
it's done well.
8 to 10. Yeah, so that's 10%.
Jignanshu, interesting and poetic note on Eternal. At least the title was poetic, right? The growth is lovely, dark and deep. Now we have margins to keep. I think, but we need it. So keep it coming. And you know, but my question is not in isolation on Eternal. You had a note out on Zepto as well. So as the Zepto juggernaut also sort of comes through and eventually becomes public, etc. What's your sense? How is that going to play out for investors who like this space as a whole, who like this category, quick commerce and food delivery?
I think both. So quick commerce first, at an industry, we felt in 2025 that the worst days of competition were behind it, with sort of the top three players, which is Eternal, Zepto and Swiggy taking the cake. What 2026 is telling us is it's not true. And there is like you said, Zepto has been growing its order volumes very fast. we are also seeing the same growth from now aggression from Flipkart and Amazon in terms of adding complexity to the land grab. The challenge is the space is evolving so fast. I don't think a steady state resolution will have 7 active players in the market. So until that clarity emerges, it will be tough to visualize who can really make money and who can't.
So you can't bet on one, or you bet, as many have. Some prominent investors have bet on pretty much all 3. At least not all, but I mean they've bet on 2, 3. So that's like a basket of companies. If you can, both listed, unlisted.
Yeah. So I think you bet on folks who you think will have the longest staying power, and hence the probability of becoming one of the survivors or leaders of this industry. So we have always believed that Eternal has that for sure, given its current position, the lack of or the best financials, the best operational metrics, as well as the cash that it has on its books. Right. For everybody else, I think there's a jury out on how their strategies, their funding, etc. plays out.
Jignanshu, what's your view on Blinkit's guidance, $1 billion of adjusted EBITDA by FY29? Optimistic, realistic, conservative?
Of course, optimistic. I think both the revenue guide or the NOV guidance on quick commerce at a 60% CAGR for 3 years and the $1 billion EBITDA guidance, they are optimistic. But I do not think they are outside the realm of possibility. They will be taken with a pinch of salt, given the change in the quick commerce guidance from sort of 100% CAGR to a 60%, largely because of competitive dynamics. But I think there is some inherent assumptions about how competitive dynamics play out for that $1 billion EBITDA to be realized, without which I think it's tough. We pencil in around 900 million because we also expect that over that time frame, there will be some resolution of the competitive intensity.
So your guidance is adjusted EBITDA of $900 million by FY29 versus the company's guidance of $1 billion. And what about the NOV growth? You said even the 60% growth guidance given by the company is a little optimistic.
So we are at 50% or 51% CAGR from F26 to F29. And our logic is this may not be a straight line dive, a sort of a reduction like 75, 60 and 50, even if it has to be. It will be a little volatile depending on the actions of the competition and how Blinkit chooses to respond to those, which is why we take a haircut.
Sapphire and Devyani also had 20% moves last week. You have coverage, Jignanshu. Any thoughts?
No, I think those moves were reactionary to how badly the QSR names were beaten up. And the SSSG print from KFC for Sapphire was, I think, the most encouraging part of the narrative.
In your coverage universe, which is the stock with the highest upside? Absolute upside?
Absolute upside would be Eternal at this point in time.
Eternal. Got that. We'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Jignanshu. Running into market open, always great, and keep, as I said, those notes coming, those poetic ones, and makes them interesting, and of course they're always insightful as well. Thank you. Well, I think Adani Ports has seen a large block trade. 4.6 crore shares have been traded, and that's about 1.9% of equity. Almost 2% of equity has changed hands. Adani Ports, of course, reported numbers last week. Numbers were very steady. Despite, of course, all of the disruption in the Middle East and the shipping lanes, etc., etc., but they reported a pretty strong set. We sort of, took note of those numbers when they came through. I think it was Thursday, and 1,700 or so on Adani Ports is making a move this morning, about 2.7% higher. Just a couple of seconds to go for market open, and as you can see right up there, it's pretty close, 120 and 110 BJP and TMC in the Bengal elections. And the margin is, the leads for Tamil Nadu also not that far out. Actually, it's flipped now. TVK ahead with 63, DMK at 49. There was one poll which gave it to the TVK, which is Access My India. And of course, all the others said the DMK comes back. So this is turning out to be very, very interesting. 175 points on the Nifty to begin this session this Monday, this new week. 24,200 is back on the table. The Nifty Bank is up 350 points, 55,200. The Nifty, mid-cap index is starting about 0.8% higher. The small-cap and mid-cap indices, by the way, had it very good last week. I mean, the small-cap index was up 3% last week, while the Nifty was up just 0.5%. The Nifty Bank was down 2%. So small caps had a pretty good last 4 sessions, the week that is. The Nifty heat map comes up next, gives you a quick sense of where we are likely to start on the 50 stock index. And this is, of course, straight out of the gate. So we'll give it some time. Things will settle, move around, etc. And a lot will depend on some of the other numbers which are flashing, which are not stock prices, but of course rates coming through from the elections. We will have that up. I think we can do this on the big wall today since we have it. Nigel, take it away.
Well, that's right. A few stocks actually are calling for attention. The Nifty, as you said, has opened up well in the green. So let's get a couple of top movers in today's trading session. You have Adani Ports. I saw a large trade out there, close to 2% equity changing hands. And we have news as well that's come in today that the cargo volumes, in fact, are up by close to around 15%. So that explains why Adani Ports is one of the top gainers on the Nifty itself. Bajaj Auto, the stock had a big run in Thursday's trading session. They announced a buyback, and now the sales volume number, in fact, is up close to around 40% or thereabouts, with a big boost coming in for exports. So that one is up and about in today's trading session. Maruti Suzuki, the auto sales numbers jumping up by close to around 33%. The street likes it. So auto sales on the whole actually haven't been very, very disappointing. In fact, all the auto names are doing well. I think we should get the auto index because that one, in fact, has popped up in trade as well. IndiGlobe Aviation, that was up close to around 1.5% or thereabouts because their domestic ATF prices continue to remain at subdued levels in comparison to what's happening in the globe. And that's a bit of a relief for them. So that's why IndiGlobe Aviation as well, that's holding with a gain of 1.5%. The casualty this morning from the Nifty itself is actually Kotak Mahindra Bank. In reaction to its numbers, that stock, in fact, is losing a good deal. That's down 4.5%, and that explains why the Nifty Bank as well is doing a relative underperformance. As you can see, the Nifty Bank is up only around 0.5%, while the Nifty that's here is up close to around 0.8%. Keep an eye out on the bottom of your screen as well. The number of stocks advancing are outweighing the number of stocks declining. So you like that? That's in the ratio of close to around 5:1. But individual stocks are doing a thing of their own. Few earnings reactions. Just take a look at SFB, Equitas SFB. That stock was up close to around 4%. Big move out there. Idea Forge, possibly one of the best quarters that they've delivered since listing. So that stock was up more than 10%. I think we should get Idea Forge up for you on the screen. That stock, in fact, had very, very large volumes in the initial part of trade. On the flip side, you have Zen Technologies, actually, that's come in for some selling pressure. So that one was down close to around 8%. Let's get Idea Forge, stock up more than 10%, now 15% higher. Zen Technology not reacting very, very well. And LG Balakrishnan as well come in for some profit taking. Vodafone Idea is rallying on the back of some relief that they've got. Maybe not as much as some of the brokerages anticipated, but that one as well doing pretty well. And other stocks that are doing well, HFCL continues its good run. CESC, in fact, is reacting positively as well. It came out with its set of numbers. So all in all, a good start to trade. The Nifty has opened gap up. The auto space, in fact, is giving you big returns today. But that's the number that will make your portfolios feel good. Number of stocks advancing close to around 2,000 stocks in comparison to number of stocks declining less than 500 stocks. Good start. Let's see how we build on to these gains.
All right, now, Nigel, and that was looking superb as well as we highlight. I mean, should do this every day.
Let's do it.
Okay, all right. I think it's a good-looking screen all told, and 0.8% higher. Prateek Gupta is with us. Let's go across to him. He's co-head Kotak Institutional Equities. Prateek, good morning. Great to have you with us here. Thanks for joining in. This is we caught you on a day where the screen's showing 200 up. Could have been equally plausible with a 200 down day. That's the kind of market we've been in, but in ranged all told, right? 500 points and some, maybe a little more. What will cause a break out of this range one way or the other, Prateek? And let me just start with whether, and many people are of the view that maybe the market's getting too complacent. There's not too much damage, right, which we've seen because with oil staying at 100 plus and kind of we've adjusted to this new environment in a pretty good way, all told. You think that could change, Prateek?
Good morning, Prashant. Yes, I think we are getting a bit complacent. I think a couple of reasons. First and foremost is you said oil is at 100 or 110, and we're getting used to it. Part of the reason is the main impact of the spike in crude oil prices over the last 2-3 months has been absorbed by the oil marketing companies. The pass-through to the retail segment, whether it's retail diesel prices or retail petrol prices, has not been very significant. In fact, even on the weekend after the election results, or after the elections, we saw the hike only in the commercial LPG prices, not so much in the residential side. So one is as over the next few days or weeks, the pressure becomes a bit more intense. We are likely to see hikes in retail consumer prices. That in turn will feed through into inflation, into lower consumer spending, higher interest rates, all the usual stuff, which could be quite negative for the economy, especially the consumption-oriented part of the economy. The second is obviously the overall risk, which is still out there in terms of the supplies and pricing of oil, our energy supplies. Everybody's assuming that the Strait of Hormuz will reopen sooner or later. It's a matter of time. A peace deal is imminent, etc. The hostilities have stopped, but that's always a risk that geopolitics, it's tough to predict what happens there. Third is obviously the AI risk, which is still out there, and it's actually intensifying with every sort of few months. And fourth is, as far as India is concerned, we have the prospect of potentially a bad monsoon as per the weather forecasts. Let's see how that pans out. So there is sort of more risk to the downside than upside at current levels.
So what could be the extent of downside from here on, Prateek? If you had to pencil, look ahead, advice for the next 12 months on the headline, what should one expect? And even share your views on mid-cap and small-cap, because increasingly there is a lot more optimism surrounding the broader markets.
So firstly, as far as the overall outlook is concerned, our base case is that we'll have a slightly below normal monsoon, not too damaging. Oil prices, the oil supplies from the Strait of Hormuz will resume within a few weeks. And obviously, it'll take some time to ramp up to get back to normal. So these are the two sort of base case assumptions. In that scenario, we expect a fairly range-bound market, plus minus 5-7% rather the upside being limited to just 5-7%. The downside, however, it really depends on what you assume or factor in. Especially when it comes to the oil prices, the monsoon, and obviously the AI risk, which was gaining momentum or is getting worse. So the downside could be another 5-10%. It really we're in a very delicate situation where we would argue that the rally in the last say month or so has been driven mainly by local funds. You asked about small mid caps. I think they had corrected, but they have unfortunately, from a potential new investor perspective, they've already sort of bounced back very sharply. They're once again no longer cheap. So the value is once again more in the large caps, and also in this sort of relatively risky environment. It's better to stay with large caps, which have the ability to weather an economic downturn much better compared to the small and mid caps in most cases.
Hi, Prateek. Good morning. Good to see you. When I was in various parts of Maharashtra over the weekend, and it's absolutely sizzling in terms of the heat. The power sector, in fact, has come back, and the power demand over the weekend was at record levels on a pan-India basis as well. How do you play this theme? Do you look at the power producers? Will you look at a coal India, which volumes actually have been lacking, or the coolers, the consumer electronics companies? What's your take on this sector, and how would you play it?
So, as you rightly said, there's a spike in electricity demand, and this demand should continue, partly driven by data center demand, which is picking up, apart from ongoing industrial recovery gradually. And if you have a bad monsoon, that'll put even more pressure on demand, or demand will go further up for the thermal and renewable energy side. I think the couple of issues we face are, firstly, the most interesting space in the power sector is actually the T&D space, where there are large bottlenecks, significant bottlenecks, and it'll take several years for that capacity to come through. Unfortunately, most of the T&D power equipment companies are trading at very, very expensive valuations. They haven't really corrected in the last 1.5 months. And they're trading at anywhere between 50 to 70 times 1 year forward earnings. So quite expensive. The second is the electric utilities. There again, unfortunately, the listed ones, there isn't that much upside left from current levels. So we are sort of cautious there. Consumer durables, we agree, there is likely to be a strong summer season for most of these players. But there we are more worried about the pass-through impact on a more sustainable basis, the demand outlook on a more sustainable basis, the pass-through impact of, let's say, the higher oil prices, weaker consumer spending. So you may have a solid summer, but what does it mean for the longer-term outlook, the next 1 year or so? That's where we're sort of concerned. And again, valuations over there have they're sort of assuming a very strong growth without taking into account the potential hit on consumer demand from a weaker economic growth environment. So overall, agree with you that the power sector is interesting from a growth perspective, but from a stock picking perspective, unfortunately, not too many choices.
No, absolutely. By the way, just two updates I want to give you. If you can pull the Kerala numbers up. So just one is that the current chief minister is likely winning his seat, his constituency. Pinarayi Vijayan, who's been chief minister of Kerala for the last 10 years, is mostly winning. If you can have the Kerala numbers up, I think you'll get a sense. But of course, in terms of who's winning the election, it is the UDF. So the LDF chief minister for the last 10 years is winning his constituency, but of course it looks like he's losing the election. These are still leads which are coming through. And in all likelihood, it's essentially going to be VD Satishan, the Congress leader, who's going to be the new chief minister in Kerala. So those are what numbers are indicating at this point. Seems pretty clear, unless of course something dramatically changes in the last minute. The other two, I mean, that is Kerala, of course, but the other two Bengal still looks like it's going down to the wire from what I can see. And if you can have the stats coming through for Bengal, 123, 108. So halfway mark, remember, is 148. And we'll have to see how this kind of pans out. But I mean, the gap seems to be widening a little bit with these leads as they are coming through. We are at the 9:30 a.m. mark. So it's been about 90 minutes of counting. So, I mean, it'll get done faster. And of course, Tamil Nadu, I think Axis My India perhaps getting it right more than anyone else. Active Vijay and his party, TVK, the new entrant out there, 78. All other polls gave it to the DMK for them to come back to power. But it doesn't look like it's going that way. So there seems to be an upset which seems to be brewing. And I'm, of course, using that carefully because these are, as I'm saying, still leads which are coming through. Things will become clearer in about an hour or so.
Prashant, just one word on TVK. I asked a political expert over the weekend, what do you think about TVK? He said, Nigel, you normally talk about IPOs, right? A lot of hype and then it lists and sometimes you're disappointed. So will it live up to the hype? It looks like this one is, right? TVK is the story, I think, of this election. I mean, making a debut in this sort of a manner, if the numbers hold, that's really the story of this election, I think. So not just pre-IPO, the listing as well looks like it's blockbuster.
No, yeah, absolutely. So 78 and 59, right? I mean, that's what we're seeing at this point. Is that AIDMK? I think the screen's a little far out, but basically it is AIDMK which is behind, but TVK is ahead. So DMK, of course, I think is number 3. If you'll have the table up, I think you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. So there seems to be an upset afoot as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. 53, I mean, that is quite a bit of change in numbers with regards to what we were seeing out there. Maybe we can go back to Santhi and Archana in a bit from now to look at Tamil Nadu in some more greater detail as these numbers are coming through. But this is turning out to be a very, very interesting election result at this point in time. Pratik, any implications from an investing stock market point of view out of these elections?
Well, clearly, if the BJP, or the NDA coalition does well in the state, especially West Bengal and Tamil Nadu, that could result in some sort of positive investor sentiment in the short term. But I just highlight two main things. Firstly, it doesn't really change the BJP's ability to get bills passed in the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. They're already doing that with the NDA allies. So it really doesn't change the legislative power of the BJP at the center. Second, even if they win these two states, I haven't done the math, but I suspect they will still not get close to a two-third majority to make constitutional, amendments, bring in constitutional amendments. So given that, it's going to be a relatively, in the longer term, sort of a minor positive, even if they win. If they don't win, I don't see downside. They were not really the incumbents in these places. These are not traditional BJP strongholds. The only thing I would say is from a very long-term perspective, if they do win, let's say, state of West Bengal, and maybe they bring about faster economic growth over there, the entire eastern India, which is suffering from relatively lower per capita income, lower growth compared to some of the more industrialized states in the west and the south, you could see some longer-term improving over there. But again, it's a bit too early. These election results are still just pouring in. So let's see what happens. Markets, I don't think are going to be beyond a day or two or a couple of days will be too bothered with the election results. It's more about the energy prices and availability, and also the monsoons and AI. Those are the more fundamental issues for the markets.
Got it. Okay. All right. Pratik, thanks a lot for joining in. Looking forward to chatting up with you soon. We'll catch you. Well, let's move to our next management on the show then, Laurus Laboratories. That's the management on the show. Remember, the company reported a more or less mixed set of numbers. The revenues came a little bit lower than expectations, but margins remain more or less steady. We have with us Mr. Satya Narayan Chavan, the founder and CEO of Laurus Laboratories. Hi, sir. Good morning. Good to see you win. Well, let's talk about the most lucrative part of your business, or the part that has been doing very, very well as well, and the street is optimistic about prospects. The CDMO business, you're expecting it to scale to around 50% of the mix by 2030. In the near term, that's FY27. What kind of contribution can come about? I've noticed that a quarterly run rate has moved from around 300 crores to around 520 crores. So do you gradually see that move towards 650 to around 700 crores on a quarterly run rate in this fiscal?
So our CDMO business, we are at the early phase of the commercial launches of several NC programs. Several programs are also in phase 3. We expect a significant ramp up of our CDMO sales in FY27 when compared to FY26 as well.
All right.
Our growth in FY26 was much higher when compared to FY25. So FY26 will also be a very good year for CDMO for us.
All right. So, Mr. Chava, if I look at it, from around 1,550 crores, you've done around 2,100 crores. That's been a good growth here. Expect this sort of a momentum to continue? Will it be a ballpark 25-35% growth on the CDMO business? And in turn, what would it be for consolidated margins? Because your margins have moved from early 20s or late teens towards the late 20s mark. So if you could give us a broad band. Please go ahead, sir.
There are two things to remember here. One is our gross margins are going up. From 50% several quarters ago, now we are at close to 60% gross margins. And we expect the gross margins to stay at that level or improve marginally. Once our facilities are better utilized, we also have a leverage kicking in. These two will help us to maintain our EBITDA margins. We were at 20% several quarters back, now moved to 27%. We expect FY27 will be closer to 30% of EBITDA for us.
Wow. And what about the CDMO business? The growth will be 25 to 30% on last year's base?
We're not giving any guidance, but we expect significant growth will come from FY26 to FY27.
Yeah, so that would be the third consecutive year where your CDMO business does so well. FY25 was a 49% growth for CDMO, FY26 38%. But then EBITDA margin guidance, 30% for FY27, that's strong. So, your top line, when we look at the top line growth, 5%, CDMO is strong, but your generics has been a bit subdued, particularly on the FDF side. What was the reason for that? Was it weak formulations, any pricing pressure? Could you explain what happened there?
We are not doing any Therafor or first-to-file formulation development. So we changed our formulation strategy to genericized molecule, large volume, where we can make an impact. So our pipeline for FDF was much less in the past 2 years. But this year we're going to file several ANDAs. And we also moved into more sustainable generic contract manufacturing for our generic partners. So we have a good pipeline in place right now for the generic also. As you have seen, we have also grown teens in FY26 when compared to FY25. We expect generics will also grow, but generics growth is not be as significant as the CDMO growth.
Yeah. Mr. Chava, good morning. Prashant here. You seem to be in a pretty good position all told, sir. And what the street also likes is that, and you've done this earlier, you used to get questioned that you're investing a lot, but the gains are not showing through. But you always maintain you were investing ahead of time, which you continue to do. And I think people have bought into that logic. Now, any risks at all, sir? I mean, the positives are well known in that sense. Anything which perhaps can throw you off this path at all?
Our current investments are very comfortable in the sense we know which customer, which product, what quantities, what price we are going to sell. So the risk in the current investments are very, very minimal, actually.
So nothing as such in that sense, right?
Absolutely.
With regards to starting materials, etc. I mean, the China risk, which was talked about earlier. Anything there? Supply chains is what I'm referring to.
Supply chain de-risking, we have done very well. In 2020, just pre-COVID, our purchases from China used to be 2/3 of our imports. Now it is close to 1/3. How we're able to do that? We have developed processes for starting materials. Either we are making or we are asking our partners in India to make it for us. That way, we have de-risked significantly in our sourcing of starting materials and key starting materials.
Would it be fair to stay? I'm just putting some estimates up, which analysts are baking in any way, like a 20% CAGR EBITDA growth, sir, for the next 3-4 years. Is that possible?
I think you have seen we are increasing our gross margins and EBITDA margins are also going up. Our ROCE is also going up. So we are in a growth trajectory right now. Our cash flows are good enough to support our heavy capex. So I think we are in a good path right now. We are comfortable. Our partners are comfortable. We are getting good RFQs. Turnaround of RFQ is also good. I think a lot of traction is there, and our main job is right now is more execution than worry about customer business right now.
Sir, any impact of the West Asia war? Because in the call you did indicate that you have sufficient inventory till June 2026. What happens thereafter?
No, we're able to continue our operations without any stoppage. The prices for solvents have gone up, but we're able to manage those price hikes.
All right. Mr. Chava, a couple of factors then. Management normally is confident when they lay out big capex and also hiring goes up. I'm observing that your number of employees actually have moved up. So in the next few years, where do you see the number of employees move? And if you have a matrix with regard to revenue per employee, if that is the case, if you could help us out with a broad number out there. And in terms of capex, you have mentioned that in fact you're looking to invest in cutting edge technologies like cell therapy as well, which could add significant value. You have upped your capex as well. So break that up for us. A word on employee cost as well as on capex. Please go ahead, sir.
In the next 18 to 24 months, we expect our employee strength will go beyond 10,000. And as we mentioned in the analyst call on last Thursday, in the next 24 months, we have plans to invest 3,000 crores capex. One thing very disciplined we're following from the beginning is we don't capitalize any pre-operative expenses or R&D expenses. Although we increase number of colleagues in the company and also we invest aggressively, we do believe we are in a comfortable position to maintain our gross margins and also our EBITDA margins closer to 30% in FY27.
All right. So, sir, currently you're at 8,000 employees, right?
8,500 around.
So it moves to around 10,000 employees in the next year and a half to around 2 years. So revenues as well could be, broadly, if I give a revenue per employee, should be more than a crore?
Currently, we're about 80 lakhs revenue per employee around. So maybe it will go up. We expect it will go up.
Got it. Mr. Java, we leave it there, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you. All the best as you continue to execute. The market, of course, likes the story, I should say, loves the story. Stocks done phenomenally well. Chola Investment is the next company on the radar. The company has reported a strong performance, sharp profitability, beat driven by lower than expected OPEX and credit costs as well. Arul Selvan is the president and CFO at the company. Is with us as always. Mr. Selvan, good morning. Good to have you with us here, sir. Thanks for joining us. 21% AUM growth, 25% disbursement growth, NIMs, 6.7%. So, I mean, all looking good. So, we'll talk about what the numbers you've posted, sir. But just going ahead, is there a risk of, I mean, is it looking a little more turbulent, especially on the truck side because of the overall situation? Fuel costs have not been passed on so far. But I guess at some point it will be if the prices stay so high. So the next couple of quarters, how are you looking at it, sir? Just give us an overview.
Yeah, we need to see how much the fuel price goes up and how it will get impacted. But mostly, I think over a cycle, it will get absorbed and it will get passed on. Because most of our customers are sort of earn and pay customers. They're not contractually bound. So for them to pass on the price increase, if any, shouldn't be a problem. But we should also evaluate, will there be any impact on supply side, the availability of loans that could impact the customers. If this is not impacted, I think most of the price increase of fuel will get passed out. And so that shouldn't in the long run be an impact for them from their earning potential perspective.
So on the supply side, what did you say? If there is a shortage of?
Shortage of load for them to carry. Right?
I see.
If there is a load, they will pass on the price increase. If there is no load, then their earning potential comes off because
lower utilization, etc. But have you seen that at all emerge in the?
Not so far. But we may. I'm just wanting to say that could be a potential impact area as we move into Q1, Q2.
But you're saying that smaller hikes are kind of if demand is strong. Then yes, it's kind of passed through. It gets absorbed.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Got that.
Morning, sir. This is Rima here. Just some numbers, guidance. Your AUM guidance for FY27, margin guidance and credit costs.
AUM guidance stays same, 20 to 23%. They are anywhere depending on the mix of the business and how they grow over the cycle this year. The margin guidance will be also similar what we reached around 8% NIM we have done for the full year. So I think that we should be able to hold it, factoring in that some of the new businesses will have higher yield. So even if there is a cost of fund hike, I think that should get absorbed. And overall, ROTA guidance, we are still working at the PBT ROTA of 3.5%. We should get there for the full year. While for the first 2 quarters, these targets could be slightly lower because in any year, the Q1 and Q2 are seasonally, little slower quarters.
Okay. So 20 to 23% AUM guidance, NIMs around 8%, and the credit cost number for FY27?
Should be around 1.5, 1.5 to 1.6. That would be our number.
All right. Good morning, sir. Always good to have you on the show, sir. We have got the broad numbers out of the way. Then let's talk about part of your book, the gold portfolio. What's the guidance out there for the coming year, FY27, FY28?
Gold has been a very small portfolio right now. It will certainly grow faster, but we are looking at putting new branches, mostly in the southern part of the country. So we will be growing the branches and we will be scaling gold as a business as we move into FY27. But I think FY27, gold will not be a large impact on the overall number.
Okay. All right. What about capital raising plans, sir? Some part of the street believes that's in the offing. Are there any plans on that front? And by when can be quantum? And which quarter should we hear about capital raising plans, if any?
I'm not able to comment about the capital rising right now. Right now, we are comfortable on the capital adequacy. We are the tier one is significantly larger, between 14 to 15%. Having said that, as and when opportune situation arises, we will certainly look at it. Right now, our price is still much lower than what it had peaked, so we should wait for some more time, is my guess.
But that could be a possibility, right? A capital raising plan?
Depends on the growth opportunities. If the growth is coming steady and we have a good growth runway, certainly we should look at it, because that is also an important aspect as we grow the book, and we are of a considerable size, and we need to look at capital raising in the next few quarters, whether it is within FY27 or beyond. We will take a view. Yeah.
So you also have something that you call the new business, which is basically beyond your traditional vehicle financing, LAP, home loans. And this is about 13% of your AUM. You've got secure business, personal loans, consumer, small enterprise loans, SME loans in this segment. And it's growing well. It's 21% of your disbursements as of Q4 FY26. What's the guidance on new business? How does it ramp up, and how does it affect your return ratios?
So the new businesses, the unsecured part would still be at around the 10% overall AUM. That is what we have stated, and we will keep it within that sort of a broad threshold. The other businesses, the SBPL is small, very highly profitable, but it will grow slowly because operationally it has to be done in a very slow pace to understand the contours of this business before really scaling them up. FY27, it will again grow much faster than the rest of the businesses, but being a smaller base, its impact on the overall AUM number would still be not very significant. Gold, I spoke about it earlier. It will also grow from a presence perspective with regard to larger number of branches, and we will be certainly scaling up the volumes on the AUM, significantly larger growth number if you consider only gold as the base. But overall AUM, it will still be a very small number to influence the overall AUM growth. SME, yes, it will grow. SME, we saw the supply chain part of it slowing down last year. We consciously brought down the supply chain part of it because it was not profitable. But now with the base effect being removed, it will also show good growth.
Okay.
Mr. Selvan, we'll leave it there, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you. Appreciate you joining us here on CNBC TV 18. Well, I think, that is the management of Chola with a perspective. And markets, of course, I think they've picked up pace. We were up 300 points. And I think perhaps at the margin, the incremental gains are coming through from the fact that numbers getting a little more clearer, a little more firmer as we get to the 10 o'clock mark. It looks like the BJP is cementing its leads in West Bengal. And I think the leads are showing 140 plus for the BJP at this point in time. Yeah, 131 actually up there on your screen, 109 for the TMC. So, getting 148, of course, is the halfway mark. But it's looking like firmer and firmer. And I think that's the reason why the market perhaps has put on a leg up. Tamil Nadu, of course, TVK is also kind of moving ahead very, very swiftly. 213 sort of leads coming through on 213 out of the 234 seats. And TVK, Active Vijay's TVK, is 92 compared to AIDMK, which is at 67. DMK is the number 3 place. So this is also an upset for all the exit polls, which said that the DMK is set to come back, except, of course, the Axis My India poll, which said otherwise. So that's that. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We'll come back and we'll talk about the election trends and leads which are coming through right now. So that's on the other side. Stay tuned. Coming up. Welcome back. Well, the market's up 260. Rest of Asia is up here. Of course, we've got state election numbers which are coming through, so there is a bit of that rub-off as well, which is showing up. As we took that break, we were just reading off the numbers which are coming through, and it looks like in Bengal, we've got the BJP with 134. The leads show 134 to the BJP at this point. Tamil Nadu, of course, seems to be an absolute upset in that sense. Active Vijay's TVK 89 seat lead, and those will get firmer and clearer over the next hour or so. Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya is with us, Editorial Director at Business Standard. Mr. Bhattacharya, good to have you with us here, sir. Thanks for joining us. Prashant this side. I mean, those are the two ones. What do you make of it? Bengal and, 15 years of, Mamata Banerjee. There's, of course, a fair bit of, I guess, natural anti-incumbency in any election after 15 years for anyone. But this has been a hard-fought election in Bengal. What are the implications, top of the mind, as you see it?
Well, electorally, this is an anti-incumbency verdict, not just in Bengal, but also in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, the only two states where there is no anti-incumbency factor, which is in Assam as well as in Puducherry. So electorally it is anti-incumbency, but politically it's a big victory for the ruling party at the center. That is the BJP. The final frontier seems is close to getting sort of in your pocket. So it's hopefully politics will recede hereafter, and more important pressing economic issues that stare the nation because of the West Asian conflict will come back on the agenda of the government at the center. So that to my mind is my initial reaction. It is anti-incumbency through and through in West Bengal, in Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. India Inc., for financial markets, Mr. Bhattacharya, any read-through? You said, hopefully things will move to managing the West Asia crisis and the fallout from that, and we'll see more attention there, and politics will recede. But because of the change in politics, in a state like West Bengal, you called it the final frontier. Any implications? Well, in the sense that it's going to be a major governance challenge in both the states, in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Because remember that the parties that have been defeated have got a very strong base, and they will fight back at every point. So even though there could be an electoral victory for the ruling party, there's the BJP or is BJP's allies in Tamil Nadu, I have a sense that governance will not be an easy task, and Bengal has always been proved to be a tough nut to crack for any party to take over. Remember, when Trinamool took charge of the state in 2011, it had to go through a lot of tough moments, post Nandigram and Singur. So similarly, I would say that it will be a test of governance for the BJP if it were to form the government in West Bengal. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu, I would say that it's not an easy state. It's going to be a new party most probably in TVK. So I think governance will be on test in both West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. So at a state level, governance will be an issue, and at the central level, I would hope that we get back to the task of managing the economic challenges that stare the country because of the West Asian crisis. On the governance bit in Bengal, Mr. Bhattacharya, just like it happened with the TMC took over after the left's many decades of rule, the cadre moved en masse to the TMC. Of course, after the initial phase. You think the same thing will happen in Bengal? Well, two questions. One has to understand first whether some bit of the TMC cadre had not already moved. So that is one thing. And I would imagine that along with the anti-incumbency factor was some sort of a disenchantment with the manner in which the Trinamool Congress probably tackle the issues of governance. There was this, some sort of a dissatisfaction over the way Trinamool was undertaking its tasks of governance in a state which is as politically volatile and governance-wise very difficult to manage. So I think I would not be surprised if this cadre change or the cadre switchover that you were suggesting would not happen. It may well happen, but I don't see it will have an impact on the governance. The governance will come through the on politico-cultural issues, because the BJP has to find a truly local leader to lead the government there, because Bengalis by nature are very, very culturally rooted. And Mamata was representing in many ways the Bengal as such. And I don't see the BJP, if it were to win this election and form the government, has any leader of that stature. So it has to find a local leader of that stature. Remember, in Bengal, you cannot run a state like you can probably run a state like Odisha or even in Rajasthan, where you put somebody maybe not a big political force in himself or herself, but you need a local leader who can run the state effectively. So I think that those will be the kind of governance challenges that the new party, whoever it is, form the government in both Tamil Nadu as well as West Bengal. Remember, in Tamil Nadu also, it's a new party that is in the lead.
So, in Mr. Bhattacharya, in Tamil Nadu, you think it's going to be TVK, which perhaps with the support of AIADMK forms the government?
Looks like right now the trends seem to suggest that TVK will probably be the leading party. Well, as we talk, it's too early days now, as they say. Results seem to suggest that TVK is going to provide the kind of support and lead the government with support of AIADMK, which has got an alliance with the BJP. So for BJP, it's a clearly an election that has given them a bigger, a kind of a presence, one in Bengal and the other in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah. And of course, I mean, the others are largely as expected, right? I mean, these are...
Yeah, I mean, Kerala is a 5-year change.
Yeah.
That has
Although
happened.
this time it was 10 years, but yeah.
10 years, yeah, correct, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, point taken. It's usually a flip from one to the other. So this, I mean, UDF is back and LDF looks like it's out in the opposition. Mr. Bhattacharya, thank you very much. Good speaking with you. Appreciate your time here on CNBC TV 18. And always great to get your insights. Thank you. I think 240 odd on the Nifty. So we're counting, of course, rates on the index, but rates coming through from the counting of the votes in the state election results as well. We'll take a break. We are back. NetWeb reported numbers. I mean, the stock's done actually pretty well from the lows. It's down 6% today. It's had a sharp run up from 3,000 levels to about 4,200, which was the recent high. It's back to about 3,800. We have the management on the numbers and the outlook in just a bit.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे के कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने के कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, एआई कंडीशनर है।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे। हर इंसान के अंदर होता है।
Welcome back. Let's talk about NetWeb Technologies. The stock is under pressure today, but the numbers were very strong. The company's top line went up by 86% in Q4, and if you look at it for the full year, FY26, the top line growth is at 90%. Sanjay Ladda, the CMD of the company, is now joining in. Thank you very much for joining in. Now, once again, you've beaten your own guidance, sir. Every quarter, we ask you what the outlook is for the full year, and you give us a guidance of 35 to 40%, and then you go ahead and beat it. What is the guidance for FY27? Give us a realistic number this time. And even on the margin front, you've ended closer to the lower end of 13 to 14% on revenues and margins.
Yeah, so thank you for having me. Actually, the thing is that the business, it was a very, very robust year for us. A wonderful quarter wherein we clocked more than around 773 crores of turnover in one quarter itself and around a 70 crore PAT, which is somewhere around basically on a year-on-year basis. If you see, we did around 2,100 and approximately 83 crores, which was around 90% above what exactly we did last year. And the profit, and I'm so happy to report that the PAT is around more than 205 crores, which is around a jump of around 80% from last year. So basically, you know that how market is evolving. All the three areas we are into are really very, very robust. The first is AI. The main part of this time's results was, if you see, the AI segment for us has grown by around 450% plus actually. That has been phenomenal. And plus basically, and even overall, if you see, the total revenue share of AI is around 43% now, which used to be around 15% earlier. So basically, the business dynamics is changing. You are aware about how the AI boom and AI demand is really basically picking up, and basically the compute demand worldwide, actually, not only India, is basically at this point of time is very, very robust, and kindly there is an unabated demand we are seeing primarily from the AI segment. So that is also there. Plus, basically, if you really see, we enter this year with a very, very robust order book. We have a total order book of somewhere around 2,100 crores. So nothing can be better than that, actually. Just at the beginning of the year, we are entering the year with a huge order book. So again, basically, since the base is increasing, I will keep on, basically, we are into enterprise kind of business, and we would like to guide somewhere around 30 to 35% of growth only, basically, because the base is also higher. Please understand that it's always basically better to guide at the right level and to achieve it. And basically, we have a huge completely governance and fiscal discipline. So basically, we like to maintain that. So I think I will keep my guidance at that level only.
So 30 to 35% revenue growth for FY27. What about margins? Because we are seeing global memory prices go up. There are some shortages also, storage shortages. Is that impacting you all in any way in terms of input cost pricing? And what will all that mean for your margins?
Yeah, actually, very good question, actually, because basically the unbated AI demand is really putting pressure on the memory and everything. So that's the reason everything is going up. The pricing is going up like anything. Actually, we understand that. But the problem is that we have been able to take care of the memory thing very well because of our strong partnership relationships, and plus basically the revenue and the business forecasting. Currently, we are not a box pusher, we are a solution pusher. So basically all our deals are very well forecasted, and we very well understand what kind of demand is coming. Actually, we are not reactive, we are proactive. We work on basically projects well in hand. So that's the reason it was a very unique thing. Else basically if the memory prices would have impacted us, I think you would have not seen the kind of margin we definitely maintained. So it is impacting us, to answer you very, very clearly, but basically very, very marginally, and we are able to take care of it much better than the entire market.
So, sir, you have an assured supply on account of the partnerships that you have, but prices have gone up. What is the extent for you? How much have memory prices gone up, and has that impacted your overall operating expense?
So basically, the thing is that we work on our business on a proactive basis. So we have basically we have an understanding of what kind of business is going to come in 6 to 8 months. So accordingly, our deals are forecasted, very well forecasted. So pricing and everything is locked accordingly. So that helps me to ward off the kind of thing basically on the memory pricing doesn't hit us very, very clearly, and we are able to take care of it very well.
Mr. Lodha, could you give us a sense of, good morning, Prashant here, what is the AI, the orders linked to the AI mission and the other, I mean, if you can split the order book for us, sir.
Yeah, so basically we have been very, very transparent in that actually. Every time if you see our results and basically how we publish it. So one is a strategic order book, and one AI mission I have always mentioned, that's not the part of the basically the organic order book, that will always remain strategic. So basically it is somewhere around 1,650 crores is the order book which I currently have from the AI mission already on hand. So those will get executed. Plus, basically, other than that, on the organic side of it, I have around 472 crores, and L1 is around 327 crores. That is quasi order book, you can say. The orders have been won; they have to be coming in. So 700 crores is coming from that approximately, and 1,650 crores is a strategic order book. I have it.
Which is the and on the strategic side, because of guarantees, etc., I mean, how will this progress? What kind of visibility do you have on the strategic side, sir?
Yeah, so basically, strategic side, we are not guiding. Actually, other than that, on the organic side, we are guiding maybe around 4,500 crores. We are guiding basically is the total funnel which we have. And on the strategic side, 1,650 crores we already have. And we are announcing strategic orders as and when they are coming, actually.
All right. Hi, Mr. Lodha. Good to see you, Ben, sir. A quick word on inventory days. Your cash conversion seems to have gone up in terms of number of days, and inventory days as well have gone up. Why did it happen the last fiscal, and where do you see these number of days stabilize at?
Some of it is already answered by you people only. Basically, if the memory pricing is going up, we have to keep better inventory. The shortages are there. The GPUs are under stress and everything. So basically, though we have adequate supply, so we have to plan our inventory very well, and we have to keep it so that we can keep our margins and everything intact very well.
So then in number of inventory days will continue to remain at these levels, right?
At these levels, yeah. It will continue to remain at these levels, at least because what I hear is that AI demand is being unabated, and I think at least next 12 to 18 months is going in the same direction. So my guidance for that will remain the same for this period.
Any particular reason why your data center revenue contribution, sir, came down last year?
No, it didn't come down. Actually, the AI grew too much, actually.
No, data center.
Data center, basically, that's not a focus segment for us. Basically, that is reflected in a different way. We primarily, if you really see, our business is split into 3 parts. First is this HPC, that is a supercomputing, because we are not box sellers. We are primarily a kind of a solution sellers actually, wherein we basically hardware plus software completely is in-house designed, manufactured, and then sold. So one is HPC that used to be around 30% of our business. The second was private cloud and SCI. So private cloud and SCI is the data center business which you should really see, because that goes into the data center very clearly. That used to be around 30% of our business, and balance would be the other segments actually. So primarily since the AI went up, that's the reason you are seeing that ratio low, but our both the segments have been continuously growing at a good pace.
Mr. Lodha, just looking out, right? Markets will always, you're in the right space, very few AI plays, and we keep lamenting that fact. But you are very much there, supercomputer, and you've said it a few times, you're not selling boxes, but complete solutions. So with the current capacity that you have, in FY28, I'm saying FY28 because, I mean, estimates are getting rolled over, and investors will look at what X or Y or Z company or NetWeb was trading at on FY28 estimates. What can you do, sir? Can you do 5,500 crores in sales and 500 crores in profits in FY28?
Yeah, basically, definitely what your wish is there, that's good to hear. But I will keep my guidance at 30 to 35% kind of growth actually.
35% growth?
35 to 40% of growth approximately. 35 to 40% of growth every year.
Okay. All right. I won't push you beyond that. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you, and we'll speak again. I think markets come off 100 points. 200 points on the Nifty, 24,200 is where we are trading at. Markets, of course, keeping an eye out on election numbers, which are coming through. We'll take a break. We're back. It's The Economy. Lata in conversation with Rahul Verma of Center for Policy Research, and Neeraj Chaudhary of Indian Express with a special discussion around elections. Of course, counting in the numbers which are coming through, implications from a financial market standpoint. Stay tuned. Coming up.
ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
कॉफी?
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
CNBC TV 18 tracks the pulse of markets and business in real time, bringing you the stories that shape the economy.
From breaking news to sharp analysis, we deliver insights that help you navigate businesses, markets, and investment opportunities.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central.
Providing sharp market intelligence for wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। DBS बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ। Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams? Oh my God! Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे।
Welcome to Its Economy. We are speaking elections. Leads are still pouring in. As of now, as we speak, it appears that the BJP will, in a historic win for the first time in West Bengal, form the government all on its own. Also, neither of the DMK twins may form a government in Tamil Nadu, which I think is the first time since, 1967, when the first DMK government was formed. In Assam, the winners are predictable, BJP as well. In Kerala, it is a predictable Congress win or a UDF win. But how do these two elections, especially in Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, change the course and the contours of Indian politics, competitive politics in India? Joining me are Rahul Verma, the fellow at Centre for Policy Research, and Neerja Chaudhary, the contributing editor at Indian Express, a veteran of many elections. Ms. Chaudhary and Rahul, thank you very much indeed for joining me. Neerja, first to you. We are seeing something historic in West Bengal. Let me try and spin it from a business angle. Bengal used to be the most industrialized state in India under the Mughal rule, and even thereafter, even under the British, it remained one of the more prosperous states. But in the past 50, 70 years, Bengal has slid to a per capita income below the nation's per capita income. Do you think there is a pro-business, government and administration likely with the BJP coming to power?
Look, I would certainly put it as those...
Oh, ma'am, I think we've disconnect over there. Rahul Verma, similar question to you till we get Neerja again.
So I think, West Bengal over these 75 years has seen sort of like no other state in India had this kind of political graph where like between 1977 and 2026, in these 50 years, power has changed only once. That was 2011 when TMC came to power. Yeah. Every other state you have seen turnovers of government. So I think this kind of political consolidation, first for the left, and second for TMC, it didn't allow, in that sense, then political competition driving sort of like economic outcomes. Parties just penetrated society in a way that they can just consolidate and come back to power without being responding to rather to
developmental issues.
Yes, political sort of like issues.
Okay, so this could mark a first in that sense. But more importantly, Rahul Verma, what we have seen is a secular decline of regional parties. I mean, we've already seen that having with the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, the Biju Janata Dal in Orissa, and now the last two standing parties, which is, the DMKs, the DMK twins in Tamil Nadu and the TMC, CPM CPM is not really regional, but a non-central party, a non-Congress, non-BJP government. That tradition seems to end now, doesn't it?
I think, Lata, there are 2-3 structural reasons why you are seeing this decline. The first, what seemed to have happened in last 10 years, in most of these regional parties, you saw a generational change in leadership, either like complete or still in the process, meaning that the second generation of the same family which started or controlled this party for a long period of time made a move, right? So in some ways, you saw this change. And that alienated a section of, I think, the organizational base of these parties. The second, I think, is the rise of BJP. With rise of BJP, what you started seeing is that a bipolarity in politics began. What do I mean by that? Basically, that there is a political polarization which is happening, and political polarization or social polarization, which is leading to political polarization. And so unless a political party is not part of two camps, either the NDA or the India Alliance, then you are likely to get toast in that electoral competition. Think of 2024 election. Any party that was not part of India or NDA didn't do well. So second sort of like structural reason is this social political polarization, which is basically hurting the third player. Okay. The fourth, I think it's not like TMC or DMK or AIDMK are going to go away in this election, right? Like they are still, like they might lose power, but they are still going to be there. So some states in India will continue to have these regional parties, which also sort of like signify the regional diversity of this country. So I'm not basically saying regional, like this is the end of regional parties. They might lose an election here and there, but some of them will remain. But those who are third or fourth player, their space in politics at the moment is restricted.
Okay. What do you see happening? I mean, in the Rajya Sabha, the NDA is already about 148 out of 250. The BJP may be less. I think they're 115 or something. But NDA is good enough. And then with this current cycle, with Bengal and with Bengal also likely to give them BJP seats, they're heading for a 2/3 in Rajya Sabha. Does that make a difference at all? Unless they have a 2/3 in the other house, in the Lok Sabha?
It sort of like it eases some of the difficulties that they might have faced. But we know in last 8 or 10 years, BJP didn't, like, you know, the government did not face a challenge in Rajya Sabha in terms of like that a bill got defeated in Rajya Sabha, right? They were able to always cobble up the number even when they didn't have the halfway mark. Now they are already halfway mark as an ally, and BJP is very, very close to halfway mark. And getting West Bengal will further increase their tally. So I don't think, like, in sort of like thinking about this near-term impact in Lok Sabha or Vidhans in Rajya Sabha makes this election historic. I think the outcomes of this election are going to be historic because they will have serious medium-term and long-term implications for national politics.
Such as?
Think about West Bengal. So first, Assam. Assam, in some ways, BJP comes to power for third straight term. And Assam, being the center of Northeast politics, signifies that BJP is going to be there for long, long time. Congress basically, like now out of power for the third straight time in Assam, it makes things difficult for them. Assam model in some ways, the delimitation happened in 2023. That will give BJP a kind of a way to sort of like consolidate its position in some of the state. The second state I would say is Kerala. If left loses there, this is first time in history after 1977 that left will not be controlling any state. Bengal is already out of picture for them.
Rahul, may I ask you to hold on for a bit? We have reconnected with Neerja, and I really very keenly want to hear Neerja's analysis. Neerja, do you think we are going to have, Bengal join the mainstream in terms of industrialization? I'm trying to give it a business spin. It has had leftist or regional politics. TMC is not exactly industry friendly. They came in with the Nandigram, with opposing the Tata factory. So do you think it has a chance to get back into an industrialization mode?
I think the BJP is expected to do that. The reason, when people talked about change at the ground level, they wouldn't talk about BJP by name. What they're expecting, the 3 words they would use is jobs, industry, investment. And this is particularly the younger ones, as I said earlier, upwardly mobile, aspirational, who are looking at politics in a different way, who are tired of old slogans. This is something that every single political party will now have to factor in. Of course, they've gone in for welfare schemes, which are very important for the poor. They are the mainstay. But they have to go beyond that. Jobs, and jobs. And how do you create that? That is what was a crying need that came through those who wanted a change. And I think also in Tamil Nadu, if you look at it, TVK doing so well. Again, of course, Anna DMK seems to have done better than, if you go by the leads, than expected. Again, a desire for change. Pro-Tamil, pro-Bengali, pro-Assamese, that sentiment is very, very important. And the center has to have sensitivity towards that. But these parties have to have a narrative that goes beyond that because they're dealing with a Generation Z now. And I think I would call it partly a Generation Z vote this. We've got to take into account what the younger people are saying.
Okay. What does this make about the SIR? I mean, it's made a seminal difference in West Bengal, if we can say that at least some of the, a part of the results can be attributed to it. Do you see the Election Commission and the centre going ahead with renewed vigour And what does that mean for the politics, competitive politics, Nirja?
I think, this election, unlike the last election, for instance, say in Bengal 2021, that was political campaigning. This election became multi-layered because of SIR. And remember, the deletions add up to 11.6% of the voter. Mamata Banerjee led by whopping 10%. Now, 5.3% swing will undo, everything. And 27, it's all right, those who are dead and migrated, 60 lakhs that were deleted. But the 27 lakh voters that were deleted because the adjudication could not take place, even though they said they had paperwork completed. Now, and the court also, the Supreme Court says that they can vote the next time. Now, that has been a very unprecedented development. Depriving any voter of the right to vote has not happened in the past, in this kind of fashion. So I don't know how much of a difference it made. It did make a difference. People talked about it. And whether, and obviously it has hurt the Trinamool Congress. And of course, in Assam, that's also a very interesting phenomenon. Hemanta Biswa Sarma is leading so convincingly. Now, when the other three says there seems to be a desire for change, a fatigue with the old parties. Not so in Assam. Why?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons, of course, is the tall personality of Hemanta Biswa Sarma, grip over the situation, moving in tandem with Delhi, given autonomy of functioning as a leader.
I would think, Nirja,
But also, I would say the way the delimitation exercise was carried out in Assam.
I was just coming to that.
Had a bearing.
I was coming to that, Nirja. Out of time, but if you can give me a very quick reply, do you think this improves the chances of delimitation? But I've heard Vijay's speeches. He's as opposed to delimitation as the other two Tamil parties. Do you think the results make it at all easier to do delimitation the way the BJP wanted?
Against the delimitation exercise in the days to come. That is a broad message that's coming through these polls.
All right. Rahul?
The centre will have to contend with that.
Okay. Rahul, just one sentence on delimitation. What is the message from the elections?
I think BJP will have now less trouble.
Less trouble. Nirja says that the political message is otherwise. Okay, let's see. We have got leads. We will get the results in a few hours and then we will have more opinion. Thank you very much, Rahul and Nirja, for joining us. As we go to bed now, the market is celebrating what seems to be a very clear mandate in favor of the BJP in West Bengal and even elsewhere, actually. It's quite clearly anti-left parties and anti-even regional parties. We wrap up on Bazaar on that note. Chat first is correct.
To me,
everyone has different goals. Someone wants to plan a trip, someone wants a home, someone wants to retire early as well. But one question is always the same: what fund should they choose to invest in?
Trust me, Vinny, most investors have no clue about their spending and saving habits. Whether they're saving enough, whether they are investing enough. Goal-based planning tries to address these basic issues first. Once this is in place, an investor can think about fund selection. So suppose you have a goal which is like under 3 years, you can park it in a debt mutual fund. Liquidity and safety of capital is very important. If you have a goal which is, if you require money between say 3 to 6 years, you can park it in a hybrid fund. And if you have a goal which is at least 7+ years away, okay, you can afford to put it in a pure equity fund where, you can allow the money to compound and grow irrespective of market cycles.
That means focus on where you are headed and not the market price.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
You know, I was talking to someone the other day and they said, okay, retirement sounds very peaceful, but the fact is there is no salary, but the expenses continue. And that's why everyone says it's quite stressful to retire. But that can actually change because you can have a steady flow of income. And that's where SWP comes in, right?
SWP is relatively a hidden gem in the investing space. In SIP, you invest monthly into mutual funds. What you do in SWP is to withdraw money out of mutual funds on a monthly basis. So let's say you've already built a good corpus and now you want to withdraw it. You have two options. You can either withdraw it all together at once, or you can withdraw it in like every monthly installment. Your remaining amount stays invested and stays compounding.
Okay, so that means that once you retire, you do not just stop working, you make your money start working for you.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर.
India's largest car maker, Maruti Suzuki, commences FY27 on a strong footing with an over 30% growth in sales. Bajaj Auto too reports a 40% growth in overall sales for the month of April. Positive reactions on both the counters in early trade.
Private lender Kotak Mahindra Bank dips despite a steady show in the past quarter. Controlled cost, improved asset quality and lower slippages aid the Q4 performance.
Adani Ports delivers a 15% growth in cargo volumes for the month of April. Brokerages raise target prices, maintain upbeat stance. Additionally, nearly 4.5 crore shares or 2% equity changed hands in the company in a block deal today, and the stock is higher by about 3%.
Stellar rally on Idea Forge following a strong showing in the fourth quarter. Execution-led growth in top line, lower material costs aids profit. While Equitas, small finance bank as well, reports an 18% growth in net interest income. The gross NPA is improved to around 2.6%, down from around 2.75% in the previous quarter.
Aster DM delivers robust March quarter earnings. EBITDA grows 21%. Margins expand to 20% versus 19%. Same time last year. Stock perks up 8% in early trade.
Hello and welcome to Chartbusters. We are coming to you live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Nigel. With me is Mangalam. And today all eyes are on the state election official results. And as of now, the trend appears to be going in favor of the ruling BJP, and the markets like it. In West Bengal, it appears that the BJP, at least as of now, has got its nose ahead. And also, I think the big story, Mangalam, today is what's going on in Tamil Nadu. TVK pulling out something that we haven't seen for many, many years. But as of now, he's in the lead. Let's see whether or not by the end of it, he actually is the man that comes to power.
Take that point, Nigel. Surprises coming in from Tamil Nadu, and also for the first time, a historic win for the BJP, as trends are suggesting so far, would be in West Bengal. And that's exactly how the markets are reacting as well. 24,180 for the Nifty. We have the broader markets doing a lot better. The Nifty Bank, despite Kotak Mahindra Bank being down about 4.5%, doing extremely well. The only index, the sectoral index, which is not doing particularly well today, is the IT pack, lower by about 0.5%. And add to that, on Thursday, when we closed market, oil was around $120 per barrel. Now, that's come down as well, give or take much. I mean, about $108 per barrel. So all these things are doing well for the market. But a lot of earnings to contend with as well. Let's welcome the first management on our show, RR Kabel. The company reported better than expected results in the March quarter. Cables and wire segment continued to be a key growth driver. Export demand did show some resilience despite the ongoing geopolitical uncertainty. So to discuss the quarter gone by and how business is shaping up in the new financial year, we do have with us the company's Executive Director, Rajesh Kabra, joining in. Thanks a lot, Mr. Kabra, for joining in. It's been a resilient performance, so to say. Just wanted to understand a couple of things. How much of your margin performance this time was on account of the inventory gains that you had on the old inventory. And going forward, what's your prognosis for margins given the higher raw material costs?
First of all, good morning. Very nice to be on the show. Inventory gains on margin, the impact has been marginal. This is, usual course of business whereby your, inventory gains and losses are part of everyday life in this kind of a business. Going forward, we see margins, as we've guided in our Project Rise, 100 basis points improvement every year. So for this current year, we are guiding it around 9.5% as per Project Rise, and we continue to sort of maintain that.
Okay, all right. Hi, Rajesh. Good to see you in. What about the FMEG business? What kind of growth are you working with out there? And it turns into the black, right?
Yeah. So FMEG, as a business, we would like to turn into black this year. We're looking at, on a full year basis to hit break even or slight profit. And on growth basis, we are looking at, we've guided at about 25% on Project Rise, but at this point, the growth seems slightly muted as seen in the last year. Yeah.
So how much would it be instead of 25% going forward?
I think we're looking at around 10 to 12% in this year would be a very healthy growth number.
Right, 10 to 12% in your FMEG business, with that business breaking even this year. What about volumes in the cables and wire business? What proportion of your growth are you expecting coming in from, the projects business? How much of that would be on trade? How much of that would be exports? What's the prognosis here?
So our wires and cables business, we are, we're giving a guidance of around 16 to 18% volumetric basis for the full year. And we expect that the business, we see a very good tailwind on the project side of the business. So we expect that to do slightly better. Between exports and domestic, we won't, we don't give definitive guidance between the two, but we expect both to move in parallel.
Okay, all right. Tell us a little bit about the capex spend. I recall that you all had laid out close to around 1,200 crores. I think 25% of that has already been spent. So could you tell us, with regard to this adding of cable capacity, what is the capex spend you've lined up for this year? And by when do we see, this, do we see some contribution coming in from this capex?
Yeah, so, capex is always an ongoing sort of process. We see, things play out on a quarterly basis. So in our 1,200 crore capex, we had, guided around, in nearly 3 equal parts. I think, but this year we will have a bulk of the balance capex sort of play in by the end of this year, which should add, very strongly to our cables capacity.
All right. So what will the capex number this year be? Around 500 crores?
Yeah, around that much.
And from when do we see the impact of this enhanced capex that you're doing? Because volumes could get a bit of a booster shot. That will be a story of FY28?
Yeah, so we will see some of that start to play out, in Q3, Q4, and then bulk of it in the next financial year.
A quick question with regard to the capex. What is the asset turn normally on this sort of a capex?
So on, capex is, where the capex asset turn varies between, between wires and cables. But, you're talking about a blended asset turn of about, 5 to 6.
Okay, so this overall 1,300 capex could get you revenues of over 6,500 crores once it completes, right?
Yeah, you're looking at about, you're looking at about 5,000-ish, 5,000 crores.
All right, 5,000 crores on the capex that you're making. Just a couple of questions before we let you go. One is on the FMEG portfolio. You are looking to enhance that portfolio with the offerings that you have, right? There is air coolers, there are new kitchen appliances. If you could throw light on what new categories are you looking at, and what's the kind of growth that you expect from these new categories in your FMEG portfolio?
So at this point, look, we've recently made an announcement that, in small kitchen appliances is where, we are trying to make a foray into. At this point, it's very initial days. We are testing the waters, with with the market and the kind of response that RR as a brand is able to generate. And maybe in a couple of quarters we'll be able to guide better. But at this point, it's just an initial soft launch for us.
All right, just a soft launch for you. You said 16 to 18% volume growth in the cables and wires business, 10 to 12% growth in the FMEG business, which is lower from the earlier projected 25%. Overall, what's the kind of revenue trajectory that we should expect in FY27, given that you've done 28% in the last year, 15% in the year before that, 18% in the year before that? I mean, what's the rough range and number that we should be working with?
See, in the wires and cables business, because there's great volatility in the commodity prices, so value growth is something very difficult to ascertain at the end of the year. That's why we try to guide more on the volumetric sort of basis. It's just easier to extrapolate on the current numbers and assume, because one can't really predict where commodities head here on.
All right.
Got it. Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for joining us and giving us those details. Congratulations on a good showing in the last quarter, and you're sounding reasonably optimistic about prospects of FY27. So we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
By the way, keep an eye out on the bottom of your screen. It seems that the courts have dismissed Vedanta's plea and it's gone in favor of Adani with regard to the bid for JP Associates. From a Vedanta shareholder perspective, it may not be such bad news, because the street didn't want them to get into over-diversification now that the demerger has already taken place as well. I guess it would be housed in Vedanta Limited. So from Vedanta's standpoint, getting into an unrelated business and putting down 15,000 crores or thereabouts wouldn't be the best in shareholders' interest. Maybe the promoter entity has a lot of interest out there. So from a shareholder perspective, this isn't such bad news that they are the lucky loser. From Adani's standpoint, I think a company like Ambuja Cements actually could be in focus. The reason I say that is because with JP's assets coming in, the Adani group will get access to various cement assets. And as we know, most of those assets are in central India. So that's why Ambuja Cements could be one of those potential beneficiaries once the JP Group's assets come into Adani's fold, because they'll get exposure to central India. If I remember correct, they're only around 8% of their exposure in central India. So JP's assets coming on board will actually be a positive for Adani Cements. I think we should get that stock up for you on the screen. There'll be various parts of the business. There'll be real estate. There'll be, cement as well. But from a strategic benefit, I think Ambuja Cements will be important. It adds capacity. It adds capacity in a region where they don't have too much of capacity. So I think it's a move in the right direction. So no big move, Mangalam, with regard to, no big change for Vedanta Limited. They'll be the lucky loser. But Ambuja Cements is the one that's reacting positively because there is some synergy benefit at least to there. They have cement. JP assets were good, we know. They were not able to run it. And it gives them exposure to central India as well. Explains why a bit of an uptake on that one.
All right. We take that point, Nigel. Thanks a lot for that. Ambuja Cement up around 0.5%. A spike from the lows is what we've seen. We take a short break, come back. Earnings discussion also. We have another management joining in. IndiaMart Intermesh. The business outlook, earnings, and a lot more. Dinesh Agarwal, who's the promoter, joins in.
When the market moves, we don't just report. We decode.
From the boardroom to the trading floor, we track what's driving business and impacting investor sentiment.
With insight that empowers and guidance that builds wealth.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central.
For your daily source of market intelligence and wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडिया's leading producer of stainless steel.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे के कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने के कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे। हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. You're tuned into Chartbusters here on CNBC TV 18. I think, post that verdict that's come in there, that NCA LAT rejecting Vedanta's plea, you have Vedanta that's holding more or less flattish, because if it came, then the market would have to react. For now, it's pretty much okay. No big change in plan for them. That remembers the holding company of Hindustan Zinc. And Ambuja Cements has moved to the high point of the day. As we pointed out, is a sentiment positive for them since they're in the same business and it helps them with, their geographic exposure. But as promised, let's shift focus to India Mart Intermesh. The stock is under pressure following a weak showing in Q4, a second straight quarter of a decline in subscribers. Mark-to-market losses as well dent the other income and thereby the profitability as well. Let's discuss the quarter gone by and the road ahead with the Chief Executive Officer of the company, Mr. Dinesh Agarwal. Hi, Mr. Agarwal. Always good to have you, sir, on the show. What's happening with regard to the paid subscribers? It's been declining for the last few quarters. What can you guide your investors to in terms of, an addition in this quarter and for the remainder of the fiscal year as well?
Yeah, in terms of paid subscribers, we have been having this challenge for almost 2 years now.
Okay.
And there has been some 1,000, 2,000 either up or down every quarter. We are taking measures wherever we can. We are trying to see what are the new change scenarios where our product market fit can be better. As I have guided earlier also, almost 50% of our customers which are in gold and platinum tiers, they continue to do well. However, in the entry level silver tiers, there is a elevated churn and we are continuing to work towards that.
That churn was running at around 7%. That's the number that we have with us.
Yes.
The price hike taken at around, sometime in the middle of last quarter. Why hasn't the churn stabilized yet? Because you joined us, you said that maybe it should stabilize soon. You'll go back to 2,000 subscribers being added every quarter. That was your target. Do you think you're going to roll that back at some point in time or maybe continue with it regardless of the churn?
I think there has been geopolitical tensions also. So our gross addition is also impacted, not only because of the price, but also because of the geopolitical churn. I don't think these price hikes are so much that that are affecting our gross adds. I think it is mainly because of the subdued sentiments in the SMEs in the past 2 months or so. That is dented. Otherwise, Q4, we would have been positive net addition.
So in FY27, what is your projection then?
As I said, we continue to look for betterment on this until I can do multiple quarters of 2,000-3,000 per quarter. I can't really guide for the entire year.
Okay, tell us a little bit about collections then, sir. It was up on a year-on-year basis, but it was down on a quarter-to-quarter basis.
That's always the case because the Q4 is always very, very heavy in terms of collection. If you look at historically also, Q4 is always almost 40% over and above the Q3. So on a year-on-year basis, we have grown the collections on a standalone basis about 8-9%, and on a consolidated basis about 13-odd%. So I think we are fine on that side.
Right. What about Busy? We saw close to about 11,000 new licenses during the quarter. What's your target here? What are you guiding for with Busy, the software?
So busy this particular year, we have added, I guess, almost 40,000 new subscribers, and we continue to 44,000 to be precise, and we continue to be bullish on the busy. Busy has become considerably break even, and it is cash flow from operations on the busy is also healthy, almost anywhere between 5 to 10 crores per quarter. Last entire financial year, cash from operations were almost 45 crores. So busy continues to work healthy in the positive direction, 25% upwards growth and better margin as well.
All right, so that's what you're guiding for busy in the next year. Just a final question from my end, sir, if you could, with all things considered, give us a simple outlook on FY27 when it comes to what the street should be working with when it's looking at your revenue, when it's looking at your margins, and when it's looking at your earnings, because eventually that's where the company gets valued, right? So, all those parameters.
On the margin side, we have always guided that anywhere around 33% plus minus 1 or 2% is the margin that we should be looking at. In terms of top line growth, we continue to work towards a double-digit top line growth, targeting about 10 to 12%, as well as on the bottom line side, the final earnings. I think the mark to market every quarter because of these interest rate changes and because of this changes, there are volatility on a quarterly basis. But if you look at on a yearly basis, we are doing healthy on that side as well.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining in and giving us all of those details. So, initially the stock was down, but it appears the street is willing to, lend the long rope and believe that things will improve from here on. That's why from the lows of the day, I think the stock has recovered close to around 3% or thereabouts. But we had that big news that was flashing at the bottom of our screen with regard to the tussle between Vedanta as well as Adani for JP's assets. Ashmit joins us to fill us in with the latest on that decision. Ashmit?
Well, that's the big takeaway from the NCLAT, the appellate tribunal, clearly holding that there was nothing wrong with the COC's decision in siding with Adani Enterprises for selection of their bid. There was nothing wrong in disallowance, in rejection of Vedanta's bid. And to that end, the NCLAT upholding the decision of the COC in Adani Enterprises' favor. Now, bear in mind, this was a heated contest before the appellate tribunal. Vedanta essentially saying that I'm giving more money. I'm giving nearly 18,000 crore rupees as compared to Adani's bid of 14,500 crore rupees. That's 3,400 crore rupees more. Why would the COC not pick my bid? That was the question that was raised, essentially saying that value maximization is the core principle that guides decision-making by lenders under the IBC process. So that question was raised. However, that question has been answered in the negative. The NCLAT holding that no grounds, no case has been made by Vedanta for selection of their bid, and with that rejecting Vedanta's application. Now, while this is a judgment that has come from the appellate tribunal, it may not be the end of the road. There is still a legal remedy available. Vedanta still has the option of challenging today's order before the Supreme Court.
All right, take that point, Ashwin. Thanks a lot for that. With that, we'll take a short break. Come back on the other side. We'll continue our focus on the markets and a lot of stock-specific action. Keep it with Chartbusters.
Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। Get me someone जिसके पास हर चैलेंज का जवाब हो।
Need a bank that helps you ace your wealth management game?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडिया's leading producer of stainless steel.
Doll, please.
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी।
Well, as you can see at the top of your screen, it is the election results which is on the market's mind, and as a result of which the bottom of your screen is fairly and squarely in the green. 200 points for the Nifty, near 500 points for the Nifty Bank, and the mid-caps doing a thing of their own. 2,000 stocks advancing for about 780 stocks which are declining. Early trends that have come in, but fair and square in terms of clarity coming in for some states, and obviously as we move along there will be more clarity coming in for others as well. With that, we wrap up on this edition of Chartbusters. You stay tuned to CNBC TV 18 and keep an eye out on both the up and the bottom of the screen.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे। हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। गेट मी समवन जिसके पास हर चैलेंज का जवाब हो।
Need a bank that helps you ace your wealth management game?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
Real time, on the go. India chooses Network 18. Commanding a whopping 80% of social audience. We don't just define the category, we are the category. And when news breaks, India
You're watching us here on Trading Hour. We come to you live from CNBC TV 18, the Election Exchange Super Monday. As you can see across your screen, a lot of data points from 4 states which are reporting their election result outcomes right now. And as a result of which, a big move is what we're seeing in the markets. The Nifty up nearly 200 points, with the broader markets doing a thing of their own. I'm Mangalam Malu, with me, Hormuz Fatakia, and as you can see, Ritu Singh joins in as well. Good morning, Ritu.
Good morning, Mangalam. Super Monday it is. There's a whole lot of cues that markets will be watching for. Primarily what's happening with those state election results. And so far, it seems so good. I mean, look at the markets. We're up almost 200 points as we speak at this point of time. Most of, the indices are doing well. Counting for the 5 state assembly elections is still underway. But some clear patterns are emerging in select states. We still have to stand by for what the final tally tells us. There's been strong auto sales numbers as well. Maruti's shares have been doing well. Sectorally, you're looking at FMCG, auto, realty, all of that doing pretty decently in trade, barring IT and the media pack, which is seeing a bit of a pressure in the trading session. So that's how the setup looks today on the macro front as well. The oil prices have cooled down from the kind of highs that we saw. And for the rupee as well, it's opened a bit stronger today compared to the close on Thursday. Let's go across to Hormuz, who puts the spotlight on the top movers and shakers.
It's a busy start to the week, I must say, and we are coming back after a long weekend, and possibly all the relaxation of the long weekend has been covered in the first couple of hours of today's trading session. You take a look at the index, well, we are still up 200. We are slightly off the highs of the day, but they take a 200-point advance nonetheless. It's still back above the 24,000 mark, and that's the important level that the bulls would be looking to defend all through the week. The Nifty Bank too doing well for itself off the highs, but still holding on to a 400-point advance. It remains to be seen whether that sustains as we go into the second half of the trading session as well. The big casualty of the day, though, is Sun TV, and with the election trends that are emerging out of Tamil Nadu right now, the DMK trailing currently, and 8.5% lower on Sun TV, the biggest single-day fall that the stock has had since 2024. Among the negative earnings reactions that we have had in today's session, there are plenty of them. Zen Technologies is down 11% as we speak. It was a disappointing quarter to say the least. The stock had gone up significantly as well before the results. Netweb Technologies, we heard the management just a few minutes back, 6% lower here as well. Sona BLW, Indus Towers, some of the other negative earnings reaction. The star of today's session possibly, though, is Idea Forge. Now the stock is now up 20%. And it's up in an upper circuit, back above its IPO price of 672 as well. And that is after the company delivered the profit this time around. Dr. Lal PathLabs as well, another positive earnings reaction, 20% higher here as well. Aster DM, Laurus Labs, some of the others that are doing well. The auto stocks had a good start as well after the sales numbers that came in, particularly so for Bajaj Auto and Maruti. Both of them are off the highs of the day, still holding on to gains of around 3%. And some of the other stocks that are doing well today is Misho. The stock was higher on last Thursday, and another 10% today. It's be reporting results this week, and that'll be the important one to watch out for, back above the level of 200 after December of 2025. And lastly, a couple of stocks at 52-week highs today. Bandhan Bank, of course, another election-linked name, now 5% higher on the stock. RR Kabul doing well for itself, and earnings reaction 8% higher. And BHEL, ahead of its results today, doing well for itself, 3% higher on this one as well.
Take that point, Hormuz. Thanks a lot for that. Meanwhile, a lot of stocks buzzing around on the back of earnings is what we have right now. So let's go straight across to SIS. The stock is doing extremely well in today's trading session. The revenue has crossed 4,400 crores in the fourth quarter. And as we speak, a 15% jump is what we're seeing on SIS Limited. Dheeraj Singh, who's the CEO of the company, joins in to discuss the outlook for FY27 and even more. 4,400 crores and counting on the top line for the fourth quarter. Do you think this quarterly run rate maintains into FY27? And what's the outlook that you have when it comes to revenues?
Good morning. FY26 was the rebound year for us. And the coming years we see as the inflection points on the tail of the labor code reforms. Our run rate, if you look at in March, is already more than 1,500 crores. So annualized basis, we are standing at 18,000 crores already. So we expect our guidance of 15 to 20% growth year on year, which is what we've been delivering, 15% CAGR since our IPO till now will continue in the foreseeable future.
So, well, in that case, with the numbers that you have reported so far, now, what are since you have mentioned that you are exiting low margin contracts this time around, but what about the peak margins now that you can expect going into FY27 with the low margin contracts out of the way, and are you making a conscious effort to only bid for high margin accretive contracts in the future?
Solutions is going to be a very important part of our total portfolio, basically technology-led, and the labor code reforms makes that a necessity also going forward. If you look at our facility management vertical, over the past 8 quarters, our margins have increased from 3.9% to now 5.6%, which is what we had guided a 20 to 25 basis points quarter-on-quarter increase. We see that trend continuing for this year, and so we should be reaching the 6% pre-COVID level within a year itself. On the security side, because we have added APS, which is combined with SIS, now we are delivering 6,000 crore plus annualized revenue, twice our nearest competitor. And that integration will happen over the next 2-3 years. And that is when the synergies will accrue. And within that 2 years, 3 years period in security, we should be above the 6% margin too. On a standalone basis, security is now at about 5.5% without the APS consolidation.
Okay, got it. So you're targeting to get to 6% margins in this year itself, not at a later date. Let's also talk about your Australia market. There you have about, it is your largest international market, but the Fair Work amendments that have come in, which will increase the minimum wages, etc. How are you going to absorb the labor cost escalation that will happen? And quickly on, your DRHP filing, of course, SEBI has given a grace period to all companies, given the current situation. But what is the timeline you're looking at?
For those international business, as you know, our contracts are all cost plus basis. So the cost gets passed on to the customer. There might be a lagged impact of 1 quarter. And we have seen that working over the past many quarters. Revenue has been very strong in Australia, one of the strongest revenues in the past 10 years. And we see this year continuing on a similar bullish basis for the revenue side. The margins is what we are focusing on. And as we pass on the cost to the contracts to the client side, the margins will stabilize around the 4% too. Regarding the DRP for our cash business, yes, we have got a deferral till end of September, considering the overall geopolitical situation, and we want to time it to give back the maximum value to the shareholders. So we are working on that.
All right. Could you give us a specific guidance for your FMS business? Out here, the revenue growth was fairly strong, and the margins also did extremely well over the last year. There has been a near 70-80 basis points expansion, and that's typically a margin accretive business for you.
Absolutely. We have multiple engines, as you know, in our business. And when all of them fire together, the results are what's happening in this quarter. And facility management business has delivered a superlative on the margin side. And it's adding 10 crores of new business every month. Overall, we are adding about 100 crores top line to our run rate every quarter. If you see in these 3 quarters, we moved from 1,300 to 1,400 to now 1,500 crores. So our business is an annuity-based compounding business, and that is how it should be seen, that our contracts keep on adding. And with the labor code reforms, we see that a huge opportunity for a market expansion into the unorganized sector, reducing the compliance arbitrage that many of the unorganized players had. That will open up a large enough market for us again.
So is the AP Securitas remaining stake acquisition timelines still on track? You plan to acquire the remaining stake by 2029. And by when do you plan on integrating the same? And of course, bring that business's margins on par with the core SIS India business?
Absolutely. The plan is on track. The integration is going on very well. We are working together, but they are leading the business independently. We are looking at all the synergies, whether on the procurement side, on the technology side. And from the second year onwards, that is another 1.5 years from now, we will start the roadmap for the integration, and formally at the end of the 3 years from the acquisition date, it will be formally integrated.
Okay, Dheeraj, as we let you go, what are the big things we should keep our eye out on as far as SIS in FY27 is concerned?
This is a year where we've reduced our working capital significantly. That has been one of the challenges for our industry, and we've reduced from, in the past 3 quarters itself, 13 days. And every day of working capital reduction releases 40 crores in cash. So we are looking at a high growth, 15 to 20%, which will continue with a margin that will continue to increase from the current level, and a high return on equity and operating cash flow that we will generate.
Dheeraj, thank you so much for joining in and giving us an outlook on your business going forward. You believe that FY27 will be an inflection year with a lot of growth engines ahead of the company, and the street believes that. It's a 15% uptick that your stock price has seen. As we speak, also have Aether Energy's numbers at your bottom of your screen, a 74% jump in the revenue. That's something that the street would like a lot more than the bottom line that the company has posted, because obviously it is on an investment trajectory. The good part is, with this revenue growth, the EBITDA loss has come off from almost about 173 crores to 70 crores, and the net loss too has come off from 234 crores to about 100 crores. So operating leverage playing out for the company, operating improvement coming in with the losses reducing. But let's go across now to Ritu. Ritu also joins us with the important news that flashed just while the management was speaking. This is about Vodafone looking to raise some debt, nearly 35,000 crores, Ritu.
That's right, Mangalam. The company has been in talks with lenders for a while. It's just that, there was no clarity on the AGR dues repayment, which is what was stalling the talks. Now we understand those talks have restarted. In fact, as early as just last week, a day or so before the AGR due clearance, a clarity sort of came in. The lenders of, the chiefs of some of the top banks in India, they held a meeting to discuss a fresh line of credit to Vodafone Idea. And the number that that is in discussion between the lenders and Vodafone Idea is 35,000 crores in fresh debt. Now, that would include, we understand, about 25,000 crores of fund-based lending and another 10,000 crores in non-fund-based facility, which is your guarantees essentially. And the entire proceeds, we understand, bankers are making it very clear, will have to be earmarked for capex spend and not for servicing any AGR dues. Now, we've also been given to understand that Vodafone Idea, in its talks with lenders, has assured them that internal cash flows will more than cover the spectrum dues, that will be, due for payment over the coming few years, and that the bank loans will simply be used for expansion. Now, in this, new line of credit that is likely to be extended, we understand SBI will take the lead, and almost all major public and private sector banks are looking to participate. But of course, the loan sanction and approval process, that could take another 3 months or so. So we'll have to watch out for that one. Now, as far as Vodafone Idea's current bank exposure is concerned, it's come down quite significantly. In fact, lenders tell us that the current fund and non-fund based exposure of all the banks put together to Vodafone Idea stands at about 4,000 crores at most. So that also helps matters that the debt has come down quite a bit. And of course, we had that news coming in where the DOT has cut their outstanding AGR dues by almost 27% to about 64,000 crores. Now, this is less than what the street had expected. This is lesser than what the banks were even, the number they had in mind. But it is a relief nonetheless. And so now the talks on extending a fresh line of credit will proceed. We've written to both Vodafone Idea and the consortium lead State Bank of India for their comments, and we'll, of course, update you as and when those comments come in. But let's slip into a short break on that note. Up next, we'll focus on the bond market when we return with Manisha Gupta.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का डीबीएस बैंक। डीबीएस बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ।
Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
Real time, on the go. India chooses Network 18. Commanding a whopping 80% of social audience. We don't just define the category, we are the category. And when news breaks, India logs into Network 18 every single time. Network 18.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
Welcome back. Super Monday continues right here on CNBC TV 18. The markets are back towards the highs of the day after that initial dip that we saw, back towards the 24,250 mark on the index. But as promised, shifting focus to the bond markets. Manisha is here with the latest. Manisha.
Thank you so much for that. Well, the Indian bonds started the week on a stronger note there. There was a bit of a profit taking after that as the markets look very, very attractive. But we mostly are holding on a firmer note here. Well, it also is about the rise in crude oil prices. It's holding around $108 a barrel. There have been various statements from Iran and US and both sides, but the street really looking at the fact that $100 of an average is what we're looking at in the last fortnight at least, and that does challenge inflation on the higher side. The US also, the US has said that they will help ships that are not belonging to the warring nations to pass through Strait of Hormuz. So that is something that the street will watch out for. The US Treasury yields also have seen some easing, and that seems to be supporting the bond markets therein. India, in the meanwhile, is awaiting election results, assembly election results for 5 states today: Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, Puducherry, and West Bengal as well. So this is, if you do see the central government coming in many of these state government as well, the markets are anticipating that you will see some support coming in for the equity markets. That's exactly what we seem to be looking at. Strong equity markets, not just in India, but in the Asian markets as well, are supportive for the money markets therein. In the meanwhile, the traders are concerned about a possible fuel hike in petrol and diesel in the coming week or a fortnight, and that perhaps could be yet another thing to watch out for. The higher pump prices could push the CPI to the higher side of the RBI inflation range of 2 to 6% for FY27 therein. In the meanwhile, you also are looking at the swap rates reflecting expectations of repo rate hikes in FY27. That is something that the streets seem to be working with right now.
The other side, we will discuss. Right, Manisha, thanks a lot for that. We will take your leave on that, on the bond market updates. We'll slip into a short break, come back, market technicals with our technical experts on the other side of this break.
माइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
Bye, please.
I am माइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. As the gap between BJP and TMC at the top of your screen increases, we also have the market which continues to move higher, coupled with good numbers coming in. Net profit at 1,300 crores for a CNBC TV18 poll, much lower than that. Revenue growth largely in line with estimates, and that's BHEL that we're talking about. Look at the stock, zoomed 7%. It's the profit number, the operational performance that should come up for you on the screen. It seems like that's been a bit of a beat as against street expectations. Obviously, order win, commentary and all of that would be something that the street would like as well. And here's the big number, 1753 crores on the EBITDA versus a poll of triple digit in the BHEL EBITDA, and that has the stock zooming up 8% on the back of strong numbers. So all in all, looking fairly good for the market. Perfect time actually to get you the FNO update, which has come in as well. If you look at the market now, the Nifty Bank, the mid-cap index, all of them are at the higher end of today's trading range, if not the absolute day's high as well. The advanced decline also tells you over 2,200 stocks in the green for, stocks much less than 1,000 in the red right now, 700 stocks in the red. And we have the Nifty, which is above the 50-day moving average. So important technical level has been crossed out there for the Nifty Bank as well. The near-term resistance was the 20 and the 50-day moving average, of which one has been crossed, the 20-day moving average. Now all eyes on the 50-day moving average. The active options, the 24,200 call writers are fairly active, as are 24,300 call writers. If the market sustains these levels, then maybe we would see some sort of short covering in those calls as well. That's a June call. We're talking about the May call that expires next week, which has a much lower premium. So just take these options off. These are June options. May options have a premium of almost 80 to 100 rupees, telling you around 24,300 to 24,400. We will see some supply come in, if at all. If the market sustains, then maybe those call writers will be taken to cleaners as well. 24,200 put has seen a fair amount of writing, telling you that the support has moved higher to around 24,000 from earlier 23,800 thereabouts. A lot of long positions added on the Adani Group stocks. So we have Adani Green, Adani Ports, Adani Energy, all of them coming up for you on the screen A lot of long positions being seen there. HUL reported a good set of numbers on Thursday. The stock recovered from the lows but still ended in the red. But now it's zooming ahead, up 4.5%. Shorts caught on the wrong side out there as well. So short covering is what we're seeing. And interestingly, the West Bengal based, more specifically Kolkata headquarters companies are doing extremely well in trade today. So CESE is up 6%. Bandhan Bank has a significant exposure to the western part of the country, West Bengal, rather eastern part of the country, West Bengal that is. And we have Imami, Bazaar style retail, all of them doing extremely well in today's trading session almost.
Very well indeed. 8.5% higher now on BHEL. The numbers looking very, very strong on the operational front. A 37% revenue growth compared to last year. And of course, a strong performance on the EBITDA and on the margin front as well. Stock was already at a 52-week high at the start of the trading day, and it continues to build on to that. Take a short break. On the other side, we'll be joined by senior journalists and political analysts Sanjeev Srivastava and Ninad Seth to discuss the election trends so far.
The U.S. president entering.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, एआई कंडीशनर है।
Well, welcome back. The index still 1% higher, as is the Nifty Bank, holding on to important levels on the upside. The BJP comfortably now above the halfway mark in West Bengal. And of course, the big news from Tamil Nadu as well, Vijay-led TVK at 108, still short of that 117 mark, but closing in and ever so close on that as well. So the markets continue to hold on to the gains as well. But to get you a more granular update on the counting trends that are emerging with the BJP set for a first and a historic win in West Bengal, Santhya is here from the magic wall to get us all of those details. Santhya.
So, Harmaz, let's start with West Bengal here. West Bengal is that one state BJP has been eyeing for a very long time, and it looks like finally BJP might end up forming the government in the state. As you can see, the current trend suggests that BJP is leading on 183 seats, an improvement you can see as compared to how it performed in 2021, and TMC is leading only on 99 seats. Remember, TMC won 215 seats last time, and Congress initially was leading on 5 seats. Now it's not leading on any of these seats, and other 3 seats. Now, look, how many seats out of these 3 seats are being dominated by the left front? That remains to be seen. A big shock for Mamta because she's leading from Bhawanipur, a constituency which is her home turf. She was born there. She was born in an underprivileged, economically underprivileged family. She got educated in the constituency of Bhawanipur. She worked as a part-time worker at a milk booth in Bhawanipur during her student days. She joined politics and started with Bhawanipur, but she's trailing from Bhawanipur. And Suvendu Adhikari, who was once considered her general, her close aide, is now leading from Bhawanipur. And there's a reason Suvendu Adhikari is contesting or decided to contest from Bhawanipur was just to contest against Mamta Banerjee, because remember in 2021, Suvendu Adhikari and Mamta Banerjee were pitted against each other in Nandigram, and Suvendu Adhikari won that seat. Looks like it's going to be a repetition of that. So a big shock for TMC here, but looks like BJP might end up forming government in the state. But the state which I really want to talk about is Tamil Nadu, and I'm sure all of us want to talk about Tamil Nadu, and for this one reason, and that one reason is TVK. The X factor in this election, a new party, a noble party which was formed in February 2024, though as you rightly mentioned that it's yet to reach that magical number, but it's coming up, it's emerging as the single largest party. As you can see, the difference here, AIADMK is leading only on 72 seats and DMK just on 51 seats. So it's clear that TVK has eaten into the vote base of both these parties. DMK more as compared to AIADMK. The thing which I want to talk about is Vijay's personal performance also, whether it's Trichy East, whether it's Perambur, he's leading on both the seats. And see, Vijay did not choose any of the safe seats. He is contesting from 2 seats, and both these seats are DMK stronghold. So he chose these non-safe seats, and this indicates that how sure he was with his party, with his performance, and the agenda he took among the people. And this also indicates his aggressive stand. When the party was formed, he made it clear that it's going to be a party with change. It's going to provide people with a substitute other than DMK and AIADMK, because the state continues to shuttle between these two parties, these two key alliances here, both NDA and India Bloc. But TVK at 111 seats. So TVK and Vijay cracked the whole logic, the whole concept of how to win an election pretty soon. Because remember, other than TVK, in the recent past, it was Aam Aadmi Party who did so well, who did equally splendidly well when it came to making an electoral debut and forming a government. So here is TVK, the X factor in these elections.
Sandhya, thanks a lot for that, explaining West Bengal as well as TVK, Tamil Nadu, TVK's performance out there as well. To take this discussion forward, we do have a bunch of experts joining in. Ninad Seth, who's the senior journalist and political analyst, along with him, Sanjeev Srivastava as well. Ninad, let's focus on the basic question. What explains the outperformance of TVK in Tamil Nadu, which not a lot of people were factoring in, barring one exit poll, if I remember correctly? And what is it that worked against the TMC in West Bengal?
I think to start with Tamil Nadu, it is a surprising result, but it is not surprising if you see it in the historic context. The political culture of Tamil Nadu has never really told the difference between the real and the real. And the new parties without Jayalalitha there on the one side and without Karunanidhi on the other were actually more formations than political parties. They did not have the ground beneath them. And the charm and the charisma of the actor has once again proved that the political culture in Tamil Nadu is very, very different from the rest of India. Also, it is interesting that all actors which have come and ruled, in Tamil Nadu have either been outsiders or have not been from the lower castes, the so-called lower castes. That gives them some sort of immunity from the caste pull of Tamil Nadu. I think that here the most important factor has been, besides his, of course, obvious cinematic charisma, the hope for change. There has been an anti-incumbency, corruption-oriented image of the ruling party, DMK, and I think that has backfired on them. As for West Bengal, I would like to say that this is the first election in living memory where a bomb was not hurled and people were not killed in an election in Bengal. Please bear in mind that if you look at the historic statistics, the political violence of West Bengal is legendary. there are more people killed in West Bengal elections historically since independence than the Indian elections, taken together. So to me, the deployment of the 300,000 forces, central forces, allowed the fear factor to subside, allowed the voter to come out and vote without punishment or coming his way. That was, I think, the most important factor which led to the historic 93% turnout. The turnout also, I think, reflected that Mamata Banerjee had gone completely the other way in Islamic appeasement, and the Hindu counter consolidation therefore has been witnessed. And if you look at the vote share, it's across Bengal. It is not in one area, it is not in one class, it is across Bengal. So this is a very different vote consolidation. This is not episodic. I think this is going to be a long-lasting consolidation. I would also like to say that 15 years is a very long time in power. The anti-incumbency itself plays a very, very major role if you allow fair elections. West Bengal has stagnated, and 8 crore Bengalis who work predominantly as labor outside, who were reporting back home for voting, were telling stories of even states like, your channel has been reporting that Orissa has got its mineral game, it's getting its mineral game right. Orissa is coming up. There are green shoots in in Bihar where Coca-Cola has a factory. These economic factors we do not usually pull into our, considerations when we do election analysis, but these matter. And I think that 15 years of anti-incumbency has mattered. Lastly, the weeding out of the illegal voter has reduced the margin of error for the ruling coalition and has amplified the anti-incumbency. So these three factors have come together. And finally, I would say that, that a big question mark, is BJP an outsider, has been answered. Culturally, very important for BJP that they are now not perceived as an outsider.
Well, BJP not an outsider, but that's about West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Let's also quickly focus on Kerala. Sanjeev Srivastav, coming to you on Kerala. Typically, what we've seen is, the state tends to alternate between LDF and UDF every election, of course, with the exception of Pinarayi Vijayan staying for almost 10 years now. But, with the current trends where they are, if UDF does indeed win the election, we don't have the final numbers yet, there'll be no government left anywhere in India. So is it too early to say the left's experiment in Kerala is over? And what does this mean for the fate of CPI?
I won't worry much about the fate of the communists right now. They, like you were just mentioning, in Kerala, every 5 years the government flips. The communists had a run for 2 terms, so they were there for 10 years. So it was only expected that the UDF or Congress-led alliance will do better this time. And same is the story with Assam. The real big shocker is coming from Tamil Nadu and West Bengal, actually.
But Sanjeev, since you're on the subject of West Bengal, it has always been a state that has voted decisively on either side, whether it be voting for the left all the way up until 2011 and then for Mamata Banerjee for 3 terms in a row. And this time too, the vote appears to be decisively voted in turnout in favor of the BJP this time around. Do you believe that this high turnout factor has proven to be that one decisive move that has shifted the vote or the mood in favor of the BJP, as Ninad was also mentioning earlier?
I think what he was mentioning earlier, I kind of completely agree with him. The BJP, which I thought was still being seen as an outsider by certain sections of Bangla voters, that theory has now been hung upside down. I think it is the most crucial election in recent years, West Bengal one, which the BJP has crossed, in my opinion, the final frontier, if you may. West Bengal was one challenge they were never able to overcome, despite their founder coming from West Bengal, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. But this time they have crossed the Rubicon. And I think Mamata, yes, 15 years of anti-incumbency did play a role. I think Mamata's basic strength was that she started from a 27-28% solid vote bank of minority Muslim community. This time the BJP's game plan or their strategy, and of course the public mood only amplified that a real reverse mobilization has taken place. which one thought, because of the sheer numbers of the Muslim vote, will not be easy to achieve, and because BJP having this outsider tag will be difficult to crack. But the BJP has proved the skeptics wrong. And I said on my previous outing, on the first phase of polling, that I dread the results day. Anything may happen, and I think this result is going to surprise a lot of people. Though I'll just put one rider in terms of West Bengal, because the number of rounds of voting, there is still some possibility that this trend may change. In my opinion, unlikely to, but we should hold our horses a little bit more in West Bengal. Other states seem to be more clear. And that's the only reason is the number of rounds which are there. It is going to be an arduous counting process, but a huge, huge victory for BJP.
Take that point. Huge, huge victory for BJP, and that's what the markets are showing as well. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, for joining in and giving us your perspective on all the state elections, with a special focus, obviously, on Tamil Nadu and BJP, where there have been big news pieces which have come around. Take a short break, come back on the other side. We get you a special conversation with the management of Nestle on their fourth quarter earnings. Stock did extremely well post that. And among the stocks that are doing well today, FMCG finds some mention as well. HUL up around 4.5%. We have Nestle as well, which reported a stellar set of fourth quarter earnings, and the stock has been gaining ever since. Right now as well, holding with a gain of about 1/3%. We spoke to the management, Manish Tiwari, and asked about the key reasons behind the strong growth, but more importantly, what lies ahead for them as we traverse through volatile raw material environment as well. Let's hear out what the management had to say.
Some of the categories which are doing much better. I think we've seen some stupendous growths in confectionery, on our culinary business, which is Maggi. But the good news, Mangalam, is across the last 2 quarters, all our businesses are reporting strong volume growths. So the growth is quite secular. Of course, there are new businesses like Purina, Nestle Professional, which are growing at very, very high double digits. But that's also the nature of the business. So we are happy with the secular growth across categories. Going forward, obviously, this growth should also be seen in the light of some of the changes which the government did in terms of the GST, the income tax last year. going forward. There are some headwinds which you are aware of, the geopolitical situation, the monsoon reports. So, but as far as the inputs are concerned, Mangalam will continue to drive what's giving us growth, which is disciplined execution and investment behind our brands.
Right. You know, despite the headwinds that are ahead, the tailwinds that you have, you've earlier called out, you know, faster growth coming in for the rural business and higher penetration-led growth coming in for you as well. And if we discount this quarter and look at the last entire year, your revenue growth was close to around 15%. If you could give us a sense on whether that is something that could be, you know, repeated in FY27, because the last time we spoke, you did say that 2026 looks like a very strong year for you.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the year, my prediction was 26 would be a very strong year and would be a year of volume growth more than price growth. Things have changed. I think as far as the top line is concerned, Mangalam, I think the team and I are confident that our growth would be market beating, which is we would gain shares. But the market momentum in terms of category growth is something we have to watch out for, because February and March, as per Nielsen, the markets are slowing down. And then, of course, there are some cost pressures, consumer sentiments, which will have a better read by the end of Q2 of this calendar year. But what I feel confident about is our growths, our brand growths would be ahead of the category growths.
All right, ahead of category growth. Let's talk about the commodity prices. You know, in your earnings release, you did call out some moderation in coffee and cocoa. But as we speak, cocoa seems to be going on an inflationary trend once again, with all the other packaging material costs and all the other concomitant costs increasing as well. In light of that, how should one look at your margins, especially after the strong performance in the fourth quarter? Do we see some moderation?
Yeah, I think first let me start with the commodity and then some of the pressures which are coming because of the West Asia situation. I think as far as the commodities are concerned, coffee, which was at all-time record highs last year, has softened, and that's very, very good for us. Cocoa has been a mixed one. We saw some softness and now it's hardening. I think the two commodities which I called out in the results also, milk and wheat, we see some pressure and some pressure on palm kernel oil because of the global situation. I think that's, if it wasn't for the West Asia situation, I would say it would be have been a balanced portfolio, something which the team is resilient enough to manage through cost optimization and savings. But I think the added ambiguity of what's happening, the rising prices on packaging, some of the freight and logistics, I think that's creating a little bit of a headwind. So we'll have to see as we get more clarity on this, on how much we can recover through cost optimization and saving, and some of it might have to be passed on as pricing.
Was there any pass on in pricing in the fourth quarter?
No, nothing out of the normal. I mean, of course, across packs, we always have some price changes, but all the impact of West Asia, etc., there has been no pricing hike on our portfolio till date.
Right. What about Nespresso, Pet Care, and your B2B business? These three businesses you had called out as great growth drivers for you. Obviously, they grew very strong as compared to the entire portfolio. But in an absolute, contribution terms, where does that number stand at, and where do you expect it to go as the years progress?
I keep on calling them the icons or the green shoots of the business, because they're very small in terms of contribution right now. But I think what we are really delighted about is the kind of consumer feedback, the kind of ratings we are getting for all three. So if you take a Nespresso, we started with one boutique. We've now moved on to the second one, and we're going to shortly do something in Bombay. I think the response has been fantastic, including some of the limited edition stuff we are doing on Nespresso. Purina, I mean, especially the cat range, whether it's Felix or Friskies, has done really, really well. The footprint is restricted to a few cities and e-commerce and OTT, but we're delighted with the consumer response we are getting. Nestle Professional, which is the B2B which you're referring to, is a much older business, has great traction with chefs, with the out-of-home business and the machine vending business. Lots of innovation happening, and all three businesses are growing at very high double digits. But we see that this growth pattern to be there for the next 5 to 10 years at least. And that's what these businesses will bring to the portfolio.
Are there any category headwinds that we see? Because, in the milk nutrition products, the growth has not been as much as the other parts of the business.
Yeah, I think, Mangalam, what's important is to look at the category penetration. So if you look at the penetration for some of our businesses like coffee, the penetration keeps on rising because consumers are shifting from tea to coffee. So there is a natural tailwind. Or even if you took culinary, Maggi, the urban penetration at a monthly level would be like 25%. So there's a lot of headroom. Nutrition is a slightly different story on two fronts. On the dairy front, because of the milk supply, there have been some changes in consumption. And similarly, in terms of the nutritional product for baby, the penetration is much higher. So, I mean, all of them cannot be compared at the same level. But we are very happy because if you look at the last couple of quarters, I have called it out in my commentary that we are very happy with the kind of growth we are getting on that part of the portfolio. But it wouldn't be an apples-to-apples comparison to compare it to a Maggi or a Kit Kat.
All right, final question before we let we go. 22 to 24% was the margin band that you had spoken about, something that will maintain. Are you confident of that from a full year basis? And a double-digit growth in FY27, should that happen? If yes, how much of that would be volume-led? How much of that would be price-led?
I'll take a step back, not get into a forward-looking comment on the numbers. I think what I've consistently said over the last 3 quarters is we're going to prioritize volume-led growth, because that's critical for some of our categories where penetration is low. Our first port of call, if we are hit by commodity and some of the uncertainty in the market, will always be cost efficiency. I think one of the biggest things which I'm really proud about, what my team has done, is the fact that the disciplined execution, I think that's what is compounding some of our results. And we'll continue to drive that. Having said that, the ratio of volume to price in terms of contribution will change this year vis-a-vis where we started from. But we feel good about delivering market-beating growth as a group of people.
So welcome back. Another one stock that has seen some semblance of recovery from the initial lows has been Kotak Mahindra Bank. Of course, the stock is still down around 2.5%. At one point, it was down almost 5%. It was a top loser on the index and is one of the very few index names that is seeing some bit of selling in today's session. Ananya is here to do all the number crunching and how the quarter turned out this time around.
Despite delivering a healthy Q4, Kotak is down today as the market is now focusing on the future risks rather than on the current performance. And the quarter itself was strong. Numbers were good with PAT being driven by lower than expected credit costs and lower provision. Now PAT was up 13% YOY and 17% quarter-on-quarter. NII grew 8% YOY and 4% quarter-on-quarter. Asset quality was also the key highlight with NNPA at 0.25%, PCR at 79% and credit cost sharply lower at 0.39%, along with a meaningful decline in slippages. Now, loan growth remained healthy at around 16% YOY, while deposits grew nearly 15% YOY, with CASA improving to 43%. However, the stock is reacting negatively today due to few key concerns. Management highlighted that the NIM is going to moderate going further due to higher term deposit rates. Even though slippages have declined, unsecured growth needs to accelerate further. The management also highlighted that they have not seen any effect in the loan book due to the West Asia conflict, but they remain cautious about the second and third order effects. Additionally, the valuations are relatively premium. So overall, we can see that these are the key reasons that the stock is reacting negatively today.
Ananya, thanks very much for that. Kotak Mahindra Bank, they're the top Nifty loser on account of some of the concerns which Ananya highlighted, the margin concerns, return ratios being poor as well. But we'll wrap up on this edition of Trading Hour. On that note, stay tuned. Halftime report will be up next.
Stocks cheer early poll indications of likely centre-aligned regimes emerging in key states of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Realty and hospitals are the biggest gainers, while IT is the key drag.
Kotak Mahindra Bank's premium valuation triggers a sell-off despite posting a steady quarter after its CEO strikes a cautious note on the Iran war impact and points to margin pressure ahead. The bank remains open to a rebid for IDBI Bank.
Even as the government has trimmed voter ideas AGR dues from nearly 88,000 crores to about 64,000 crores, the telco is tapping banks to raise 35,000 crores in debt for capex, sources tell CNBC TV18.
Auto sales rev up in April with passenger vehicles maker Maruti, M&M and Hyundai seeing healthy growth, and even two-wheeler makers powering up. Stocks of Bajaj Auto and Maruti are prominent Nifty gainers in the trading session.
In a setback for Vedanta, the NCLAT has rejected its plea challenging the Committee of Creditors' award of JP Associates to Adani Group under the IBC process. Vedanta had challenged the decision, citing its higher offer.
Hello and welcome to Halftime Report, live from the CNBC TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Ekta Batra, with me Sonal Bhutra as well as Vinny Motiwala. Well, it is turning out to be a steady session for us, and that is courtesy the election outcome that we are possibly seeing on the screen at this point in time. Not the final verdict, but the early numbers that we are seeing. Separately, we do have Brent crude prices, which are sub $108 per barrel. So that too is aiding sentiment at this point in time. So we do have the Nifty, which is above the 50 DMA of 24,137. But the next stop would be the 100 DMA for the Nifty, which stands at around 24,960. And following that, the 200-day moving average, which stands at around 25,090. So let's see where we go. As of now, it's steady state for the markets. We have the mid-cap index, which is up around 1% at this point in time as well. Hi, girls.
Hey, good afternoon, girls. And I think the crude prices going lower. And of course, what's happening in India politically is something which is exciting the markets today. Of course, we are still awaiting the final results as far as different state elections are concerned. But yes, we do have all the sectoral gainers in the green, barring IT and media. IT is losing around 0.7%. That continues to be a pain point for the market. But look at realty, a massive comeback after the fall that we saw this year. So that index is up around 2.5%. Metals continue to do well. A lot of earnings which are coming into the financial space as well. So that is one index you should be watching out for. But overall, continues to be a very steady state. And we'll watch out for the reaction once we do have the final results in. And a lot of earnings. So it's going to be a very data-heavy day, guys.
Absolutely a data-heavy day. And do not forget those earnings. Some of them have done quite well, right? BHEL, they reported the numbers just short while ago, and good numbers, 12% uptick right now. Dr. Lal managing to hold on to good gains. So those are some of those individual earning movers as well. But we have a very exciting lineup for you all on the show today. We will be speaking with a couple of managements on the back of their numbers, right? LG Balakrishnan as well as HFCL, discussing the outlook of FY27 with both the companies as well as the quarter gone by. Then Vivek will also take us through the stocks to watch out for, or the stocks that are moving around mainly in the trading session. He'll take us through all the lists over there, as well as in our Commodities Corner segment, Manisha Gupta will be speaking with Sachin Jain of World Gold Council to decode the key trends that are shaping up in gold prices in 2026. What's the expectation now? So all of that is there lined up for you all in the show today.
Well, yes, so it's quite an exciting lineup that we have in the next 60-odd minutes, and we'll keep our eye out on what is taking place with regards to the election verdict. But we're going to kick off the show with Vivek, who's going to take us through all of the stocks that are moving around in trade today. It's a very lively market. Vivek, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for that. Very lively market. So many data points that the street is processing, election results, all of that are being baked into the stock prices currently. In terms of individual names that we're tracking, first have a look at Equitas Small Finance Bank. Extremely strong quarter. Slippages fall sharply, both sequentially and on a year-on-year basis. That stock higher by almost 10% today. Like you mentioned at the start of the show, it's a comeback as far as the realty names are concerned. Most of the names today are doing very well. Godrej Properties leading the pack, up over 4%. Have a look at Laurus Labs. Results came in the dying minutes of trade as far as Friday was concerned. That stock high by almost 6% on very good management commentary. The other set of stocks that are doing quite well is the entire capital goods pack, and within that, BHEL, a blowout performance as far as Q4 is concerned, across the board, beat across all of the expectations. Stock high by 12%. This on top of what has essentially been a very strong performance by BHEL up to the result as well. And lastly, Balaji Amines, one of the top gainers as far as the NSE 500 index is concerned. On the other hand, quite a few laggards. Sun TV, one particular stock, in track with what the counting is suggesting as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. That particular stock down almost 7%, top laggard on the NSE 500 index. Kotak Mahindra Bank, NIM moderation is something that the street is currently being a little wary about. The entire IT pack, most of the names under a bit of pressure today. Coforge, TCS, Techem. Sona BLW management has called out worries as far as margins are concerned. Q1, Q2 expect margin compression. Street not liking that, down almost 5%. MCX, that particular stock cooled off from the day's high. SEBI chairman has mentioned that RBI as well as IRDAI are not in favor of allowing banks and insurance names in the commodity pack. That particular stock cooled off quite significantly from the day's high.
Okay, all right, take that point. Thank you so much for providing us that list, a comprehensive take on what's happening in the broader markets. With that, we'll slip into a short break. When we come back, we'll get you more on the markets and connect with management of LG Balakrishnan to discuss their Q4 numbers.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। गेट मी समवन जिसके पास हर चैलेंज का जवाब हो।
Need a bank that helps you ace your wealth management game?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. You're still tuned into Half-Time Report. LG Balakrishnan is the first management on the show. Revenue came in healthy. EBITDA margin, however, contracted marginally on a YOY basis. For the year gone by, the revenues are up 19% and the net profit is up 6% for the company. B. Vijay Kumar, the CMD of the company, is joining us now. Mr. Vijay Kumar, thank you so much for joining in. If you can give us a sense of what went by this quarter, because we did see a lot of volatility because of West Asia war. And is this something that has continued in April as well for your exports and your volumes?
Good afternoon. You're right. The war has impacted our performance. The costs have gone up, but this is only an indication of what is going to come. I think the real hit is going to be in the second quarter. We will be able to manage the first quarter. But the second quarter is when the real hit is going to be. The costs are going to increase. I can see the costs increasing already. And I hope that the war will end soon, because otherwise the costs are going to keep going up.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon. So you said costs are going up. So how much have they gone up by as of now? Because overall for FY26 also you had spoken about a 17% margin. This time also we are seeing a miss coming in. 16% around that level is the margin, EBITDA margin right now for the company.
Correct. When I said that, I also said that it depends on Trumpism. And it still hasn't ended. And they say that it's going to continue. What is happening is all the costs, like LPG, naturally everybody knows it went up. But the other petrochemicals, plastics, or packing material, transport costs, everything is going up. And it hasn't reached a plateau yet. So that is why I said we'll wait till the second quarter before making any clear prediction.
All right. So you can't give guidance at this point in time, but if you can give us a sense, Mr. Vijay Kumar, about how much the costs have risen, say, from a year ago, your entire operating costs, as well as are you in a position to take price hikes to pass this on at all to your customers, or do you think that demand is not showing that much of a robustness at this point?
It's not a question of demand. It's going to be a question of, a question of time. There will be a little bit of elasticity in passing on the customers, the price increase to the customers. So that is the reason I'm saying that the second quarter, I foresee right now there is a price, effect of about 2% on our margins. And going forward in the second quarter, unless we receive some support from our customers, we should see maybe even 3% or upward of 3%.
Okay, it continues to be a very uncertain situation, not understanding when supplies would come in, what pricing would it come in. It's difficult to understand the impact on EBITDA margins as well. While you get that, what happens to companies' capex plans from here on? You did have a new facility for industrial chain. Do you think, considering the volatility that we are seeing, this could see some impact? The total revenue that you had expected from this facility was 200 crore rupees. Where are we at that?
We expected 200 crores. I explained last time that we would target about 50 crores. We have actually done about 30 crores.
Okay, so you've done 30 crores from the new facility as of now. Target was 50 crores, but uncertainty is the impact maybe coming in on the numbers as well. So, just a word in terms of overall, I know tough to give a guidance, but outlook for revenue growth, if demand is fine and if things improve, maybe what is the growth that one could envisage coming in for the company? 19% you managed in FY26. FY27?
We should see maybe about 18%, 17%. The thing is, we have invested a lot of money in the last few years. Last year, I think we did about 450 crores. And this year also, we will be investing about 450 crores. And what that does is it brings in a lot of other potential capability for new products and new businesses. So that is what is supporting us now. So we should maintain our growth rate.
Okay. Just on that point with regards to capex, how much capex do you have which has come on stream? And can you just tell us what your current utilization is as a whole across your plants, and how much are you possibly targeting in FY27?
All our plants are running at about 80%, 80 to 85%. And the capex is about roughly 10% every year.
So what are you targeting in FY27 for your capacity utilization?
About 400 crores.
No, the capacity utilization is 85%, you said. Will it be the current level in FY27 as well, or will you improve on that?
No, we will continue utilization of 85% because our capacity keeps increasing.
Okay, got it. Just one question on exports. What was the contribution in FY26, and how much of a hit did you have to take? Any exposure to the Middle East?
We haven't taken any hit actually. We've actually grown a little bit. Our export turnover is about 300 crores. It is about 10% of the total. We are maintaining the 10% in spite of growing the top line.
Okay, so you will maintain that 10% export even going forward as well. Okay, that's the word coming in from export front as well. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this afternoon on the show and taking us through the numbers, outlook of the company going forward as well, and maybe connect with us again when we get more clarity on the geopolitical front as well. So thank you so much for joining in this afternoon. But on that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. After the break, we'll have Shivangi Sarda of Motilal Oswal Financial Services, and we'll talk about trading strategies with her, as well as we'll also bring on board later on Santhya to talk about what's happening on the political front and counting in the states that are going around, 5 states.
Coffee?
I am Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है.
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें.
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, India's leading producer of stainless steel.
When the market moves, we don't just report, we decode. From the boardroom to the trading floor, we track what's driving business and impacting investor sentiment.
With insight that empowers and guidance that builds wealth.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central, for your daily source of market intelligence and wealth creation, with a commitment to doing it right.
Bye, please.
I am Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है.
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक. DBS बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ.
Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
Welcome back to Halftime Report on CNBC TV 18. As of now, the Nifty is managing to hold on to 24,100 levels. But in the last few minutes, if you look at it, there's a dip that's come in the markets, right? From the high point, when we started the show, we're seeing a bit of a fall. So yes, a few points down from when we started. We were at 24,200 levels. Now we are at 24,140 levels. So 50, 60 odd point downtick from that level. Apart from that, in the last few minutes, maybe what's seen a fall coming in is also Adani Transmission, Force Motors, as well as TVS Motors in the broader end of the market. While in the Nifty 50, we're seeing Adani Enterprises, Trent, which has given up those gains as well. So we're seeing a bit of decline coming in terms of the last 15, 20 odd minutes, the moves that we're seeing coming in on these specific stock names as well. Apart from that, IT continues to be under pressure. Even as of now, IT is trending downwards. 8/10 to 9/10% of decline that we're seeing coming in for this index as a whole as well. Day's lowest point is what it's trading at. But let's move on, and it's time for our What's Trending segment. Leads are still pouring in, but looks like BJP may be set for a historic first win in West Bengal. Also, neither of the DMK twins may form a government in Tamil Nadu. The BJP in Assam and the Congress-led UDF in Kerala are the predicted winners. Let's go across to Sandhya for the details on this front. Sandhya, over to you.
See, everybody wants to talk about Tamil Nadu, so let me start with Tamil Nadu. And why not? Because despite the fact that exit polls did give TVK an advantage, but nobody thought that TVK would actually perform the way it is performing, completely stealing the show. As you can see, TVK is leading on 109 seats. The magic mark here is 117. So not that far for TVK. And AIADMK is leading on 68 seats and DMK is leading on 57 seats. Looks like TVK has eaten into both their vote bases, and that's one of the reasons why TVK is performing so well. And this is not completely unprecedented, but quite rare. Before TVK, it was Aam Aadmi Party which performed in this manner, a new party, a novel party, forming government in its first attempt. That's exactly what it looks like might happen in TVK's case as well. The party was formed in February 2024 when actor Vijay announced that he's going to make a debut in the space of politics and is going to contest elections. He fielded his candidates on all 234 seats of Tamil Nadu. And now it looks like a very, very safe bet considering how TVK is performing. So it's straight out of a movie set where an actor just stepped out of a movie set from a studio directly into the political forum, and here he's making wonders. So TVK here is completely overshadowing all the other parties. Let's talk about another state, interesting state, that is Kerala. In Kerala, it was expected that UDF might make a comeback. So here is UDF leading on 98 seats, LDF on 38 seats, NDA on 3 seats. Even 3 seats is a good mark for NDA because this is one state which is extremely challenging in terms of ideology for BJP, for NDA. So making these inroads is also not a victory per se, but a good performance as far as BJP and NDA are concerned. But let's talk about UDF. UDF leading on 98 states. Looks like UDF is going to form the government, and looks like Kerala is back to its revolving door policy where the voters vote one government in, one government out every consecutive term. The only exception in the last 50 years was 2021 when LDF got re-elected to power for the second consecutive term. But this time it looks like the pattern is, the state is back to its old pattern. And talking about LDF's performance, CM Pinarayi Vijayan, last we checked, was trailing from his seat, Dharmadam, his home turf, a place where the NDA candidate K. Ranjit said that there was some sort of under-the-table deal where UDF had fielded an extremely weak candidate as against LDF's Pinarayi Vijayan. But looks like even that didn't work in his favor. Remember, these are still trends. A lot can change. Another interesting state is, of course, West Bengal. This is that one state where BJP has been trying to form government for a very long time, and looks like it actually might end up doing that. BJP is leading on 181 seats, TMC only on 102 seats, others on 7 seats, and Congress which was earlier leading on 5 seats, is not leading on any of these seats. So looks like whether it was women votes, whether it was Muslim votes, minority votes, all these votes, vote banks did not vote for Mamata Banerjee the way they voted for her in 2021, in 2016 and in 2011, because that was the time she first came to power. So looks like BJP will end up forming the government in the state. Suvendu Adhikari might be their choice for the CM phase, though there is a very strong possibility that BJP can pull something similar to what it pulled in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan in 2023 and bring a very new, a very fresh face as their CM choice. But Suvendu Adhikari continues to be the leading contender here as far as the CM's position is concerned. Now, TMC's performance is, let's talk about TMC's last performances. In 2011, it formed the government. In 2016, BJP got only 3 seats. TMC once again formed the government. And in 2021, TMC, Mamata Banerjee, won 215 seats. BJP did very well from 3 to 77 seats in 2021 as well, and now 181 seats. These are the leading trends here. So a significant state for BJP. What could have worked for BJP or what couldn't have, that will be clearer once the numbers are, once the seats are declared and the numbers are all clear. But whatever BJP was trying to portray or trying to sell to the voters of West Bengal clearly resonated.
All right. Thanks very much for that, Santya. So definitely nail-biting, you would have to say, and not to mention the biggest story today might be what is taking place in Tamil Nadu. Film star may have just rewritten history there, along with what is taking place in Kerala as well. But how exactly are the markets reacting? The markets are off the day's high at this point in time. How do you approach trade in today's trading session? We have a technical expert, Shivangi Sarda of Motilal Oswal Financial Services, joining in to take us through that. Shivangi, hi, welcome to the show. Well, it's a session where we're holding above 24,000 currently for the Nifty. How would you approach trade given all of the news flow?
Very good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So we've seen that markets have been acting quite volatilely. And, we've seen that, of course, apart from the global news, today is the domestic news that is affecting the markets so much. But looking at the levels, we are, quite optimistic. And right now we are going for buy and decline strategy as well. Nifty is making multiple support, and this has been respected even despite the last trading session of the week was kind of weak, but overall we've bounced back. Until the time it holds above 24,050 levels, we could see an up move towards 24,350 and then 24,450 odd levels with a support at 24,050 zones. It's a close support, but it'll be important to watch out for these levels. Talking about Bank Nifty, we've seen that some of the banking, private banking names have underperformed, but overall the entire space is kind of picking up strength, even though it is underperforming the broader market. But we're still looking at 55,000 as the key important level for Bank Nifty. If it manages to hold above the same, then we could see an up move towards 56,000 levels. While support could act at 55,000 zones. So this would be the take on index. Both the index, buy and decline to continue with more conviction on the Nifty index.
Okay, take that point, Shivangi. More conviction on the Nifty index, which has come off sharply from the highs. If you can quickly tell us your individual bets.
So individual picks, first up on my radar is BSE, which has done quite well. It is trading in an upward sloping channel consistently, making higher top, higher bottom on the larger time frame, and we've seen long build up consistently over here as well. Now, the remarkable point here is that even after the resistance zone, it is holding up at the higher levels, and we are seeing fresh buying even at these levels. So this one's quite strong, and we're recommending a buy here. The next target for BSE would be around 3,900 with a support base at 3,620 levels. The second pick on my radar is BHEL, which has significantly made an up move today with the price volume surge. Now, on the monthly basis, we've seen that this stock is giving a very strong follow-up after the breakout. And we've seen consistent buying from the last 5 weeks after the consolidative phase on the weekly basis. So quite a nice potential upside building over here. And of course, with the entire sector tailwind as well, this stock is bound to do good. So we're recommending a buy here with the next target of 400 levels with a stop of 375 zones.
Okay. Thanks so much for that, Shivangi, and thank you so much for joining us on the show as always. But let's also go across to Mangalam to give us an update on what we're keeping an eye out on in the world of F&O. Mangalam.
Well, the market's off highs, as we've been pointing out since morning, that, above 24,200, between 24,200 and 24,250, we are facing some sort of resistance. That's what the options data was indicating earlier, and that's exactly what's played out right now as well. On a technical standpoint, the Nifty is hovering around the 50-day moving average. 24,138 is a level that we need to cross and close above. And for the Nifty Bank as well, the 20-day moving average, which is 55,236, an important level to cross and close above as well. Intraday, we did cross those levels, but the market is now back to hovering around those levels itself, if not below them. The IT index, that's the underperformer in today's trading session. Across the board, we've seen gains, but the IT index continues to lose and currently at the lower end of today's trading range so far. The market breadth, however, tells you that there are still more stocks advancing, twice the number of stocks advancing than the number of stocks which are declining. But the number of stocks which were losing have actually now increased from about 650 to closer to 1,000 in just the last 30 minutes or so. And as we speak, with the markets giving up on those important levels, option writers, call writers in particular, are back at 24,300 and 24,200, telling you once again that upwards of 24,200, closer to 24,250 to 24,350, there is supply in the market. But then the good part that the bulls would say is after today's up move, the base for the market has come higher. This morning, the base was around 23,800 to 23,900. Now that's moved higher to about 24,000 to 24,050 thereabouts. That's the action on the 24,200 put that is telling you that. But amidst all of this, a lot of stocks are seeing a lot of buying interest. BHEL, after a stellar set of numbers, suddenly seen an open interest spike on the long side, with the stock being up 10%. Dalmia Bharat is the other one, and Vedanta, obviously the demerged entity, is now listing X of all the other businesses on a low base, a big open interest jump and a big price point up move as well.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Mangalam. But on that note, we're going to slip into a very short break, and after the break, we'll come back with Manisha Gupta, who will actually be in conversation with the World Gold Council's Sachin Jain. Stay tuned in.
The case is
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
Real time. On the go, India chooses Network 18, commanding a whopping 80% of social audience. We don't just define the category, we are the category. And when news breaks, India logs into Network 18 every single time. Network 18.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
Joining us now on the show is Sachin Jain from World Gold Council. Sachin, thank you so much for joining us here in CNBC studios. You know, the first thing that I have to talk to you about is the prices itself, because we've come off all the way from all-time highs of $5,600 an ounce to $4,600 and below, and it continues to be very, very volatile. How have you read into the West Asia conflict and your sense on the impact of gold prices that it seems to be making?
So, Manisha, first and foremost, a big thanks to you to get us here and to the depth of understanding that you bring to your audience around gold. So, thank you. And to your point on the whole West Asian conflict, and we've been talking about how, ironically, gold has not rallied up in historical times whenever there's conflict. And I think that's to do with what happened really in January, where there was an unprecedented 30% increase in gold price, and there was an expectation that there will be some sort of leveling. And we're very happy that the leveling happened. And while it's coincided with the time of the war, of course, the prioritization on oil and other elements, of course, increased up. We've also witnessed that in the Western markets, there was a lot of drop in the commodity markets, and hence in cashing from gold happened. So I think it's all connected. But we think at the current levels, it's more realistic. And from here on, with such strong tailwinds right now for gold, I think it's going to be a strong year for gold.
How are you looking at the demand trends? Because we were recently reading the GDT numbers that have come in from World Gold Council. The first quarter has thrown in a lot of data, really. So while we are looking at volumes not decline too much, values clearly at all-time highs.
Absolutely. So I think maybe I can give you insight on what's happening globally, and then we can deep dive on what's happening in India, which is very interesting. So globally, we've seen a 2% up in the consumption of this quarter versus last quarter, but that 2% has resulted into 74% increase in the value consumption of gold. And if you go deep dive in that, investment demand is marginally down globally, right? But even with the huge outflows of ETFs, we've seen a net 62 tons of positive inflows of ETF. If you look at jewelry, globally it's about 23% down, but again, largely led by China at 32% down, India is 19%. I'll deep dive on that area as well. Central banks have been a core player. We've seen a 244 tons of consumption that's come from central banks, and that, if you look at a long-term average, it's been the highest average of quarter one we've seen historically. So from that perspective, things are strong. Even from a technological perspective, we've seen about 2% increase. So that's overall. Now, talking about India, which is so interesting, after a long time, we've seen a 10% increase in volume term, but almost an 80% increase in value terms of gold. If you deep dive of that, I mean, jewelry, we've been talking in depth. Now, in jewelry, we've seen a 19% decline in terms of volume, but it's very important to understand the value up. It's a 47% increase in value, and almost touching 1 lakh crore of consumption, which is massive. And the fact that the Indian consumer is stretching the pocket, and normally an Indian consumer who comes for jewelry stretches and buys with his budget, and that is increased. And I think it's a very important suggestion to what's going to happen. The other very important segment globally and in India we've seen is the acceleration and increased demand of bars and coins.
Sure.
Now, bars and coins is at 62 tons, almost like 5 tons lower than the jewelry itself. But what we also understood that a lot of recycling is happening at the jewelry stores. We've seen increasingly that the recycling of gold to gold, not necessarily gold to cash, has crossed almost 50%.
Okay.
A large part of bars and coins that are getting bought really get used. Like, for example, if you're wedding in 1 year, 2 years, you're saying, like, let me hedge, let me buy some bar and coins, and then let me come back to a jewelry store, convert that into gold, which was different. Earlier it was, let's buy jewelry, now it's let's buy gold, because the young consumers want the current trends.
They want to save on making charges, not give it twice.
More importantly, the trends are changing, and I think increasingly the families want to give a choice to the young brides and grooms to
buy
take the
your
decision.
own design your way.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And the other area that accelerated is ETF. Last point from my side.
So that's exactly what I wanted to ask you, but let me put it in a different way. So what really has seen a lot of strength has been, every time that we've seen the gold prices gain up, has been about central bank buying and then ETF buying. Both of these aspects, if you could touch upon.
Yes, so central bank has already touched, has crossed 244 tons in quarter one, and right now we take the annual feedback and research that we do with central banks that's underplay. About a month from now, we'll be able to publish that report. But we believe that with keeping in track as to what's happening in that part of the world, we've seen a long tail of small inactive central banks that are out in the market. People or banks that have not bought over the last decade, over the last 5 years, are actively buying. The 3 banks that have dominantly bought in the first quarter have been Bank of Poland, Bank of Uzbekistan. We also seen the Republic of China Central Bank that has come back in activity. So I think that's an important play that we believe should continue. And secondly, from an ETF side, we don't think it's going to cross to anything that what we've witnessed in 2025. I think it should be more sort of stable here, and we'll wait and watch as to what happens there. But in Indian ETFs, for instance, for the first time, we touched in this quarter 19.9 tons of consumption. And not long back, Manisha, 2 years back, the entire AUM of ETF was touching 40 tons. I mean, here is about 20 tons consumption in quarter one. And also, very importantly, there's been increase in folios of number of investors that have come in, which is very interesting, that the avid consumer on the street is looking at digitized investments in a very safe investment on ETF, which is regulated by SEBI and is a great product. So I think that's, and percentage-wise, it's a whooping 437% up in value, which of course seems huge. But I think it's going to get democratic inflow of organized play in the market.
All right, that's the commodity conversation. But let's look at Godrej Properties numbers. Now, do remember the company had already reported its operational update where they had crossed the 32,000 crore rupees in terms of their bookings, and the stock had reacted back then as well. Now, the company has given out FY27 bookings, which look really strong. They're looking at a launch value of 48,000 crore rupees, booking value of 39,000 crore rupees, and this is the highest that we've seen in the listed universe as well. And on the back of that, the stock had surged to the day's high. Now, do remember, for real estate companies, it's not the P&L that matters a lot. Because of the accounting standards, it turns out to be very lumpy. So it's the operational update which is very important. 105% of their annual guidance in terms of booking value is what they've achieved. And they continue to sound very, very optimistic on the outlook as well. It's a 39,000 crore mark, which they are looking at. So definitely a positive. And if we look at their cash flows as well, they have improved. That is something that the street would like as well. Overall, good set of numbers coming in. And most importantly, the guidance is something that the street seems to like. 5.5% on this one, and that is something which the street definitely will like. But yes, the real estate pack overall has made a comeback, and that is something that we can see with Godrej Properties as well. We'll do one thing, we'll slip into a short break. Up next, we'll connect with the management of HFCL on their numbers. You know, I was talking to someone the other day and they said, okay, retirement sounds very peaceful, but the fact is there is no salary, but the expenses continue. And that's why everyone says it's quite stressful to retire. But that can actually change because you can have a steady flow of income. And that's where SWP comes in, right?
SWP is relatively a hidden gem in the investing space. In SIP, you invest monthly into mutual funds. What you do in SWP is to withdraw money out of mutual funds on a monthly basis. So let's say you've already built a good corpus and now you want to withdraw it. You have two options. You can either withdraw it all together at once, or you can withdraw it in like every monthly installment. Your remaining amount stays invested and stays compounding.
Okay, so that means that once you retire, you do not just stop working, you make your money start working for you.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Welcome back. Well, above 24,100 currently for the Nifty, so we're up around 0.5%. Bank Nifty's cooled off a little bit. Maybe Kotak Mahindra is weighing a little bit on sentiment, so that index itself is up around 0.2%. But let's talk about one outperforming stock, HFCL, which is sitting at a fresh 52-week high after reporting what was a good set of Q4 numbers. Revenue growth zoomed more than 127% year-on-year basis, while the EBITDA margins have been flat at 18.5%, and they've turned around on the bottom line. It's a profit versus a loss on a year-on-year basis. And if you look at the stock on a one-month basis, it's really zoomed. It's up over 60-odd% just in the past 30-odd days. So that's the kind of performance that we're talking about at this point in time. Mahindra Nahata, who's the managing director at HFCL, now joins in to discuss the performance. Mr. Nahata, thank you very much for taking the time out. Well, let's talk about a little bit of a longer-term view, because you do have quite an aggressive revenue that you're looking at. You're looking at around 10,000 crores in FY29, and you're looking at margins of around 20 to 21%. Just on the revenue specifically, you closed the year at around 4,900 odd crores. So you're looking to pretty much double your revenue by FY29. What is that predicated on?
Look, we are constantly increasing our capacity and also diversifying our product range. The main increase in the revenue would come from, one, increase revenue from fiber optic cable business, where we are increasing capacity to produce fiber as well as the fiber optic cable. Moreover, we are going into connectivity solutions for data centers as well as telcos. That is also going to give us sustained growth in the revenue. This year, we are looking at this new revenue of roughly about 500 crores from this vertical. Next year, it should be about 1,000 crores. So coupled with the increased revenue of fiber optic cable and this interconnect solutions, this would be one part of the increase of revenue. Second part of the increase of revenue would be from the defense business. In defense business, we had practically negligible revenue in the last financial year. This year, we believe that we should be able to get at least 500 crores revenue, which in 2 years' time should cross 2,000 crores. So we have built up a very sustainable, order book and sustainable pipeline of products. And in areas which are growth areas, which all put together, we believe that we should be able to double our revenue in 3 years time frame.
Okay, so you will be able to double your revenues in 3 years time frame. Mr. Nahata, what about the margin expansion drivers? You did indicate some of the reasons why you would see higher revenues, but you spoke about realizations going higher as well. They've doubled versus FY23. You're looking at 2.5 times by FY27. What are these triggers for realizations improving from here on?
Look, one of the most important areas is the increased revenue and profitability in fiber optic cable business, where we have long-term contracts with the customers. So we know what the profitability is going to be. And with the backward integration, further backward integration we are doing in fiber optic cable business, which is producing the preforms, which is the raw material for fiber, that would also increase our profitability. Then we have a defense business coming up, as I explained. We are looking for a couple of 1,000 crores of revenue. There also the profitability is a bit better than normal telecom business. So all put together, we expect there should be a growth of 2 to 3% in our margins.
Sure, sir. So, one more thing that I want to understand is in terms of the hyperscaler OFC orders, right, at around $1.1 billion right now. What is the quarterly run rate for this year? And how are we expecting this moving on in FY27?
Look, this one particular order of 1.1 billion, there the delivery would start from June, and every year we have to supply $200 million. But we expect more revenues to come from hyperscaler, particularly from connectivity areas, because we are not accepting any big order now going forward, because the capacity is limited. And we want to sell in the spot market also, where the price realization also better. So some capacity we are keeping free for the spot market. But as I said, a lot of revenue is going to come from interconnect solutions also.
Okay, all right, Mr. Nahata, we're going to leave it on that note. Thanks very much for joining in and speaking with us and giving us that perspective. So that's HFCL stock doing well in today's trading session. We take a short break with the news that we do have the Bank Nifty, which has given up further gains, so just about flat with a little bit of a positive bias at this point in time. That's the Bank Nifty, up only around 71 odd points. We'll take a short break, get you more on the markets once we're back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're still tuned into Halftime Report. The markets have come off sharply from the highs. We are up just 117 points. When we started the show, we were up more than 200 points. A lot of moving parts in the markets as we speak. Stocks from the pharma pack have come off. Trent is one stock which is not doing so well. It has come off from the highs of the day, down 1.6%. We do have Infosys, Tata Steel, Wipro, some of these big names which are at the day's low, and they're leading to the pressure that we're seeing on the Nifty as well. Bank Nifty too is not doing so well. Basically, it's underperforming the index as we speak. So 0.2% lower on this one. But with that, we'll do one thing. We'll take your leave on this edition of Halftime Report. Stay tuned. Business Lunch will take all the action ahead.
Stocks cheer early poll indications of likely centre-aligned regimes emerging in key states of West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. Realty and hospitals are the biggest gainers, while IT is the key drag.
Kotak Mahindra Bank's premium valuations trigger a sell-off despite posting a steady quarter after its CEO strikes a cautious note on the Iran war impact and points to margin pressures ahead. The bank remains open to a rebid for IDBI Bank.
Even as the government has trimmed Vodafone Idea's AGR dues from nearly 88,000 crore rupees to about 64,000 crore rupees, the telco is tapping banks to raise 35,000 crore rupees in debt for capex, sources tell CNBC TV 18.
Auto sales rev up in April with passenger vehicle makers Maruti, Mahindra & Mahindra and Hyundai seeing healthy growth, and even two-wheeler makers powering up. Stocks of Bajaj Auto and Maruti are the prominent Nifty gainers.
In a setback for Vedanta, the NCLAT has rejected its plea challenging the Committee of Creditors' award of JP Associates to Adani Group under the IBC process. Vedanta had challenged the decision, citing its higher offer.
Good afternoon, you're with us here on Business Lunch. We are coming to you live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studios at the Election Exchange. It's a Super Monday, and it has turned out to be a Super Monday and has lived up to its billing. The kind of trends that are emerging so far is a surprise in Tamil Nadu. It is potentially a historic mandate for the BJP in West Bengal as well. And the markets, well, at the start were reflecting the same. And, well, at around 24,300 is where the index touched. We spoke about this as well in the morning, that the Nifty has been stuck in this 500-point range, right? At 23,800 on the downside, 24,300 on the upside. We went up to 24,300, and now we have cooled off from the highs of the day. And, of course, the big reason behind this cool off, A, is the sell-off in IT. And that has cooled off from the highs of the day. And, of course, the rise in oil prices. Brent had opened lower earlier this morning after some comments by Donald Trump on the Strait of Hormuz, but then has continued to reverse course and are now back in the green. Brent is back near the $109 a barrel mark. And that is after Iran's warning, after Trump's announcements on Project Freedom. Of course, there is still a lot more to go in the trading session. Earnings are coming in thick and fast. The good earnings are being disproportionately rewarded, BHEL being a case in point. The stock is up 10%, and the not so good ones are getting punished as well. So it's an earnings focused day. Yes, there was this initial reaction of the election mandate, but the market for now has given up some of those gains. It remains to be seen what the second half turns out.
Absolutely. Markets cooling off a little bit, but holding at that 0.4% in the green, right? But the Nifty Bank, that's what's underperforming. We've got elections to watch. We've got, the price of oil, which is now at $108 a barrel. And it'll be key to see all of those earnings that are trickling in at this point. Most of the sectoral indices are holding in the green still. We've got Realty, which is leading the pack higher, seeing a big recovery from all the loss that it has seen. The index is up over 2%. We've got DLF, Godrej Properties, Lodha, all of them between 2 and 3% in the green. The metal pack also doing well, nearly 1% higher. Vedanta is up 7%. Jindal Steel, Nalco, Jindal Steel 3% higher, and Nalco nearly 1% in the green. We've got Auto Pack reacting to the sales numbers. The index has come off its highs of the day, but we've got Maruti and Bajaj Auto still doing well, over 1% in the green. On the downside, we've got those IT names, the media name, and private banks that are also in the red as we speak.
And of course, the big story of the morning has been the counting of elections that has been underway across 4 states, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam. Early trends indicating a sweeping victory for Vijay's Tamilaga Vetri Kazhagam party in Tamil Nadu. A tug of war playing out between the TVK that's currently in the lead and the AIADMK-led alliance. Meanwhile, in West Bengal, the BJP has crossed the 180 seats mark. These elections, remember, is of strategic importance for 2 reasons. One, of course, West Bengal has long avoided BJP governance in the state. And second, that Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's battle against the Election Commission following the Special Intensive Revision or the SIR exercise in the state. Now, in Kerala, the high-stakes contest between the ruling LDF and the opposition UDF and the BJP-led NDA showing that a clean lead for the Congress-led UDF in the state. Now, shifting focus to Assam, where it looks like the BJP-led NDA is all set to bag a 3rd term. In the field are Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma, contesting from the traditional stronghold Jalukbari, eyeing a hat-trick. Now, on the flip side, Congress candidate Gaurav Gogoi is trailing in Jorhat versus his BJP incumbent Hitendranath Goswami.
Let's go across to Santya Gora, who's joining us to put the election tallies into perspective. Santya, take us through what's happening across these states.
So, Arundhati, let's start with West Bengal. West Bengal, as you can see, this is the current status. BJP is leading on 189 seats and TMC is leading on 97 seats. Congress, which was earlier leading on 5 seats, is not leading on any of these seats anymore. And other categories, 6 seats. It remains to be seen how many of these 6 seats are being dominated by left. And in the meantime, let's also talk about one specific region, that is North Bengal. And the reason I want to talk about North Bengal, because that's the place where traditionally BJP dominates the electoral scene. So looks like here also you can see that this time also BJP's performance in the North Bengal region is much better as compared to the southern region. But North has traditionally always been BJP's forte. Also, one of the reasons BJP is doing very well in North Bengal, tea workers, tea garden workers, because BJP and Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a lot of efforts to woo these tea workers. Their key demands were related to basic amenities, higher daily wage, employment opportunities for their kids. These were some of the key demands. So it looks like because in the North region, BJP is leading on 37 seats and TMC is leading on 17 seats. So looks like in the North Bengal part, tea garden workers really helped BJP gain momentum once again in this particular region. Another community which I want to talk about is the Matua community and how exactly SIR has impacted Matua community. But based on BJP's overall performance, it looks like that Matua community also bought the promise made by BJP of citizenship under CEA. Arundhati.
No, Santya, thank you for that update there. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee mounts the blame on the Election Commission and the BJP for conspiring against the TMC. Here's what she said.
সবাইকে নমস্কার জানিয়ে বলছি প্লিজ দয়া করে কেউ কাউন্টিং এজেন্টরা এবং প্রার্থী ক্যান্ডিডেটরা তারা ভোটিং এলাকা ছেড়ে আসবেন না স্ট্রং রুমে যেখানে কাউন্টিং হচ্ছে মানে সেন্টারে সেখান ছেড়ে কেউ আসবেন না এটা বিজেপির প্ল্যান প্রথম 2-3 রাউন্ডে আমি কালকে থেকেই বলছি যে ওদেরগুলো আগে দেখাবে আমাদেরগুলো পরে দেখাবে এবং অনেক জায়গায় 2-3 রাউন্ড কাউন্টিং করার পরে প্রায় 100টা জায়গায় কাউন্টিং বন্ধ করে রেখে দিয়েছে এবং কল্যাণীতে ধরা পড়েছে 7টা মেশিন যেখানে কোনো মিল নেই এটা টোটাল ফোর্সফুলি সেন্ট্রাল ফোর্সকে দিয়ে চারিদিকে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের উপর অত্যাচার করছে অফিস ভাঙছে জোর করে দখল করছে এসআইআর নামে আপনারা দেখেছেন ভোট লুট করেছে যাতে যে সিটগুলো জিততে পারে কিন্তু এখনো এমন 70টা সিট আছে 100টা সিট আছে যেগুলো আমরা এগিয়ে আছি সেগুলো বলছে না টোটালটাই মিথ্যে নিউজ খাওয়াচ্ছে আগে ডিআইসিও এই খবরগুলো দিত কিন্তু তাকে কালকে চেঞ্জ করে দেওয়া হয়েছে টোটালটাই ইলেকশন কমিশন নিজের ইচ্ছেমতো খেলছে এবং সাথে কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনীকে নিয়ে
Meanwhile, BJP ministerial candidate Suvendu Adhikari attributes substantial gains for the party to a bifurcation of Muslim votes in South Bengal, a region known to be the TMC stronghold. Take a look.
Thanks to every Hindu, Sanatani, those who are cast in favor of me in ward number 63. Expected result, 3-4-5. 77 নম্বর ওয়ার্ড এখানে মমতা ব্যানার্জি ভালো লিড নেবেন আমি যা প্রথম থেকে বলেছি 7, 8, 9, 10 আমি ওই বড় লিড কভার করব এবং 10 রাউন্ডের পর থেকে আমি এগোতে থাকব এবং এক্সপেক্টেড মমতা ব্যানার্জি এগেন ডিফিট ইন ভবানীপুর অ্যাসেম্বলি
We'll take a short break. Back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Over it.
Coffee?
I am Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं AI कंडीशनर है।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
Doll, please.
I am Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
CNBC TV 18 tracks the pulse of markets and business in real time, bringing you the stories that shape the economy.
From breaking news to sharp analysis, we deliver insights that help you navigate businesses, markets, and investment opportunities.
Novama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central.
Providing sharp market intelligence for wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। गेट मी समवन जिसके पास हर चैलेंज का जवाब हो।
Need a bank that helps you ace your wealth management game?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
Welcome back. Now, the commodities derivatives market in India have long sought deeper participation, but a major barrier remains. Now, SEBI Chairman Tuin Kant Pandey has revealed that both the RBI and the IRDAI are currently not in favor of allowing banks and insurance companies to enter this space. Listen into what he had to say.
I think the regulators currently, they are not very favorably inclined to allow the banks and the insurance companies to do it, and they have some valid rationale for it. So we have to see, how the regulators, change their mind in future. But at the currently, we engage with them, but we didn't get a positive response in terms of their participation because of certain concerns they have on what banks or insurance companies, for that matter, might gain from commodity derivatives.
Kotak Mahindra Bank reported a good set of fourth quarter numbers driven by lower credit costs and better asset quality. We also caught up with Ashok Vaswani, the MD and CEO of the bank, who said they were entering FY27 with a lot of uncertainty. Take a look.
FY27 we are entering with a lot of volatility and uncertainty. Had it been a normal kind of year, we've always said we would grow at about 1.5 to 2 times nominal GDP growth. That would have been our normal stance. Of course, now with this level of volatility, we've got to be a little cautious. It's difficult to predict right now, but once things settle down, we'll get back to normal. When there are supply disruptions or whatever, the segments that are affected are at the lower end. But we've been looking very carefully at all our portfolios. Frankly, as of now, we are seeing no stress at all. Finance is coming back for us. Credit cards is an area that we're focused on. Volatility, of course, we'll be mindful, but this is definitely a business that we would like to grow. Look, there's no need for us to provision. First of all, I'm not seeing anything in my numbers that tells me that I could be running, any enhanced risk or whatever. Two, one of the big advantages of Kotak is that Kotak runs with a 22% capital. And this is what I've always said, that excess capital is something that we'll in good times use for an M&A and in bad times use for other things, right? So I don't need to create special provisions, and particularly I don't need to create any special provision when I'm seeing absolutely no stress in my book.
Well, the other stock that has been in the spotlight is Vodafone Idea. Of course, the announcement that came in last week with regards to some relief on the AGR dues, but now we are understanding is that the company is in talks with banks to raise more funds. Ritu is here with this news break. Ritu, tell us, what are you picking up?
We've been given to understand that Vodafone Idea is in talks with lenders led by State Bank of India to raise about 35,000 crore rupees. This would include about 25,000 crores in fund-based loans and another 10,000 crore rupees in non-fund-based facilities like bank guarantees. But importantly, the entire funding is being earmarked for capex and expansion plans and not for servicing past dues, which is a critical consideration for the lenders involved. We also understand that Vodafone has assured bankers that its internal cash flows are going to be sufficient to meet any AGR dues that come up in the next few years. This, of course, comes just days after the government has cut Vodafone Idea's AGR dues by 27% to about 64,000 crore rupees. Now, while the relief was short of market expectations, it comes as a relief nonetheless. Now, we understand that just days before this clarity came through, top bank chiefs from SBI, PNB, Canara, ICICI, Axis, Yes Bank, IDFC and others met to discuss extending a new line of credit to Vodafone. And if all goes well, State Bank of India is going to lead the consortium and almost all major public and private sector banks may look to participate. Now, this comes at a crucial time for Vodafone Idea, which is racing to stay competitive against larger peers after years of financial stress. That said, the loan sanction process itself could take about 3 months or even more. Now, according to our sources, the bankers' combined current exposure to Vodafone Idea, fund and non-fund based, has come down all the way to around 4,000 crore rupees to a handful of banks. So it's a smaller amount now, which is also going to support any incremental lending that comes through.
All right, Ritu, many thanks for those details. Now, there's a setback for Vedanta. The National Company Law Appellate Tribunal has rejected the 2 petitions filed by Vedanta challenging the selection of Adani Enterprises' bid for beleaguered Jaiprakash Associates. Let's go across to Ashmit Kumar for the details. Ashmit?
So definite setback coming in as far as Vedanta is concerned. Vedanta had agitated quite strongly before the NCLAT against the selection of Adani's bid for JP Associates. Now, this is something which is in violation of the core IBC principle, is what Vedanta had argued. Vedanta said that, look, I'm offering more money. I'm offering north of 17,900 crore rupees. That's nearly 3,400 crore rupees higher than Adani's bid of about 14,500 crore rupees. They had even gone on to say that even in net present value terms, NPV terms, Vedanta's bid of 12,500 crore rupees would be 500 crore rupees more than Adani's bid. They had impressed upon the NCLAT their case. However, their position had been opposed by the COC. The COC had cited its commercial wisdom in selection of Adani, saying that it's not bound to select the candidate with the highest bid, but rather what makes more commercial sense, and therefore defending commercial wisdom. Now, on the back of this debate, we understand that the NCLAT has held in favor of the COC, saying that no grounds have been made out by Vedanta. There's no reason to interfere with the COC decision. There's no reason to upset the apple cart, so to speak, and to allow Adani's plan to continue. However, this, of course, is a ruling coming in from the NCLAT. Bear in mind, it may be the end of the road as far as the appellate tribunal is concerned, but Vedanta does have the remedy of challenging this order before the apex court, which we understand they're likely to exercise. So clearly, the NCLAT having its ruling, but it may not be the end of the road. The matter could move now to the apex court.
Ashmit, thank you for that update there on Vedanta. The stock now 7.5% higher as we speak. Take a short break. On the other side, details on the mega Rajasthan Royals deal when we return. Stay tuned.
full push.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का डीबीएस बैंक। डीबीएस बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ।
Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
आइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, एआई कंडीशनर है।
Welcome back. You're still with us on Business Lunch. Shifting focus away from stocks, renowned industrialists Lakshmi and Mittal and son Aditya Mittal, along with Adar Poonawalla, have acquired a majority stake in Rajasthan Royals with a bid of $1.65 billion. My colleague Rachna Dhanrajani is joining me to put the numbers into perspective. Rachna?
Rajasthan Royals has a new owner now. The Mittal family, led by ArcelorMittal chairman Lakshmi Mittal and his son Aditya, have acquired the franchise in partnership with Serum Institute chief Adar Poonawalla. The deal is valued at $1.65 billion, or roughly 15,660 crore rupees. It now awaits approval from the BCCI, the Competition Commission, and the IPL Governing Council. Now, the Mittal family takes 75%. Poonawalla comes in at 18%, and existing investors, including founding owner Manoj Badale, retain the remaining 7%. The deal covers the men's IPL team, Pal Royals in the SA20 and the Barbados Royals in the CPL. There is no WPL franchise in this transaction. And before the money gets distributed, the BCCI, of course, takes its cut first. The board charges a 5% transaction fee on IPL franchise sales. So on this deal, that works out to about 765 crore rupees straight to the BCCI. Now, the deal almost did not happen this way. In March, a US-based consortium led by tech entrepreneur Karl Somani was the preferred bidder at $1.63 billion, but funding commitments never materialized. The BCCI flagged regulatory issues around past ownership transactions through a Mauritius-based entity, and the deal collapsed. The Mittals have now stepped in. Now to the returns. Before this sale, Emerging Media held 65%, Redbird Capital 15%, and Lachlan Murdoch around 13%. To understand how big these returns are, we need to go back to 2008 because Rajasthan Royals was bought for just $67 million, the cheapest team at the original auction. Today, it's valued at $1.65 billion. That is roughly a 24x return in dollar terms over 18 years. Emerging Media alone walks away with over $1 billion. Redbird came in later and still clocks around 6.5x its money in just 5 years. And Lachlan Murdoch sees returns of around 10x in a similar period. From the cheapest team in IPL history to the second largest franchise sale the league has ever seen. That's the story of Rajasthan Royals now.
Add to that, the first team to win the inaugural edition as well. So it's quite a story for Rajasthan Royals. Rachna, thank you for that update. Well, the markets, though, have come off even significantly from the highs of the day. So it's only a 65-point uptick now that's left on the index as we speak, as we head into the final 120 minutes of the trading session. The Nifty Bank is also now almost turned red. The IT index, of course, was red right at the start of the session as well. So the Nifty Bank now has only 40 points worth of gains that are on it. And the Nifty IT index continues to remain 1% lower as well as we speak. So both the banking index and the IT index at the lows of the day, and that has dragged the index to the lows of the day as well. A couple of names before we call time, though. Sun TV, of course, is one of them. The casualty for the DMK trailing in Tamil Nadu. The stock is now down 7%. Of course, at one point was down even 9%. So continues to be among the top losers in the broader markets, does Sun TV. Zen Technologies is the earnings casualty of the morning, 11% lower on that stock. And of course, the winners of today, of course, the big earnings reaction, Dr. Lal PathLabs, that's up 15% as we speak, along with Aster DM, that's also seen gains of around 7%. But we take your leave on this edition of Business Lunch from Varundhati and myself. Thank you for watching. Midcap Radar on the other side.
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
कॉफी,
आई एम माइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, एआई कंडीशनर है।
Everyone has different goals. Someone wants to plan a trip, someone wants a home, someone wants to retire early as well. But one question is always the same: what fund should they choose to invest in?
Trust me, Vinny, most investors have no clue about their spending and saving habits. Whether they're saving enough, whether they are investing enough. Goal-based planning tries to address these basic issues first. Once this is in place, an investor can think about fund selection. So suppose you have a goal which is like under 3 years, you can park it in a debt mutual fund. Liquidity and safety of capital is very important. If you have a goal which is, if you require money between say 3 to 6 years, you can park it in a hybrid fund. And if you have a goal which is at least 7+ years away, okay, you can afford to put it in a pure equity fund where you can allow the money to compound and grow irrespective of market cycles.
That means focus on where you are headed and not the market price.
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme related documents carefully.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
Bye, please.
आई एम माइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
Good afternoon. Welcome to Midcap Radar, live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Sonal Bhutra. With me, as always, Vivek Iyer. It's the election exchange, of course, results coming in. We are almost there at the finish line when it comes to the counting of results and getting a final decision as well. The markets, though, have come off sharply from the highs of the day, almost a 150-point cut and more than that. And as we speak, that continues to be the case. But that is something that the markets are digesting. Some of the surprises which have come by Tamil Nadu and West Bengal.
That's right. Good afternoon, Sonal. Markets sharply off the day's high. Nifty Bank, in fact, has slipped into negative territory as well. And like you mentioned, it could be a seismic change, especially as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. For the first time, we may not see an AIA, DMK or a DMK mandate that is coming across as a majority. And similarly in West Bengal, after a while, we may see the party that is holding fort at the center as you go and take over reins as far as West Bengal is concerned. But a lot lined up for, as far as markets are concerned, some important results to address as well. So let's start off with the top market headlines. Market sees sharp cuts from the day's high, but still trade with gains. Nifty trades around 24,000 levels, led by realty and hospital stocks. IT remains the key drag.
Vodafone Idea gains as the government has trimmed Voda Idea's AGR dues from near 88,000 crore rupees to about 64,000 crores. The telco is tapping banks to raise 35,000 crore in debt for capex. Sources tell CNBC TV 18.
Equitas Small Finance Bank hits a fresh 52-week high. It reports an 18% growth in net interest income. Gross NPA improves to 2.6%. Slippages see sharp degrowth.
CDSL under pressure after a mixed set of Q4 results. Profit declines 13% sequentially, even as revenue growth stays strong. The core depository business also sees a slowdown.
Laurus Labs rallies over 5% despite a mixed set of Q4 numbers. The revenue is lower, but margins remain steady. The management tells CNBC TV 18 that CDMO business sales will ramp up in FY27.
Okay, those are the top headlines that we are tracking. Apart from the election results, the impact on market is something that we have to look at. They were higher when we started the trading session, 220 points higher on the Nifty, even more than that. But now they're just up 33 points. So there's a sharp fall from the highs of the day. Across the board, the Bank Nifty, it has turned into the red. Most of the sectoral indices, barring Nifty, IT and media, were in the red. But that's the case across the board now. We do have the IT index, private banking index, PSU banking index, the auto index, the consumption space, all of them off the highs of the day and deep into the red as we speak. A number of stocks in the Nifty pack, of course, we don't talk about it so much on the show, but a number of them are at the day's low. We have HCL Tech, TCS, ITC, Bharti Airtel, Infosys, you name a stock, and it is at the day's low, leading to the pressure that we are seeing now.
That's right. And a few stocks, with political connections, names like Sun TV, that particular stock taking it on the chin today. That stock amongst the top laggards as far as the NSE 500 index is concerned. Across the auto pack, most of the names started off with the green, but most of them are seeing significant selling pressure emerge, especially some of the auto ancillaries like Bharat Forge as well as Motherson Sumi. But remember, this is our special segment, Midcap Movers. We are standing by the big wall to take us through all of the midcaps that are moving around in the session. Ria, over to you.
Well, yes, a lot of stocks moving around in today's trading session. First up, we have Idea Forge hitting an upper circuit of 20% today after a very strong set of Q4 results. The revenue has gone up by 7 times compared to the previous year, and the company has also turned profitable on the EBITDA as well as the net profit level. The stock is up 83% just in the last 1 month, although it is still down roughly 43% since its listing in July of 2023. We also have Chola Finance performing well in today's trading session. It's up 18% 1% just in the last 1 month as well. Even Dr. Lal PathLabs is gaining in trade today, trading at 20 times the average 30-day volumes on the back of its strong Q4 results. For Chem India projects as well, this stock also performing quite well in today's trading session, up 35% just in the last 5 days and up 60% in the last 1 month as well. Misho also trading with very strong volumes today, 5 times its average 30-day volumes, and this stock also up around 40% just in the last 1 month. Moving on to the top sectoral gainer today, which is the realty index, up around 2.5%. The top gainers include Anant Raj Godrej Properties as well as Prestige Estates. On the flip side, looking at the losers then in today's trading session, we have Zen Technologies taking a big hit after a very weak set of Q4 results this time around. Kajaria Cements also taking a hit, as well as Sun TV, Sapphire Foods. Sapphire Foods also, remember, down roughly 38% just in the last 1 year. And Garden Reach also taking a hit in today's trading session, down roughly 6% at this point in time after climbing around 30% in the last 1 month.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ria, for joining us with all those stocks on our radar. It's good time to get Ruchit Jain, Equity Technical Research, Wealth Management from Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Ruchit, what is explaining this fall that we are seeing from the highs? Will the market see more pressure? What are the charts suggesting?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, in fact, if you look at last 7 or 8 trading sessions, the markets have stayed within that range of 24,300 on the higher side and 23,800 on the lower side. Well, it mainly seems, because of the rising crude oil prices, which we have of late, have again rallied from the low levels, and also the INR depreciation. But the good thing is that this time, compared to what we had seen in the month of February and March, when the crude prices rallied and INR depreciated, there was more of a fear in the market. And this time, we are looking more at hopes in the market that things will get settled down soon. So with the rising crude oil prices, we have not seen new lows in the market. In fact, we are nowhere near to that swing low of 22,200, which we made. So there's clearly a positive divergence. So we just think that the things that are going on since last 3-4 days just seems to be a time-wise correction within an uptrend. And 23,800, 23,600 would continue to remain a strong support. So once this time-wise correction is over, then we should resume the uptrend soon. But yes, from a momentum perspective, one can wait for a breakout about 24,300, 350 for the start of next leg of a move.
Okay, Ruchit, and what are your individual trading ideas for the day?
A couple of recommendations for short-term traders. First would be buy call in Lupin. Well, pharma as a space overall is looking good. Index is on the verge of a breakout. Lupin too has maintained its overall uptrend. So one can go long for short term with stop loss below 2270 for potential targets around 2450. And Sirma Technology, Sirma SGS is looking much positive from the mid cap space on the charts. A higher top, higher bottom structure, price up move supported by good volume. So daily or the weekly charts, both time frame are looking quite good over here. So one can go long on Sirma as well with stop below 960 for near term targets around 1050.
Okay, all right, Rachit, thank you so much for joining us. So those are some technical picks, but a lot of moving parts, broader market. There's a lot of action, so we'll cover that now. Laurus Labs is on our radar today. Ekta is joining us to tell us why. Ekta.
Well, yes, Laurus Labs is reacting to its Q4 numbers. Now, the FY26 margins came in at around 26.1%, and the company has guided for around 30% margins in FY27. They've also guided for gross margins to be at current levels. Remember that gross margins came in at around 60%. The company is also guiding for their CDMO business to rise to around 50% of sales from the current around 30%. Now, Laurus Labs, their margin trajectory wasn't always so positive. For example, in FY24, their margin slipped to around 15.4%, rose back to 19%, and since then have come up to around 26% in FY26, and now they're targeting around 30-odd% for FY27. Similar case for their EPS, which fell to around 3 rupees in FY24, rose back up to around 6.6 rupees, and now is estimated to be at around 20-odd rupees for FY27. One of the key drivers for this is the CDMO segment, like I mentioned, which also saw that, dip come in FY24, where it was down over 50-odd%, and it rose around 42% in the next year. And now FY27, the company or the street is estimating it to grow to at least around 2,700 odd crores. The valuations, however, are punchy for Laurus Labs, trading at around 58 times.
Well, thank you so much, Ekta, for taking us through all of the key highlights as far as Lal PathLabs is concerned, higher by almost 5.5%. But do stay on and talk to us about Dr. Lal PathLabs, a clear outperformer in the session today.
Well, yes, the stock is up around 18, 19 odd percent the last time I checked, reacting again to its Q4 performance. Revenue growth of 13 to 15% is what they are estimating for FY27. Patient volumes are estimated at around 5% for FY27. They expect growth in FY27 to be driven by volumes as compared to price. In fact, the product and geography mix is aiding growth. They're not contemplating price hikes as of now. The business mix as of now is low dependent on, monsoon-related testing. So they're saying that they've moved beyond that. So it shouldn't affect them in case of, a poor monsoon as well. Swasthfit, which is one of their preventive testing arms, is expected to be a key driver, around 28% of sales in Q4. It was up 200 basis points just on a sequential basis. Cash on book steady over 1,500 odd crores, and it's trading at around 46 times. The stock itself is up around 8.6% on a year-to-date basis and has rallied around 15% just in the past 1 month.
Okay, big surge there. Thank you so much, Ekta, for taking us through that list. We'll slip into a short break. We'll get you more on the markets and a lot of stock-specific action that we are tracking on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगे उसी कुर्सी पे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
कॉफी,
आई एम माइडिया कूल। ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, एआई कंडीशनर है।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. Some recovery from the lows, around 30 points since we started the show, so we'll watch out for that. But a lot of earnings coming in. Godrej Properties is on our radar. Now, remember, the company had already posted the operational update, basically their bookings value, their collections a few weeks back, and it was strong. So they were able to do booking values of 34,171 crore rupees. Launch value came in at 42,200 crore rupees. We had collections at around 20,000 crore rupees and deliveries at 12.1. But their FY27 guidance is that something that the street really likes, almost a 20% growth in terms of bookings at 39,000 crore rupees. The launch value is closer to the 50,000 crore mark. Customer collections here is where they missed their guidance, so that is what they're expecting at 24,000 crore rupees and deliveries at 13.5 million square feet. While they continue to sound very positive, they are saying they're very watchful of the potential global security-led disruptions to the economy and sectoral demand. So yes, they continue to be positive, but this is a cautious note that has come in from them. So watch out for that as well. Godrej Properties was up 6% at a point in time, now up 3%.
That's right, cooling off a little bit, but remember, realty has been on quite a bit of a sharp rebound. Well, a couple of stocks are hitting the screens. Wire and cable stocks, both Polycab as well as KEI, both of these names have now moved to the high point of the day. Both of them higher by Polycab up by 2%, KEI up almost 3%. And ICICI Prudential, after a period of underperformance today, bouncing back quite sharply, up almost 4%. But one particular stock from the broad end of the market that's outperforming quite strongly is BHEL. Going into the results, the stock was a strong outperformer, strong results. Winnie joins in with more details.
Hi. So yes, in terms of BHEL numbers, strong beat that's coming from what the street was expecting, what we were expecting at CNBC as well. So in terms of numbers, when you look at it on a year-on-year basis, for Q4 FY26, the growth has been around 37%. Margins coming in at 14.2% versus 9.24%. And the profits have seen a sharp improvement as well, more than doubling in terms of the profits. Profits stand at 1,282 crores. Segment-wise, the power segment for the company has done really well. 53% uptick on a year-on-year basis for the power segment. Industry segment revenues have remained flattish. Margins have seen a sharp improvement for the power segment as well. And all in all, for FY26 also, the numbers have been good. Now, do not forget that there is some forex adjustment that's come in as well. A provisional reversal as well as a foreign forex reversal and gain that is there. But what analysts are highlighting that despite that, adjusted margins still would be higher and still would be better than what the street was expecting. So, good set of numbers that is coming from the company during the quarter.
Okay, that's about BHEL, the stock higher by 7%. This one also has come up from the highs. Indus Towers is the other one on our radar. Some relief coming in from Vodafone Idea. What does it mean for Indus Towers in general? Reema is joining us now.
Well, actually, the reason why the stock is under pressure is on account of the dividend. After 4 years, the company has reinstated dividends, so that is a positive. But the street expectations were that the dividend amount would be higher, maybe 20 to 25 rupees. The company, in turn, has delivered a 14 rupee dividend, which is why you are seeing a negative reaction on the stock. But in the last 2 years back in 2024, there was also a buyback, but the dividend has fallen short. Now, the AGR news for Vodafone Idea, the resolution, the regulatory uncertainty now going away. There is relief. The relief is not massive, but there is relief nonetheless. So now the question is, how much will Vodafone Idea be willing to spend on capex? Will it be looking to up it? And that would be positive for Indus Towers. So that's ameliorating the situation to some extent. With respect to the Q4 numbers, they were okay sort of a number. Revenue growth at about 5% on a year-on-year basis. Margins came slightly under pressure quarter-on-quarter, dipping to 55.1%, lower by 20 basis points on account of higher energy costs. But prima facie, the big disappointment is actually on the dividend amount.
Well, thank you so much, Reema, highlighting the key worries that the street has as far as Indus Towers is concerned. Slightly lower than expected dividend is something that has led to quite a bit of profit booking emerge as far as Indus Towers is concerned, despite the positive news flow coming in as far as the AGR relief for one of its top customers is concerned. Well, we'll now slip into a short break. We'll get you more buzzing stocks on the other side. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Midcap Radar. Well, one particular event that the street will be watching out will be the MSCI review as far as the month of May is concerned. Remember, it's a quarterly review. The last one was in February. It was a net outflow event for India. And remember, India has been an underperformer, so India's weightage in the MSCI EM basket has fallen quite significantly. But this particular index review, we analysts expect that you could see 5 companies that could come in. The changes will be announced on May 12th, post-market hours as far as Indian markets are concerned, and changes will be effective June 1st, 2026. So the 5 stocks that could make the entrance this time around, the first one, of course, is Federal Bank, expecting flows of close to $480 million. The other name is Indian Bank. Adani Energy Solutions is another name that could come in. But remember, the stock is in the ASM framework, so it could be up to the discretion of MSCI whether or not to include this particular name. Nalco could see inflows of close to $316 million. MCX of inflows of close to $308 million. On the other hand, on account of underperformance, you could see 2 stocks that could make their exit. The first one, of course, will be Jubilant Foodworks. Expect outflows of close to $160 million. And RVNL is the other name. Remember, it has been an underperformer. Expect outflows of close to $130 million. An important event, especially for these names.
Okay, take that point. These stocks will be on our radar. Some recovery which is underway for the markets as well continues to be very volatile. But NSDL and CDSL have also reported their earnings. Devyani joins us now with how the 2 depositories have fared this time.
Well, the depository duo came out with the Q4 earnings, and it's all about the business model divergence this time around. Both saw weak core depository activity with IPO slowdowns and the corporate actions being muted this time around. That's a common pain point for both of these companies. Beyond that, most of it is split. NSDL actually delivers on growth. Revenue moves up, led by the digital payments banking business for the company, and that segment now contributes roughly around 58% of the revenue versus the core depository segment, which brings in 37% of the revenue. The issue, though, is margins. Digital banking business by itself is a low margin business, and the core depository business brings in upwards of 45% margin structurally. So the mix shift actually drags margins down despite the revenue growth this time around. CDSL is the opposite construct. Around 80% of the revenue still comes from the core depository business itself, which has structurally higher margins. But that also means that the earnings are tightly linked to market activity for the company. So this is stability versus cyclicality playing out in real time. NSDL is building a more diversified, stable revenue stream, but paying for it with margin dilution. On the other hand, CDSL is sticking to a high margin core depository model, but with sharper swings in its revenues that are tied to market cycles. What that means is that while cyclicality hurts during a market slowdown, when the markets actually recover, CDSL is likely to see a much sharper bounce back than NSDL is likely to see.
Well, thank you so much, Devyani, for joining us, giving us a neat wrap of how depositories performed in the quarter gone by. Well, the other stock that's doing quite well is Equitas Small Finance Bank. Ananya joins in with the key highlights.
Equitas Small Finance Bank is witnessing a sharp uptick today, driven by strong Q4. NII grew 18% YOY and 15% quarter-on-quarter, while PAT jumped 358% YOY and 114% quarter-on-quarter, mainly due to provisions falling over 50%. Now, margins were also a big positive, with NIM expanding 57 bips quarter-on-quarter to 7.29%. Asset quality also improved sharply, and NPA down to 0.7%. PCR improved to 73%, and slippages reduced to 3.2% from 5.3% quarter-on-quarter. Now, growth momentum was also healthy, with advances up 18% YOY, mainly driven by MFI and housing finance. Importantly, newer businesses like gold loan, used car finance, affordable housing are gaining traction now, while products introduced over the last 3-4 years have turned positive. Q4 is usually a seasonally strong quarter. The bigger takeaway is that the bank is showing early signs of turnaround, while they are guiding growth of around 20% going ahead. So from here on, consistency and sustaining this growth would be the real game changer.
All right, that is the update coming in on Equitas. That is the other buzzing stock on our radar. 86 points higher on the Nifty as we speak. It has been quite volatile. We saw lows of 33 points, then there was an attempt to recovery, then we reached to 90 points higher, and now at 86 points. Watch out for a lot of these IT names and auto names as well. They are the ones which are leading to the volatility that we are seeing. Exide's numbers at the bottom of your screen. The net profit is largely in line with what the poll is suggesting, and we do have the revenue slightly higher than the poll, but the stock has come up from the highs. We'll look at the internals to understand what have the margins look like this time around and why is the stock seeing some selling. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Midcap Radar. Up next, we tell you what the election verdict means for your portfolio on the verdict market impact only on CNBC TV 18. Stay tuned for that.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a CNBC TV 18 special program, The Verdict Market Impact, the show where we will try and connect what's happening on the electoral voting side to what markets perhaps are going to do. I mean, perhaps you may be a little surprised that the market sold off a little bit. I mean, but that is the market reaction. You know, went in expecting the BJP to win Bengal. It looks like it's on track. And today, of course, things have cooled off quite heavily from the high point of the day. About 300 points higher at one point in the morning. We've got about 70-odd points left. I'm Prashant. With me, my colleagues Reema and Nigel. Guys, hi.
Hi, morning.
Hi, morning. Sorry. Well, afternoon. Well, it looks like markets have moved on, right, beyond the elections, because the sectors which are under pressure, IT, for instance, they were the laggards, the AI trade, etc., the impact. And once again, today is IT selling off. Yeah. So generally, we've seen that election verdicts don't have a long-lasting impact. The impact lasts for a day or two, and it seems like that's playing out today.
Well, that's right. But I think we still need to wait for the official verdict. Though Bengal's going to be the big one, and TVK, what an impact, yeah. I mean, just coming on board. All the hype was worth it, actually, with the kind of numbers that we're seeing. And just one more point, besides the Nifty and the Nifty Bank, as well as the IT index, Reliance Industries, just take a look at that stock. It's made a 10% move in the last 5 trading sessions. And that's been the one that's really been holding one end up. So Reliance Industries, indexed by itself, powering along as we speak at the high point of the day. I think majority of those 80 points are because of Reliance Industries.
Okay, no, absolutely. And I think it's been doing well over the last 3-4 trading sessions. And actually after the results, it's done quite well. Let's just, so the BJP leading in West Bengal. I'm still using the word leading because, I mean, you just heard Mamata Banerjee, a message to her sort of party workers, etc. Do not leave, counting booths, and the votes are still being counted. 3-4 rounds done. There are 13-14 to go. I mean, still putting up a brave face. So we're still calling it leads. To be fair, there are more rounds which are going to happen. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear which the direction of travel here. 197, almost 200 for the BJP. TVK in Tamil Nadu. There was only one poll, Access My India, which called it. Everybody else thought the DMK is coming back. And of course, I mean, the UDF crossing the majority mark in Kerala. But that's to be, 10 years of the left. Typically, it swings from one to the other every 5 years. So the last 10 years, in that sense, perhaps a little bit of an aberration. Let's take it forward. Samir Arora is founder and fund manager at Helios Capital. He's been watching the election, counting numbers, etc., coming through all the way, not from Singapore, where he's based out of, but he's in Europe. Samir, great to have you with us here. Thanks for joining in. Sandeep Tandon is founder and CIO at Quant Mutual Fund. He's with us as well. And we have Abhijit Roy, managing director and CEO of Berger Paints, I guess the second largest paints company based out of Calcutta. He's very much there in the center of things and, I guess feeling the vibes with regards to what's going on. Thank you again, all of you, for joining in. Samir, let me start with you. Your thoughts. I mean, this is... From a political BJP standpoint, yeah, go on.
I'm not counting the votes, and I think we have gone beyond all this counting of votes now. This was okay in 14 and 19, and if I look at it as a foreigner, though I am an Indian, so I know, but 99.5% of foreigners would not know there's an election, and that is not making the market go up or down. Yeah. There are many other factors, but I also can tell you that I was also.
Forget the foreigners. You are a. I know you watch politics closely. You have an interest.
Used to watch closely.
You've been on election yatras and whatnot.
There are times when you feel that what will happen. I mean, there was nothing that was being prevented from the current arrangement of votes and seats and everything. There is no big announcement that has been said that we are just waiting because one state is not there. Therefore, we are not able to do it. And the things that actually, by the way, I'm on the way back from US, and there are many other issues. Nobody was bothered about this as of now.
Yeah, but maybe if you were here, Samir, then you would feel it. I guess distance.
Good that I'm not there.
Distance. Anyway, Abhijit, come in here. What's the mood like in Calcutta?
So after a long time, I think almost 49 years now, where most of the time we were in sort of a state where it is always in opposition hands against the center, and so therefore there was always this feeling that development is not happening at the pace at which it should have happened. So now it looks like that the double engine sarkar will be there, and BJP having promised a lot on that on the economic side, which is the progress that they want to make in terms of giving employment, in terms of setting up industries, specifically on the service side as well. Whether movement happens in that direction has to be seen, but we are quite hopeful that things are going to change for the positive as far as West Bengal is concerned on the economic side.
Right. Abhijit, go on, Samir, come in. Samir, you want to come in?
No, I was only saying that, of course, for the state, it'll be good. No, I wasn't saying anything. I was saying state, of course, it'll be good. But I wasn't saying anything. I don't know where you heard me. I was not interjecting.
No, I thought you wanted to comment with a point. Got it. No. Abhijit, just to go back, economy-wise, what were the top promises? Was there anything in terms of what was the BJP saying? What were the big poll promises from a financial and economy point of view? Yeah.
So what they have said is that that industrialization will pick up speed, and they will provide a lot of employment. So we expect that the industrial policy, which has been in abeyance for some time, in fact, the earlier government went to the extent of having a retrospective, sort of law brought in, so that the incentives which they were supposed to pay earlier were also disallowed. So and the reason was that they don't have the funds to give, and therefore they decided that the big industries don't need any money, and hence there will be no fiscal incentive for them. And that was, retrospectively bought, which got challenged in the Supreme Court as well, and the case is still going on. What is important is that the fiscal incentives will play an important role as far as the manufacturing thing is concerned. The industrial scape also, it depends on the land issue, which is, that there is a dearth of land here. The population is much higher compared to other states. The intensity of population is very high in this state, and therefore getting land becomes an issue at times. There we have to, they had promised that they will have some sort of a policy that they will ensure that the land is, taken and payment made to the people concerned from whom the land is being taken, so that development can happen at scale. The third thing which they had promised is that the services side, will possibly get an impetus as well, and employment, which is the biggest selling pitch for BJP in the state, was that a lot of the people have to go outside. All the kids have to go. They are talented, Bengali, and they will find all over in Hyderabad, Bangalore, etc. They can be retained in the state, and for that, the services side also needs to be developed, and significant work should happen. So we possibly are expecting some big ticket announcements which can happen in the next 1 year of services being brought into West Bengal in a much bigger way.
Okay. Fair enough. That's a nice sort of, nicely captured some of the poll promises, some of the big economic poll promises from the BJP. Sandeep, your first thoughts? Again, you're somebody who watches elections closely, have pretty passionate about it. I mean, what do you think? Big picture, top down, the impact is?
So, Prashant, frankly speaking, is a very sentiment booster news flow. Okay. And obviously good for the economy, good for the state, West Bengal has been suffering. Okay. At some point in time, it used to be capital of India. And from there, if you've seen, it has only degrown over a period of time. So I think it's a great opportunity, and good luck to the West Bengal people. So I'm expecting a lot of capital related or infrastructure related movement can happen. So there's one area where a lot of investment will happen now with the BJP government coming, as you rightly said, the previous speaker, the double engine ki sarkar now. So I think the current government will put a lot of efforts the way they are putting effort in Northeast. And I think this will be another focus area from their long-term perspective. I think it could be a great opportunity from market perspective also. One more clarity is emerged, and this is the area where some amount of disturbance was there. So I'm looking at a more constructive manner. And anyway, we have been saying right from March end that worst is behind us and best is yet to begin. So maybe this could be a small beginning in that direction.
Nirmalya Mukherjee, senior journalist, is also joining us on the show. Hi, this is Reema here. Afternoon. The big surprise is coming in Tamil Nadu, TVK. Now, Tamil Nadu is big in automotive, manufacturing. What does the TVK government stand for? What should we expect in terms of reforms, administrative steps, governance in Tamil Nadu now? Because his politics is sort of untested. So there is that uncertainty which is lingering. Mr. Mukherjee, you want to come in here?
Yes. No, what I tell you is that BJP is a party I've been following for the last 40 years, since its birth. BJP is a party that assumes different types of roles and basis. In southern India and in eastern India, it works as a cultural party. In heartland, Hindi heartland, it works as a religious party. And in some places, it works as a political party. So, in the West and Kashmir and all these places. So there are three BJPs: the cultural BJP, the political BJP, and the religious BJP. So in this way, in South India and in Eastern region, BJP has penetrated as a socio-cultural party. And the basis, you see, Thalapathi's rise or Mamta's downfall is basically they were hinting at it from the cultural point of view. First, the BJP's technique is they make a lot of promises. They come out with different promises, economic promises. But underlying everything is the cultural interregnum. That you will have to follow. In Bengal also, BJP wants a Hindu homeland being created. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee's dream. So they were aiming this and they waited. They were waiting. They were gradually developing. Mamta made way for it. Mamta in 2018, she did not allow 30% of the people to vote in the local elections. In 2019, BJP got around 18 seats. And then BJP gradually went up. They got 77 seats, but vote percentage went up phenomenally from 10 to 40. And this time it's going up further because the graph is going up. BJP is gradually making inroads. What Thalapathi's rise and Mamta's downfall are parallels to BJP's way of invading different states in different ways. They don't have one format. That is its beauty. And that is the only reason Mamta could not play out with BJP, because in 2021, BJP was not an opposition party.
Yeah.
BJP, when it becomes an opposition party, BJP works in a granular structure. You find Mr. Bhupendra Jadhav, he got success in Maharashtra.
Right. Well, Mr. Mukherjee, sorry, absolutely fascinating explanation. But these numbers now will hold, right? I mean, the here and now, as you're tracking these numbers, we just heard from Mamta Banerjee, just bravado, right? That before wait till sunset and this will happen. I mean, this is all now. This is set.
That is all vocal tonic,
Yeah.
She won't be getting the counting agents. She has to say something for the next 5 years. And I only wish that she wins, because she never sat in the opposition in her entire life.
Yeah.
Entire life. When she was with Congress, Congress was in power. When with NDA, here she went in like Mr. Modi. Mr. Modi had gone into parliament as prime minister.
Okay.
He never sat in opposition.
Yeah.
So also Mamta never sat in opposition in West Bengal Assembly.
Yeah.
I only wish she wins her seat and she goes as opposition, because baptism takes place, political baptism, only after you sit in the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is my experience as a journalist.
Fair enough. 15 years, right? I mean, there is something, there's a basic anti-incumbency as well after 15 years of anyone.
And Hindu consolidation.
Yes, of course. There are lots of other factors.
That is very factor. There are many factors, but these two are the main.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Abhijit, if I can ask you, are there any big policies which the TMC was running, which are up for, which are going to be on the chopping block as soon as the BJP comes in? Anything large? Any immediate changes which we will see?
No, I don't think so, because, some of the things which TMC was doing, and possibly BJP, in fact, has promised to double the amounts, which is the payout that is being made to the woman in the state, which was about, 1,500 rupees, which was being given per month, by TMC, which was a very popular program under, Lakshmi program. That, BJP has promised that they will double under Annapurna program to 3,000 rupees a month. So that's That's the continuation possibly of the doles which are being given out on various things. The youth who are unemployed will get some money, and the woman across the state will get that. So I don't see any major change happening in that. In fact, probably an increase, which is what is going to happen. The BJP government, the people on the ground had questioned them, how will you give the money, because already the state is under debt and you are promising more. So how will you do then the investments on other areas? So the answer at that point of time was, of course, that there is so much of corruption, there are a lot of money which has leaked out, and we will utilize a lot of the central government funding which was not being properly utilized, and that should enable us to manage the scene. So that's what has been, I think, much more of a continuation on that side. Possibly a lot more stress, as someone in the panel just now said, about on infrastructure. There are a lot of these, metro rail, which is half completed, which will possibly get completed at a faster pace now, primarily because of land acquisition issues and other small delays which were happening. So those will gain traction for sure. Infrastructure, on the other hand, just like in the Northeast, there are a lot of road connectivity which has developed. That should happen at a faster pace now, given the context that we have. And so we see a lot more work happening on the infrastructure, a lot more work happening with the new industrial policy possibly getting announced, because that's something which we are all looking forward to in terms of fiscal incentives also. There are many companies who were dilly-dallying and going to other states in the east, primarily because they were not getting this. Odisha was one major beneficiary on this count. So I think, that might come to West Bengal because it's a much bigger market. And therefore, that if they get the incentives, it is most likely that these industries will come up here in this state. So that's the other thing which is likely to happen. And on the services, as I was mentioning, GCCs have just gone past, there were some 7 or 8 in Calcutta. Calcutta is going to see a possible bigger facelift, attracting the young talent here and, ensuring that they stay and, do good work. A lot of the startups, hopefully that has bypassed again, and that should start happening. There is a significant, population, both, Bengali talent and as well as the Marwaris who are based here, who would love to get into the startup side, and I see that that particular segment also growing very well in West Bengal.
Well, lots of hope and of course wishes in terms of what can happen, what will happen. That facelift for Kolkata, perhaps much needed as well. Abhijit, great to have you with us here. I think it gives us a good perspective from Calcutta as you're based there, and of course you know the situation there inside out. Mr. Mukherjee, thank you for joining us. You gave us a brief but sort of impactful summary. Samir and Sandeep, we will just come back and we will turn our attention to some of the other factors, Samir, which you alluded to, which are also important, which are having an influence on the market, which I think is all of the other stuff, and perhaps not all of it very, very positive, some of it adversarial as well. So how do we navigate all of this? Elections behind, and as I think A.K. Bhattacharya in the morning told us, hopefully now with elections behind, the government's essentially going to focus on dealing with some of these external challenges in a more focused way as well. So stay tuned. Coming up, Sandeep, of course, is with us. Samir is with us as well.
And
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। Get me someone जिसके पास हर चैलेंज का जवाब हो।
Need a bank that helps you ace your wealth management game?
Oh my God! Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
India's growth story isn't written in headlines. It's built in boardrooms, factories, campuses, and command centers across the country. They are the enterprises that scale industries, create millions of jobs, and compete with the world. They don't follow momentum, they create it. It's time to spotlight those shaping India's economic future. Vision that inspires, impact that matters, scale that sets the pace. We Work India presents The Titans, co-presented by PhonePe.
आइडिया कूल ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं एआई कंडीशनर है
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे
Welcome back. Well, those are the numbers, the big numbers that you're looking at on the screen with regard to West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Assam, as well as Puducherry, all of them up for you on the screen. But what's happened on the index itself in the last 30 minutes or so, that intraday dip has quickly got bought into. So at one point of time, we were up only around 25 points. Well, that's popped up. In fact, now we're up 130 points and select stocks are moving up. Ultratech Cement has moved to the high point of the day. There is that buzz that there could be a cement price hike that will be taken. The odds are that hopefully that gets, lapped up. Remember, these companies are going to be under some pressure because input costs have gone up. But Ultratech Cement is one of the big gainers in the last few minutes, and Eicher Motors as well. That said, let's go across to our guests. We have Samir as well as Sandeep who are still with us. Sandeep, coming to you then, I recall you were sitting on a fair amount of cash. And then as we started this fiscal, there was some deployment. Could you give us an update with regard to cash levels? And where was much of that deployment done?
Our cash level has come down, from, let's say in February, we were around 20% Now we are hardly 3-4% cash is there. So I'm speaking for 5%. So it's average 3-3.5% cash we are left with. And as I said in a couple of times, there's a time to rebuild your exposure. So we have increased a lot of exposure in the infrastructure space and particularly in the small and mid-cap space. That's the area where we are ramping our exposure gradually.
Sandeep, if I remember correct, even on the Reliance Group, you were quite optimistic, right? Reliance Industries as well as Geo Financial.
Reliance is one of the largest holding we have across all the schemes.
Both Reliance and Geo as well?
Largely Reliance now. We have cut down, if you've seen our last month portfolio, but we have increased the Reliance exposure significantly.
I got that. Samir, so let's talk about the other stuff. On balance, which way does it tilt from a market perspective? All the positives, negatives, how are you thinking about it?
No, market, we are bullish. That's why we are, I guess, zero cash everywhere. And even in my long short, our net might be 70, which is sort of reasonably high and in a sense, a bullish stance. But I'm on the way back from US and the people that are upset, my God, I've never seen people so upset with India. And I've been marketing for 30 years. I started marketing in 93 for our first offshore fund and must have gone to 30, 40 countries. This is just too much on taxes. I didn't realize even on debt taxes, people are upset. I met some debt guys who said that they've been saying forever that the debt taxes also India stands out. In the sense that I believe, tax, I don't know all these because I don't do debt, that even on, like if you buy a bond and there is some interest accrued before that, no other country charges tax on that to the new buyer. So they say that also we have to pay. And then they were a little bit upset with FX. There are many, many things they are upset with. And in general, I would say, these things on whether we have AI or not. Actually, I recently saw on social media that Ruchir Sharma said that India does not have AI and that is the reason FIs are not investing. So that question came up everywhere. And I used to say that
There are 198 countries we do not have their own LLM model. So you treat us like those 198 at first level, not just compare us to US directly. And then I found that in India, people are saying, no, that is not the reason. Ruchir Sharma is wrong. So then what is the reason? Because there is something definitely different. And according to me, that difference is not LLM and it is not this thing. It is taxes which are obscenely different. And because of currency weakness, they are upsetting people even more because the taxes have been charged on rupee profits. The other problem, which I also had, but I never realized that everybody has, is that if you are running an open-end fund and you pay taxes every quarter, and then if in the end you make losses and then you have to get your taxes back, for another 15, 18, 12 months, you won't get your money back. And how does that work in an open-ended fund? And, so all these things they are 30-second issues. If everybody sat together in one place, it would be solved, or at least they will accept and have to say, no, we don't care. Right now, what happens is, what everybody said was, you go to one government guy, he says, this is not my job, this is the other guy's job. If you go to the other guy, he says, no, this is SEBI's job. You go to SEBI, they say it's RBI's job. So all these things were upsetting people, and I did my bit because I'm an India-only fund manager. But I'm telling you, the feedback was pretty scary.
This is, are you saying that you've been marketing for 30 years and you've never seen people this upset?
Never. Yeah. Because also, of course, one reason is that the rest of the world is doing well. But what I'm saying is that we seem to be not listening to their concerns in a comprehensive manner or something like that. I don't know. My point, I've been saying this forever, that these things are serious, but I said it without really listening to anybody else because I'm also one of them. Right? So I can also feel broadly on behalf of everybody without having met them. But when you meet them, you realize that I was actually quite controlled in my being upset.
So Samir, if taxes stay where they are in India, India will continue to underperform?
No, it's not a matter of underperforming. The point is you will always get less than you deserve, and that is rightly so. Because let us say our expected returns are 10% and other guys is 12, but which is okay. Somebody may say we are more steady, we are more secular, but then those returns for the rest of the world are post-tax is equal to pre-tax. So for us, when we compare our index and say India's underperformed, the actual numbers are much worse for the end investor, because in other markets, there was no tax. So another, say, 15% tax. Of course, last 1 year, they may not have been because market didn't go up, but generally 15% tax. And then the other thing is that the foreign investor may lose on account of currency. So his NAV is down, but because the taxes are charged on rupee profits, that is another source of being upset. So obviously, when there's a bull run and our market goes up 20%, which it will, and then it will look to the investor that he made 16% because 20% would have gone in taxes or 15%, it may still look okay.
Yeah.
I have been doing like this only for many, many years, since 2018.
No, I mean, I remember
But in a bad market, everything is out. And then, there was this phase for 5-6 years when China was not doing well, when Korea was not doing well, when Taiwan was not doing well. So you could say, who cares? See, our even post-tax returns are better than their pre-tax returns. But now you can't. So now what to say? Yeah. Or you wait 4 years for the cycle to come back in our favor. So that is the point.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
We are wasting time trying to get the things back in our favor.
Yeah, and we've discussed, you and I have discussed this on the tax bit in a big way before the budget, etc. This budget, I think the last budget.
Tax, and the other thing is currency.
Yeah.
And the third is, I didn't know that the debt guys also have these issues
also, yes.
And all, which I didn't appreciate before. Yeah.
No, absolutely. The chief economic advisor had some. He spoke over the weekend, and he essentially remarked on the 7% growth estimate announced on the 27th of February. And you know what he said? He said, and this is a quote, he said that the 7% plus estimate announced on the 27th of February, quote, now feels like aeons ago. I mean, certainly with the situation a little challenging, revenues, etc., also will be strained if growth comes off in this environment. So expecting relief, perhaps not on the tax front.
The relief should be there because anyway no taxes will be collected. So where are the taxes? And also on currency, if these things are, so now people will say this cannot be the only problem. Problem is something as that. I agree. You cannot say there's one problem and one solution. But if there are 10 problems, of which 8 we cannot solve and 1 we can solve, and the account you can add, how much difference does it make and whether it's worth it or not. But somebody should just put it out that this is what it is worth, so we are not doing it. Right now, it looks that nobody's listening in a comprehensive manner. That's what I'm trying to say, what I understood. And the first thing is that some of these things, maybe it's a chicken and egg also. If the currency stopped falling, you will have 4 more FI flows. If there's more FI flow, something else will happen. Your imported cost of oil will come down because the currency is not weakening every day. So these things are not separate that, oh my God, the growth is not there. In fact, if the growth is a challenge, then even more important to attract investors, not less important.
Yeah. Absolutely. A point taken. Sandeep, just a quick point. Where is your kind of, I mean, you're a big believer in cycles, and you think maybe the worst is behind in that sense. So this is more in that sense, Sandeep, or are things really improving? Or are you seeing things improving, actually, fundamentally?
Well, even let's talk from a behavior perspective, as Samir Bhai was talking about what is happening. I agree. This is the situation, but that's a very classic sign of behavior inflection points. When everybody is verge of giving up, people have vomited. That's a time when market actually bottoms out. Okay, so if you look at in the recent crisis, what was the biggest challenge was the crude. Okay, so crude has moved up sharply, which has its own sentiment impact on rupee as well as the market front. We believe the commodity cycle, particularly, we believe crude has peaked out. I think whatever analytics which we do, we don't see crude coming back to these levels in the 2026 itself. We have seen some sort of euphoric move, which is now will be a very contra-account sort of thing, but is a more of a data-driven thing which you're looking at. Similarly, I'm expecting that even gold, silver, copper, a lot of things have peaked out. So they have potential to correct. And net, if I have to say, since a lot of money moved towards gold in a big way, this is a time where Nifty outperformance will begin as compared to gold also, both in dollar terms as well as rupee terms. So I think the way I'm looking at the market is the background is so perfect. This is the time to increase your exposure and not get into this narrative, what is floating in the global market. And we have seen, best of the downgrades are coming now in the market. And I recollect in July 2024, when we were early to talk about India downgrade, we are seeing massive upgrades used to come to India. Now you look at in last 2 months, maximum the downgrade has come. So these are very perfect signs, where people have virtually given up. So I will not like to take a very contra call, but this is what our data analytics is endorsing. So based on our predictive analytics, we think it's a time to rebuild your exposure, particularly in the small and mid-cap sides. And the biggest risk which you have to avoid is the over-ownership. Not only over-ownership from the FII perspective, as well as domestic institution also. This has been my thesis for last 3 months. At least wherever the domestic over-ownership is there, that is the next area of pain, and which we have seen recently in the tech and financial services in a big way.
Okay, got that. With more questions, but we will invite you back and we can discuss on some of these points and all important. Samir and Sandeep, thank you very much for joining us here on the program. Really appreciate your time here on CNBC TV 18. As always, hopefully the government's listening to some of the conversations, some of the decision makers. As Samir said, and maybe he was exaggerating a little bit to make a point, but well taken that it can be solved if everyone is together, sits together, and takes a comprehensive view of things. But that was interesting feedback from his travels in the US. We'll take a break here. There's a bunch of numbers, results which have also come through while we were speaking with Samir and Sandeep. CSB Bank was one, but a few others as well. So we'll take stock of all of those, more guests on the other side. Last 60 minutes coming up.
Comey later deleted the
इनको लेंगे क्या ऐड में? एशिया के सबसे ट्रस्टवर्दी बैंक की ऐड है, सिंगापुर का DBS बैंक। DBS बैंक और उनके कस्टमर्स की पार्टनरशिप देख, वैसी ही एक विनिंग पार्टनरशिप ढूंढ।
Need a trusted banking partner to help achieve your dreams?
Oh my God!
Singapore's largest, Asia's safest bank, DBS.
Bye, please.
I am Mayday cool. ये एयर कंडीशनर नहीं, AI कंडीशनर है।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस, इंडियाज लीडिंग प्रोड्यूसर ऑफ स्टेनलेस स्टील।
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
To understand the reasons for the day's movers and shakers and get your portfolio ready for tomorrow. Beaming live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studio.
Taiwan index holding on to gains of 3.5%. Hang Seng holding on to gains of 1.6%.
I think by roughly 11:30, we should be getting a fair idea, especially in states like Tamil Nadu and West Bengal.
Tamil Nadu, it's the exit polls showed it's the DMK.
The Hyundai Motor India's sales were 17% higher.
175 points on the Nifty to begin this session this Monday, this new week.
We would argue that there's the rally in the last, month or so has been driven mainly by local funds.
Same guidance stays same, 20 to 23%.
For the first time in West Bengal, formed the government all on its own.
NCLAT upholding the decision of the COC in Adani Enterprises' favor.
Big move is what we're seeing in the markets. The Nifty up nearly 200 points.
So some of the top banks in India, they held a meeting to discuss a fresh line of credit to Vodafone Idea.
Nobody thought that TVK would actually perform the way it is performing. The markets, though, have come off sharply from the highs of the day, almost a 150-point cut and more than that. And as we speak, that continues to be the case.
Well, that was the day so far. Hello and welcome to Closing Bell. We are coming to you live from the CNBC TV 18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Nigel. With me is Reba. And the markets are ignoring any kind of global challenges because they believe that the BJP has done very, very well in the state elections. It helps in terms of continuity, hopefully a higher focus on development. And that's the reason why the Nifty is up more than 100 points in the breadth of the market as well. There are plenty of winners out there. Hey, Rima.
Hi, just a quick look at the European markets currently in the red. The French index CAC is down nearly about 0.7%. The DAX is on the flatter side, while the FTSE, we don't have a rate on the FTSE, but the CAC is lower today. Asia did pretty well. We had the Korean markets ending with a gain of nearly 5%. Auto is broadly higher today, so gains are led by the auto index. FMCG is pretty okay, and on the way down, banks are underperforming. The Nifty banking index is currently in the red. Kotak Mahindra Bank is a drag, and IT stocks are underperforming. But how should you position yourself in the last hour of trade? Mitesh is with us as always. Mitesh, went to that level of 24,300, a level that you had flagged off for the last couple of days, which will act as a bit of a resistance, and we retraced from there. What's the trade now?
I think that's the kind of movement which I'm expecting. Most of the volatility indicators are turning flat, which means that while on an intraday hourly charts is still volatile, on the daily charts you're kind of subsiding and therefore you're getting into a contracting range on kind of movement. I think But that's where the evidence is. So maybe, we'll have a trigger only if it starts closing about either 24,354 at zone or below 23. But for the time being, I think therefore trading should be more stock specific. I would recommend a buy from Chola Finance with the stop at 16.24, the target of 16.75, and CDSL, that's on the sell side with the stop at 12.46.47 for a target of 12.
Okay, let's talk about some stocks reacting to numbers. One of them is Godrej Properties. The stock is holding up in the green pretty well, up nearly 2.5%, come off a tad bit from the highs. Sonal now joins in with her analysis.
Well, the numbers are good when we talk about guidance, because we already had the operational update 2 weeks back where the company surpassed its bookings guidance. They did well on launches as well, though customer collections were just 95% of their guided figure. As far as the stock reaction is concerned, it was on the back of the P&L numbers, but do remember, for real estate companies, we do not look at the P&L because it's very lumpy in terms of accounting. But their guidance was really strong. If you look at the booking value, 39,000 crore rupees is what they are guiding for in FY27. That is a growth of 20%. If we look at the other numbers as well, launch value at 48,000 crore rupees, customer collections at 24,000 crore rupees, which compares with around 20,000 crore rupees, and deliveries is what they're expecting at 13.5 million square feet. However, there is a cautious note coming in from the management as well. They talk about the ongoing West Asia crisis, and they say they are remaining watchful about potential global security-led disruptions to the economy and the sectoral demand as well. They remain very confident of the guidance if situation improves. So that is something we'll be watching out for very closely. But the guidance is something which is very strong. The stock is higher, though it has come off from the highs of the day.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Sonal. Well, let's get in Deepan Mehta, who joins us on the show. Deepan, hi, good afternoon. Good to see you in. The markets have got a favorable verdict from a market perspective. And hopefully on the economic front as well, things will improve. And now, for the next 10 months, you don't have any big state elections. So you'll have, hopefully, a lot of reforms that will take place. That said, what do you make of these set of numbers? Sonal just told us about Godrej Properties.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your show. I think Godrej Properties remains the top pick within the real estate space, considering the diversity of their projects. They're all over India, for one. And secondly, execution, brand, corporate governance, comfort, putting all together, I think it is the stock. If you want to be in this space, this is one stock one should look at.
Okay, Godrej Property. A couple of the other stocks reacting to numbers. The big one is BHEL, where the company is positively surprised on the margins. Margins have come in at 14.2%, an improvement of nearly 500 basis points on a year-on-year basis, and much higher than expectations. And even for FY26, margins are at the highest level since FY21. Top-line growth also looking quite good. CSB Bank, that's been the big mover in the last half an hour or so. Stock is up 4%, NII growth strong, 25%, and the asset quality has improved on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Net NPA at 0.4 versus 0.67. And Exide also came out with numbers about an hour back. Exide has slipped from the high point of the day, though numbers are in line with expectations. Exide is a stock which had rallied nearly 25%. It moved up from levels of 300 rupees in the last 1 month. Dipan, three different stocks all reacting to numbers: CSB Bank, Exide, and BHEL. Do you have a thought? Do you have views on any of them?
Rima, the results have just come while I've been on the show with you, so haven't had time to look at them that closely, so wouldn't want to comment on it.
Okay. Any from the last 72 hours? Any stock that you'd like to highlight? You've got some big moves taking place in stocks. Sona BLW down 5.5%. Mazgaon has corrected. On the flip side, many other stocks are reacting positively.
Sir, I think that Sona BLW has been on our watch list, and we expect globally that EV sales will certainly pick up. And they have got almost 40% revenues coming from EV platforms, not just India, but globally as well. And that's a very solid edge. And I read the investor presentation also. The order book position also has improved significantly. So, and such corrections are good opportunities because valuation templates have to come in. Generally positive on that entire energy security investment theme. And Sona BLW certainly is one of the stocks which can come into focus because of that.
Okay, got that. Stay with us, Deepan. BHEL, that's the one that's soaring in trade after posting a strong set of numbers. Vinny joins us. She's had good time to look at those numbers. Vinny, fill us in with the top highlights.
Hi. So overall, good numbers that have come in from the company, right? When you have the first look at it, revenues for the quarter have grown by around 37%. Margins have seen a sharp improvement of more than 500 basis points as well, 14.24% versus 9.24% last year. So strong beat in terms of margins. Good beat in terms of the profits of the company as well. So overall, operationally, it's a strong performance that come in. Strong growth that has come in the 37% revenue growth that we are looking at. That's mainly led by the power segment for the company, which has seen a 54% growth. Industry segment, flat growth in terms of revenue. Margins on the power segment also have done well and have seen a sharp improvement. Other income, that's up by 59% for the whole for the quarter. So overall, that's supporting the profitability of the company as well. And overall numbers for FY26 is the best margins that the company has seen since FY21. High teens growth that's continued for the second consecutive year as well. And there's just one adjustment that is there. Forex gains, obviously, that is something that is there, as well as a provisional reversal that the company has made of around 180 odd crores. That's the adjustment. Even with that adjustment, margins are still better than what the street was expecting. So that's why the stock is managing to hold on to good gains in the trading session.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot for that, Vinny. Well, Deepan, you said that you haven't really had a look at these numbers. But another stock that's dipped in the last few minutes is Interglobe Aviation. I think you were liking that name, if I'm not mistaken. I think you had given us disclosures as well. Now, what's happening is that the ATF price hike, it's not impacting it to the large deal. Some of the OMCs are taking the hit out there. And also traffic on the Middle East routes, they have recovered. The stock that was more than 5,000 rupees, it's come down to around 4,100 rupees. Are you interested, or do you still believe it's too expensive for your liking?
That's what I think Intergroup has been one of our favorites. But, we need to have a really long-term view about the particular company. And one data point is that in the month of April itself, their market share has gained by 2-3% or so. So I think within the aviation space, certainly some of the high growth areas within the domestic sector, and Interglobe Aviation's market share is not being compromised at all. So from that point of view, we're very positive. And in a blue sky scenario, Interglobe can earn solid profits, and these valuations will appear to be quite attractive at those levels as well. But you have to brace yourself for 2-3 really horrible quarters. I mean, large losses also cannot be ruled out for this quarter and the next quarter. And P depreciation and ATF, I think it's been like the perfect storm for Intergroup Aviation. But they have navigated many such storms. So I'm very hopeful on a longer term basis that this company can deliver decent outcomes going forward. But I think it's not for the weak-hearted, because there'll be a lot of volatility in their earnings over the next few quarters.
Okay, all right. Deepan, I wanted to ask you about another name, SEM India Projects. I recall when I visited ITD Cementation, the stock price, I think, was around 120 to 140 rupees, very, very roughly. And you had taken note of that interview, I recollect. That was before the Adani Group took over the company. Now it's known as, instead of ITD Cementation, it's known as SEM India Projects. The stock in this month itself, it's up more than 60 to 70%. And post its numbers, it's done very, very well. What would you do with this name? A stock that was 130, 140 rupees just around 3 years ago, that's almost 1,000 rupee stock. More potential, or will you take money off the table?
Nigel, first a disclosure that we've been investing in the company for a very long time. So I hope you remember that.
Yes,
so
I remember that.
always biased, when you do well in a particular stock and it gives you such fabulous returns, you tend to get married to the stock. But right now also, I think numbers are extremely impressive for SEM India. The order book position is certainly much, much higher than the revenue which has been booked. And being a Adani Group company, which Adani is the largest player in the infrastructure play, that certainly improves the profile of SEM India and opens up many doors for them as well. I feel that SEM India is not that active overseas, but certainly I think opportunities may open up for them over there as well. And even at this valuation, even at these levels, I think the stock is pretty reasonably valued and very good earnings visibility as well. If you look at this quarter earnings, the best thing is like a multi-quarter high operating profit margin.
Deepan, HFCL, it's been a forgotten stock, but it's come back, it seems, on the investor radar. Stock is down well. It's 85% higher year to date. And they came out with their numbers. And the company is guiding for doubling of their revenues from now to FY29, along with a margin improvement of about 300 to 400 basis points. By any chance, you've looked at this company because it's got optic fiber cables, they've got defense, a little bit of aerospace.
The thing is that, I was there in the Ketan Parekh boom, and HFCL was one of the stocks over there. So I have a mind block against HFCL per se.
Fair enough.
But I like the investment theme, and the better way to play it would be through Sterlite Technologies, which also I think has got a very good review and extremely positive commentary coming from the management. It's a great play on the data center investment theme, not just in India, but globally as well. And I think they've opened a few doors which were closed earlier in terms of exports. So I'm very positive on that company, although it is, valuation-wise, it may not make sense because it's not solid into profit as yet. But it's looking like a good, interesting story. I'm sure HFCL also has done pretty well, but it's just that, because of its past, we just don't look at the stock at this point of time.
Meesho, any view? Meesho, a stock that's up 50% in this month?
Yeah, that's right. I think Meesho also is one stock which I kind of missed in terms of investment. But certainly, I think it's a great business model. And considering their position as a low-cost platform for the tier 2, tier 3 kind of vendors and the kind of products and the variety which they have, and the business model per se is so cheap to put a kind of a storefront on Meesho, makes it very attractive. And now the management is trying to, really get maximum monetization out of the kind of traffic and the number of players which are there on their platform, subscribers as well as vendors. So I think it's a very sound strategy. And maybe investors are expecting good set of numbers from Meesho, which is why we are seeing this pre-quarter, pre-result rally taking place just now.
Any particular reason why Bharti is down so much? It's been underperforming from the start of the year, but today particularly 3% lower.
I think it's indirectly that, because Vodafone now is certainly going to be around for a long, long time. And if you notice last few months or so, Vodafone subscribers also have stopped reducing. In fact, they're adding a few thousand every time as they go along. So that shift of, Vodafone subscribers from Bharti to, from Vodafone to Bharti and Jio, that has slowed down. And I think investors are definitely a bit, I would say, concerned that the ARPUs are not growing as fast as they were expecting. Because at the end of the day, Bharti and Jio are all about ARPUs going up. There's only so much of growth they can expect in terms of subscribers. And that's something which is being watched quite closely. And of course, there is some amount of excitement when it's looking at launching its Africa Money venture on the UK stock market. But as and when that takes place, certainly it may improve the sentiment over there. But end of the day, I remain very positive on Bharti Airtel. And these corrections I have seen many times, but management does tend to surprise tremendously from time to time in terms of their financial performance. It's a great operating leverage business. Well, the capex is well behind them. And I think that Africa certainly may grow much better than Wall Street is expecting.
Bharti's numbers are due on 13th of May. And just last week, Citi had come out with a note, I think on Thursday, where they said that following Bharti's underperformance and correction from the start of the year, 14-15%, they believe the stock is well positioned to outperform over the next 6 to 12 months because the tariff hikes are delayed to year end, but they're not denied. The rights issue, data center equity raise will help in deleveraging. The subscriber momentum remains robust, and they too are expecting a dividend along with the Q4 numbers. Dipan, Indus Stars, 14 rupee dividend. Did it disappoint you, or it's fine? At least they're now back. They've reinstated the dividend and are on track to perhaps give it on more frequently.
No, I think again a disclosure we are invested in Indus Towers per se. And with Vodafone having this kind of a lifeline, I think sooner or later, Vodafone also will start looking at expanding its network, improving its infrastructure, and that can certainly be very positive for Indus Towers as well. So while we were disappointed with the numbers for the March quarter, I still remain quite hopeful that this company can generate decent returns going forward. There are opportunities within the Bharti group also overseas, which the company is exploring. And as and when that kind of fructifies, you may see improved growth numbers as well. But I think considering the valuation, considering the dividend yield, and considering the steady nature of revenues, Indus Towers certainly, I think, is remaining in our investment portfolio for a little bit longer.
Got it, Dipan. Thanks a lot for joining in, giving us all of those views. We look forward to chatting up with you as the course of the week does go by. By the way, we have some statements coming in from the Ambuja Cements management. They're saying they're expecting industry demand at approximately 5%, and they're expecting the initial part of the year to be a little bit softish. So a little bit of, weakish commentary or little tepid commentary is coming in from the management. Remember, the first half of the year, we know it's going to be challenging because input costs are going to hit, particularly from the second quarter, and the base as well will be relatively higher. Coupled with that, you'll have monsoons as well. So the street is optimistic about the second half of the year. And for Ambuja Cements, you have to wait by for all those entities to fold into Ambuja Cements. They're looking at one consolidated entry, which is all these other companies coming and getting folded into it, whether it's Orient, whether it's ACC, all of them, Sanghi, all of them getting consolidated. So we'll have to see the consolidated entry and the kind of savings that they're working with on that front. For the time being, we slip into a short break. We'll be joined by Helios Mutual Funds, Dinshaw Irani, who's waiting for us on the other side.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे। हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, मजनू की नजर दूल्हे की कुर्सी पे, दुल्हे की नजर खाने की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
Welcome back. The Nifty Bank has moved back into the red now, and that's been really the weak link for today's trading session. That's the reason why the Nifty is not able to get up and going in trade today. And the other one, I think, is Titan has moved to the low point of the day. So keep an eye out on both those two. That said, we're joined by Dinshaw Irani, CEO of Helios Mutual Fund, who joins us on the show. Hi, Dinshaw. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Ben. The market got what it wanted, at least on the domestic front with regard to politics. But the geopolitical tensions still weigh, right? I mean, we're not out of the woods. Crude is far from settled down. But do you think that the markets believe that we'll see some reforms on the domestic front? And also, hopefully, with regard to crude, it's more a declining trend than an ascending trend from here on.
So good afternoon, Nigel, and thank you for having me on your show. Yes, the election results were obviously what the market wanted. BJP has strengthened its position not only in the local elections in West Bengal and obviously Tamil Nadu. Maybe, I mean, there's other party come in, but it's a change in Tamil Nadu that may be beneficial for BJP. And the fact is that in the Rajya Sabha, the majority will be established because of this. So they can push through whatever they wanted to push through the Rajya Sabha too. So that's the positive here. But I think that's where it ends, because beyond that, if one looks at the macros, they don't seem to be improving much in the sense that crude remains at inflated levels, though there are talks about some settlement coming through. Even if there's one settlement which comes through, I'm talking about the Iran and US-Israel conflict, if that comes through, I don't think crude will come off sharply. It will remain at elevated levels, and that will create a lot of pressure on the financials of India Inc. Per se. Not only at the central level, I mean at the budget level, but also at the micro level of company fundamentals and all. So I think one has to look out for that rather than go by these pure local numbers. And obviously the currency has been a very big disappointment for foreign investors and goes on weakening despite good sound bites coming out of India per se. So I think these are the things that one has to look rather than purely on the politics front.
Dinshaw, earnings season so far, what is your read? And based on the management commentary, what does it tell you about the upcoming quarters?
So basically the quarterly numbers which have come out thus far are not that disappointing. Obviously, there are pockets of disappointment. IT was one big disappointment. One saw that in the stock prices after that. But apart from that, the numbers have been more or less in line. And we weren't expecting any major shocks also out here because given that there was only 1 month which was impacted in the quarter because of the war. And obviously, most of the corporates, rather not only corporates had old inventories which were lying at cheaper levels. So the fundamental side, they weren't impacted to that extent. Oil and gas companies are totally impacted. The OMCs specifically, one will see that when the numbers come out. I think because of them, the overall numbers will not look that exciting. But if you take them out of the equation, probably you will see early teen kind of growths for the overall numbers per se. But I think the bigger question is for the June quarter. This is where the real impact will come through because June, frankly, I mean, most of the inventories would have run out, the low-cost inventories, and obviously the corporates would be lapping up on the high-cost inventories. And we've seen that in the sound bites of various companies which have announced the numbers that, the manufacturing companies which have announced the number that either they're absorbing it or they'll slightly pass it on. They can't pass on the whole impact to the consumers. So you'll see not only the WPI moving up, which happened in the last quarter, but you'll also see CPI moving up in this quarter. And as a result, the impact will be felt across corporates. And that's why we don't expect the current quarter numbers, which is April, May, June quarters, to be as exciting. I mean, if we're lucky, we'll probably see mid-single digits kind of earnings growth. And if you're unlucky, it can go into a negative territory. If this conflict, I think, lasts a bit longer, the pain will be a longer too.
Dinshaw, what about the financials, the BFSI space? How are you all positioned out there? I'm looking at the larger names. Those stocks are either flattish or they're maybe relatively lower. But, the smaller banks have done far better. And RBL Bank in the last 1 month has popped up in trade. The Bandhan Bank as well. Yes, it's been a big, big disappointment. But the street seems to be giving another chance to these sort of banks. Even in Equitas Small Finance Bank today, with post its numbers, the stock actually has seen a good rally. How are you all positioned? Would you all look at these smaller banks, or would you say you're more comfortable with the larger names?
Not really, Nigel, because these small banks, even a small tinkering on the loan book, gives them a lot of heartburns. And one saw that in the case of the names that you took. Some of them were microfinance exposed, and that had a lot of issues going forward. Obviously, even now, I don't think that issue has solved itself. One announcement from a government at the state level, and they will all start stuttering as such. So that's why we don't like these smaller names. We like the big names, but again, within the big names, we like only those which are consumer-facing more than anything else. Because all said and done, even with this quarter's pain, and if this quarter pain gets over pretty soon, you'll see consumption coming back on even key. By the way, April numbers for auto companies were very exciting. This is despite the conflict happening and everything on as such. One saw the consumption not going off as such because obviously the costs haven't been passed on. But one has to wait and see whenever these companies pass on the cost inflation to the consumer, how does he react? But anyway, having said that, I think this is the area you want to be in. That's why most of the, in the BFSI space, most of the banks or the financial services or even the NBFCs that we are into more consumer facing than anything else.
There's a sharp increase in the commercial LPG prices that took place. Will that have a material impact on any industry that you cover or stocks in your coverage?
So commercial LPG prices are bound to move up. I mean, the fact that they had cut off supply itself was impacting not only the commercial LPG users, but also the OMCs per se. So one will see that coming back into even keel, but I don't think overall it'll have any material impact on any of the stocks. Probably you're talking about food delivery guys. Maybe they'll come back onto the regular businesses, given that restaurants will start getting their supply of gases. But apart from that, I don't think there's a major impact going forward from here on. Obviously, consumers will have a major impact in terms of inflated prices and all.
What do you make of the auto sales numbers? They didn't look too bad. You know, if you look at it across segments, two-wheelers, passenger vehicles, they look quite good. Even your erstwhile holding, which I think you knocked off, Ola Electric, on a month-on-month basis, there was an improvement. Though on a year-on-year basis, that was still sharply lower. I think, but you're sticking to Ather.
Yes, we are sticking with Ather because we believe that he's a winner going forward, and he's got quite a simple story playing out. He's purely into two-wheelers. But having said that, anyway, let me come back to the numbers that came out on the wholesale front. The numbers look very good. In fact, even the Vahan data, which is the registration numbers, which is actually the retail offtake, which happens, that also looks fairly exciting for the month of April. So that's why we believe that the big ticket spends are not impacted. Again, Nigel, one caveat out here: most of the auto companies have seen an inflation in costs. They haven't passed it on to the end consumer. They also believe that the demand is fairly nascent to be hurt with the price hikes. Maybe you'll see that happening in this quarter per se. If that hike leads to a constraining of demand, then it's a different story altogether. But one has to wait and watch out here. But we're fairly excited with the numbers that came out.
So Fresh Edition, where are you deploying fresh capital right now, Dinshaw?
We actually are having, we keep getting cash on a regular basis, but we are also investing it not in any new names. We're picking up the names where we've seen a fair bit of correction, mostly in the small and mid-cap names, where we've seen a fair bit of correction. That's where we're picking up. The new age companies are a no-brainer for us. I think we've going on investing in those names. We did pick up a few names in the, not pick up, as in added to a few names in the infra space also. So that's where we're deploying our money.
Can you name these with the appropriate disclosure?
No, I cannot name any of these. They're already there in my portfolio. Or when you see my portfolio come out, which hasn't come out for the month of April, once you see that coming out, you'll be able to make out yourself.
Okay. So some hints about the infrastructure additions. Which segment?
So basically, they're in the space of transmission equipment suppliers, the energy space rather. So I think that's where we are very excited about, and we keep on lapping those up as and when we see the opportunity in the market.
Got it. Thanks a lot for that, Dinshaw. Wishing you a good remainder of the day, and we catch up soon. All the best, for the coming month as well. Well, it's a verdict day, and all eyes are on West Bengal as the BJP is set to make a historic win in Bengal. Let's hop across to Hormuz. He's going to decode how BJP's win will, fare for Bengal. Hormuz.
Well, the trends as of now are definitely indicating a historic mandate for the BJP in West Bengal. And of course, that puts the spotlight on a lot of these sectors and this pro-reform image of the BJP. And that will accelerate the reforms push in West Bengal as well. So a couple of sectors that come into the spotlight, the prime one being the railways. And of course, stocks like Titagar, Texmaco, all of them come into the spotlight because of this. Some accelerated investments in the railways over there. That could put these stocks in the spotlight. And of course, the increase in defense spending also puts names like Gardenry Shipbuilders, which is based out of West Bengal, over there as well. That comes into focus. The other sector that is in focus could be power and utilities, that because of the focus on grid modernization and industrial electrification. Of course, stocks like CESC, which are based out of the state, have done very well in the month of April itself. They're carrying on that momentum. And of course, names like Coal India come into the spotlight spotlight as well. Now, of course, the BJP, of course, the sectors like metals and mining also comes into focus because of a potential policy support to this mineral-rich belt, which is in the northeast peninsular belt. That could put the spotlight on a lot of these names that have exposure to the state, be it JSW Steel, Tata Steel, or PSUs like Hindustan Copper as well. Now, logistics and ports as well, the potential strengthening of the Siliguri corridor or the Haldia port. Of course, the Adani ports, because of its presence in the Haldia port, comes into focus, and PSU stocks like MSTC as well. And of course, the manufacturing and chemical sector with the potential for a new industrial parks and Make in India incentives as well for the sector. Names like Himadri Specialty Chemicals, Exide, Berger Paints. In fact, we did speak to the management of Berger Paints earlier, and he mentioned, Abhijit Roy, the MD and CEO, mentioned that he's expecting more development and economic progress going forward, and he's hopeful of a new industrial policy that could be announced under the BJP government, and he also expects the stalled metro projects to be completed soon as well. And of course, that will definitely put the spotlight on names like Titagarh and Texmaco as well. And of course, one specific stock that I wanted to highlight though was Bandhan Bank, because of its exposure to the state. That of course will remain a key monitorable as well. And Ramakrishna Forgings, because of a significant presence in the auto component space, and it could be a potential beneficiary of any potential industrial policy and the reforms pushed there as well.
Got it. Thanks a lot for that, Hormuz. We live in hope, and hopefully some of these sectors do see a good amount of traction on ground. Well, time for our favorite segment, then D Street Chatter. Nimesh joins us to tell us about what he's picking up in D Street Dealing Room Chatter. Nimesh, hi, good afternoon. Tell us what you're picking up.
Hi, afternoon, Nigel. A bit of volatile day of trade, and that's largely because of the kind of news flow you've seen throughout the day on the election front. But, again, the sense is that there is a bit of profit booking today in the broader market names. From a Nifty point of view, it's been hovering around the 24,000, 2400 mark. On the upside, 24,300 is a big resistance to watch out for. Again, from a flow perspective, a day of selling is my senses. And as I said, there is a bit of selling in the broader market names today. It's not showing up in the breadth, but there are a lot of momentum names where I understand there is a bit of selling pressure or profit booking from large institutions. Even from a flow perspective, from the large institutions, there is a bit of selling in the PSU names in today's market. So that again shows that there is a bit of profit booking in the momentum names of late. Of course, the geopolitical risk is a big thing to watch out for. But I guess from an earnings perspective, big reactions will likely to continue as and when you see the earnings reaction. So that apart, a bit of selling in the broader market names is a big theme in today's market.
All right, let's talk about individual stocks. Then, Nimesh, what's on your radar?
So the first stock is Adani Ports. That's been buzzing in trade today, up 5% after a very large block. Nearly 2% equity got changed hands, in the block window in the morning trade. I understand from a buyer perspective, one leading long-only FI was a buyer in today's market. The disclosure should come because it's happened in the block window. And from the sell side, my sense is that the promoter entity was a seller in today's block deal. There was a deal with one of the unlisted subsidiaries which got merged into Adani Ports, and because of that, the promoter entity had got this 2% stake. So that got sold in today's market. So that will get reflected in the FI data as well. So watch out for that. So that's the first name. The second stock is HDFC Bank. It stood out for me because after a very long time, there is a sense of buying emerging in HDFC Bank from large institutions. So there are buy flows at larger FI desks in today's market in HDFC Bank. The third is Indigene. That's been buzzing in trade today, up 6%, good volumes as well. My sense is a couple of large HNIs have turned buyers of late. The Q2 was strong, and now there are some upgrades as well from institutional brokerages like JPM and Kotak, and hence we've seen a big reaction there. And the last couple of names where there is selling today, and quite a large selling, Union Bank and NMDC, both stands out in terms of very high delivery selling. So watch out for delivery stats, but most likely there is selling from larger FIs in both those names today.
Got it. Thanks a lot for that, Nimesh. For the time being, though, we slip into a short break. You come back, we'll get you some trading calls, stocks that you can buy or sell for a reverse trade. Stay tuned.
CNBC TV 18 tracks the pulse of markets and business in real time, bringing you the stories that shape the economy.
From breaking news to sharp analysis, we deliver insights that help you navigate businesses, markets, and investment opportunities.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central.
Providing sharp market intelligence for wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील
Welcome back. Let's do a quick check then on the F&O market as we speak. Well, for the India VIX, it's not cooled off that much. The Nifty is up 120 points. So normally, in fact, you'd expect it to cool off far more. So that's one point that you should take note of with some kind of cautiousness. So keep an eye out on that. The other point is that the PCR, that's come down to around 0.75. Why is that? Because the call trading continues. And you see the two active strikes today, 24,200 call. You got the direction right? Because the Nifty is up close to 130 points. But the premium has come down to around 98 rupees. At the start of today, it was close to 115 rupees. Even if you look at the 24,300 call, the premium of this come down to 60 rupees. Remember, the start of today, it was around 82 rupees. So on both those two calls, given that you got the direction right and still there is erosion in premium, telling you that the writers believe they can defend the higher levels. And we've seen in the past, this 24,300 is a bit of a hurdle zone. And after that, you're looking at 24,600 odd. Individual stocks, we were focusing on Godrej Properties earlier. But Lodha, the stock that's seen a big correction from the top, it appears it's coming for a bit of a short covering bounce in today's trading session. As is the case with Inox Wind, that as well, there's a bit of a short covering bounce that's taking place. And Vedanta as well, that's seeing some fresh buying in today's trading session. Remember, there was some unwinding of positions in the last session. Today, there appears some kind of optimism. Maybe those that believe there's another way of playing Hindustan Zinc, they're looking at Vedanta. And finally, BHEL as well. Good amount of fresh buying is what we're seeing on that counter as well. But also keep an eye on the big boy, Reliance Industries, as I mentioned earlier today as well. That one's showing signs of strength. It's got past the 20 as well as the 200 EMA in today's trading session. So Reliance Industries is the stock that it should continue to remain on your radar. Boss to boss move. If you look at it, in the last 7 days or so, the stock is up more than 5 to around 7%. That's clearly been the one that's been outperforming the market. It's crossed both the 20 as well as the 200 EMA. So important point. What do you make of today's action? And today, you have actually wanted to see a closer to the high point of the day. That's not happened. Do you think there are some signs of exhaustion on the Nifty? And also give us your fresh individual trades.
Nifty, instead of exhaustion, I would suggest this is more of a contraction kind of a phase going on. So it's just that the market is kind of getting sideways and not doing much of action. On the stock side, Cipla is a BTST with a stop at about 1325 for targets of 1355. And FMCG has done well since Nestle numbers were announced, and Colgate therefore is a buy. Keep BTST with a stop at about 2155 for targets of 2190.
Gadda, let's talk about Vodafone Idea. That's in focus after the DoT cut the outstanding AGR dues by 27% to about 64,000 crore rupees. Now we understand that the company is in talks with banks for a fundraise. This is much awaited, a big trigger that the street is awaiting. Ritu joins in with what she's learned from her sources.
Well, we've been given to understand that Vodafone Idea is in talks with lenders led by State Bank of India to raise about 35,000 crore rupees in debt, which would include about 25,000 crores in fund-based loans and another 10,000 crores in non-fund-based facilities like bank guarantees. Now, importantly, the entire funding is going to be earmarked for capex and for the company's expansion and not for servicing past dues, which is a critical consideration for the lenders involved. We also understand that Vodafone has assured lenders that its internal cash flows are going to be sufficient to meet any AGR or spectrum repayment dues. This, of course, comes just days after the government has cut Vodafone's AGR dues by 27% to about 64,000 crore rupees. Now, while the relief was short of market expectations, it is a relief nonetheless. Now, we understand that just days before this clarity came through, top bank chiefs from SBI and other major private and public sector banks met to discuss extending a new line of credit to Vodafone, and if all goes well, SBI is going to lead that consortium. This is also coming at a crucial time for Vodafone Idea, which is racing to stay competitive against larger peers after years of financial stress. That said, the loan sanction process itself could take about 3 months or more. According to our sources, the current exposure of all banks combined to Vodafone Idea has also come down to about 4,000 crore rupees.
Thank you very much for that, Ritu. This is something that the street is awaiting. Let's quickly run through some of the big drags today. Avenue Supermarts, numbers look good, but the stock is down 4.5%. The revenue growth at 19% was much ahead of street expectations, but the stock is corrected after rallying nearly 30% from the 52-week lows. Both Oil India and ONGC are weak in trade. Oil India is down 3.5%. ONGC is lower by 2%. Oil prices, Brent crude at 109 compared to Thursday's level when it had crossed even $120 per barrel. Bharti Airtel, Kotak Mahindra Bank are weak in trade. And Sun TV, at one point of time, Sun TV was down nearly 10%, given its close affiliation with the DMK, and now the fact that DMK is no longer the dominant party in Tamil Nadu. Its stock has recovered from the day's low, but still down nearly 5.5%. Amrish Baliga, independent market expert, is now joining us on the show. Thank you very much, Amrish. Every time you join, you share one mid-cap stock, an idea that you like. Tell us, what is today's pick?
Yeah, today's pick is Orkla India, which has strong legacy brands like MTR and Eastern across spices and convenience foods, and dominant market share in Karnataka, about 31%, Kerala is 42%, and 15% in AP and Telangana. Exports account for about 21% of revenue, and a market share in Indian spices exports is about 22%. Q3 performance was decent. Spices volume growth was about 10%, EBITDA growth of 18%. Margins improved to about 16.1%. International revenue grew 16%, and digital commerce saw a growth of about 40% or so. They have a huge moat in South India where it's a household name. In fact, expecting better Q4 numbers, which should be out possibly in the next week or 10 days. Expecting an EPS for FY28 is around 27. And with this, my target price is 756, which is close to the IPO price of 730.
Correct. All right, Amrish, request you to stay with us. Before we take that short break, just want to pull up a couple of stocks. Bombay Dyeing is suddenly a stock that's moving on very large volumes. That's moved to the high point of the day. And if I look through my mid-cap list, a couple of stocks that have done well in the last 1 hour. Sagar Cement as well has moved to the high point of the day. So Bombay Dyeing is moving on large volumes. Sagar Cement on not so large volumes, but that as well has perked up in the last few minutes. So keep an eye out on both those two. Take a break, come back. We'll continue to focus on markets. We'll quiz Amrish about a couple of stocks.
When the market moves, we don't just report, we decode.
From the boardroom to the trading floor, we track what's driving business and impacting investor sentiment.
With insight that empowers and guidance that builds wealth.
Nuvama presents CNBC TV 18 Market Central.
for your daily source of market intelligence and wealth creation with a commitment to doing it right.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
जिंदल साथी सील है तो असली स्टेनलेस स्टील है।
तो जब भी आप स्टेनलेस स्टील पाइप्स एंड ट्यूब्स खरीदें, जिंदल साथी सील जरूर चेक करें।
जिंदल स्टेनलेस।
Welcome back. Amrish, just naming a few stocks. So tell us if you have a view on them. One is Mazgon Docs. The numbers were good, but the stock is down nearly 5%. The other one is NetWeb. Again, a good set of numbers, but you know the stock is lower by about 3-4%. And the other one is Loris Labs. Seen very strong re-rating over the last couple of months now, and the management is guiding for further margin expansion. EBITDA margins at 30%. But the stock has done so well. Is there upside from here on?
In fact, I have a view on Mazgon Docs. We have seen an extremely good move for this stock since beginning of April. It was closer to about 2,000. From there, we have seen that move to about 2,000, 800, close to 800. I would see it as a normal profit booking. And in case we see levels of closer to about 2,400, 2,425, I think that's the level to start buying. I really don't have a view on Loris at this point of time.
Okay, and NetWeb?
NetWeb also.
Thank you very much for that. Well, today was Super Monday as markets came back to trade after a long weekend and there was counting of the 5 assembly elections. Tamil Nadu threw up a surprise with TVK being the dominant party. And in West Bengal, BJP is going to be the leading party for the first time ever. So it's a maiden victory for BJP. So in that sense, historic. Markets ending above the 24,100 mark in the green with a gain of about 0.5%, off from the session highs of 24,300, but it managed to recover close to about 100 points from the day's low. Mid-cap index, Nigel, that was the star. Mid-cap index ending with a gain of about 3/4 of a percentage point. What about individual? All right, we'll get to the individual stocks, but also a lot of earnings reactions taking place in today's trading session. Sectorally, the big winners were auto, post the auto sales numbers. Realty had a good session. FMCG was higher, led by HUL. And on the flip side, IT dragged today, the Nifty IT index ending with a cut of more than 1%. But the mid-cap index was the star with a very strong advanced decline ratio. What about stocks?
Well, that's right, Rima. You know, the Nifty goes home with some good gains in today's trading session, as is the case with regard to the Nifty Bank as well. There was good gains on both those two. But actually, the Nifty Bank, midway through the trading session, that gave away some part of the advantage. And because of that, you required another name to stand in there and, you know, take over the load. And that's precisely what Reliance Industries did. So the big boy Reliance Industries, well, that put on close to around 2% in today's trading session, and it looked very, very good. As I've been mentioning for the last many trading sessions, it's been holding one end up, and it's been helping the bulls take the Nifty higher. In terms of top gainers, well, you had Adani Ports, Adani Enterprises, both those two stocks, they put on good weight in today's trading session. The Adani Group on the whole, in fact, did pretty well. The other big winners included the likes of HUL. Remember, that stock has been a big underperformer of the last many, many months. Now the view is that there are a lot of freebies that are being doled out. Hopefully, in fact, there's going to be a boost in terms of consumption. And the larger names tend to do better in an inflationary environment. And that's why HUL has done quite well. Eicher Motors as well, that stock was thumping away in today's trading session, was up close to around 2%. But from the Nifty pack itself, there were a couple of losers. So if you look at it, you had stocks like Bharti Airtel that came in for some profit taking. Yeah, that's the one that we're talking about. The stock was under some pressure. Kotak Mahindra Bank as well was down in trade, and Dr. Reddy's as well. I recall a couple of sessions ago, that one had a big move, but that did come in for selling. Well, keep an eye out on the bottom of your screen, because the number of stocks advancing were more than the number of stocks declining. Though at the start of today, you had more than 2,500 stocks that were advancing. So both those those two, they came closer to each other, but yet you had more winners than losers. Let's run you through some of the winners then. You had the mid-cap index that did well, small-cap index as well were relative outperformers, and that's why your portfolio is feeling quite good. Few big gainers in reaction to its numbers. BHEL, blockbuster numbers, the street liked it, the stock was off to the races. Lotus Laboratories, very good commentary coming in from the management as well. They're talking about scaling up the CDMO business, and that explains why that stock was up and about in today's trading session. Godrej Properties as well, another stock that's seen some selling off late, well, that popped up in trade as well. And your Chola as well, that company, in fact, they're guiding for better AUM growth, stable margins, and credit costs being under control. Finally, there were some losers in reaction to its numbers. So you had Avenue Supermarts, that should come up for you on the screen. The stock was under pressure in trade today. Sona BLW did come in for some selling, and Coforge as well was under pressure. But let's wind it down with some blockbuster gains. The likes of Misho, in this month itself, it's seen some big returns, and that stock needs to be taken note of, as is the case of HFCL as well. One of those stocks that has been a little bit of wibbly-wobbly over the last few years, but now they seem to be getting their act together. Explains why that stock did very well. And one casualty with regard to numbers, when DMK does well, you normally see Sun TV hold its own on result day. However, this time around the DMK, well, they're virtually going to be in third place in Tamil Nadu. So Sun TV was the stock that was one of the top losers, down close to around 5%. So all in all, well, it was a good trading session for the bulls. They liked more gains, but otherwise the breadth of the market was good. So the bulls will feel quite good, hopeful that the markets can continue to climb the wall of worry, though the geopolitical tensions still prevail globally. Well, we'll wrap up on this edition of Closing Bell. You stay with us. The team of Markets Forward is waiting by.
हर इंसान के अंदर होता है एक कारपेंटर जो रखता है नजर किसी ना किसी की कुर्सी पे। अरे वर्कर की नजर मैनेजर की कुर्सी पे, मैनेजर की नजर मालिक की कुर्सी पे, चौकीदार की नजर हौलदार की कुर्सी पे, हौलदार की नजर थानेदार की कुर्सी पे। अरे मिले तुम्हें कुर्सी जिस पे तुम्हारी नजर, बोलो लंबी उम्र लगी उसी कुर्सी पे।
Markets end higher but come off the highs of the day. The Nifty manages to hold above the 24,100 mark, but mid-caps outperform.
Defense stock rallies on strong performance. Q4 FY26 earnings. Idea Forge posts 60 crore rupees profit versus a loss last year in the same quarter. Meanwhile, BHEL's PAT is more than doubled to 1,300 crores approximately versus last year.
NCLAT rejects Vedanta's plea against the Committee of Creditors' decision awarding JP Associates to the Adani Group. Vedanta had challenged the decision, citing its higher bid. The stock, though, ends over 8% higher.
Hello and welcome to Markets Forward on CNBC TV 18. This is your go-to show where we aim to get you all the key data points to gear up for the next trading day. I'm Vinny Motiwala. With me is my colleague Hormas Patakia. Hormas, it's been a day where we did see a decline coming in from the day's highest point, but then we managed to recover. So we're managing to close above the 24,100 levels. IT continues to be under pressure, but broader end of the market did well. So I think everyone must be happy with that situation.
You take that actually today, because the 24,000 level was the important one to defend going into today's trading session. And considering there were multiple news points, of course, unsurprisingly, the indices came off the highs of the day because of the rise in oil prices. Brent again nearing that $110 a barrel mark. And that offset some of the impact of the election verdict, particularly in the state of West Bengal, that is emerging right now. The broader markets too came off the day's high but fared fairly better compared to the benchmark indices. Of course, there were plenty of earnings reactions. The trend that has continued over the last at least 4 to 5 quarters has been the fact that the good earnings that have come in, they have been disproportionately rewarded. We'll talk about some of them during the course of the show as well, but the not so good ones have been equally harshly punished as well. So that's been the story of the market. We head into the weekly expiry tomorrow, so that's another important session lined up. But we'll tell you what's in store for you today during the show. We start with the top movers and shakers of the day with Vivek. The earnings rush continues, decoding results from Idea Forge, BHEL, and a lot of other names. And last but not the least, we delve into the key market events to watch out for going into tomorrow's trading session. On to the first segment then. Vivek is here to tell us the top movers and shakers of the day. Vivek.
Well, thank you so much for that. Session number one dominated by so much news regarding elections, regarding the rupee weakness, crude going higher. But, individual stocks that we tracked, of course, was on account of the fact that they reacted quite sharply to earnings hits and misses. First stock on the radar, of course, is Equitas. Very strong set of numbers coming in over there. Slippages saw sharp degrowth, and that particular stock doing very well. Idea Forge, again, a very strong Q4 coming in. A turnaround quarter, stock hit the upper circuit. Laurus Labs, again, a strong Q4, good management commentary, especially as far as FY27 is concerned. BHEL, an all-round beat for this particular capital goods company. Cooled off a little bit from the day's high, but still managed to end the day higher by 7%. And Dr. Lal PathLabs, a 15% uptick on very strong volumes for this particular company. On the other hand, quite a few laggards as well. Sun TV, now that particular name, one of the top laggards in the broader end of the markets, a political overhang too as far as this particular name is concerned, down almost 5%. Kotak Mahindra Bank company has guided for moderation of NIMs, and that is something that the street didn't like, down 3%. Sona BLW, a margin reset lower is what the management has indicated to analyst community. That particular stock down by over 5%. Coforge, select IT companies today did see significant profit booking, selling pressure emerge. And Bharti Airtel, regarding all of the news flow regarding Vodafone and some positivity over there, Bharti Airtel took it on the chin, almost 3% lower, one of the top laggards as far as the F&O space too was concerned for the telecom space.
Okay. Vivek, thank you so much for taking us through those movers in the trading session as well. But let's just take a discussion forward with Amrish Baliga, who is an independent market expert, as well as Jay Thakkar of ICICI Securities. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the show, as always. Jay, let me come to you. We defended those 24,000 levels, 24,100. We're managing to hold on to that. What are you keeping an eye out on in terms for the Nifty today? Tomorrow is going to be expiry as well. So Nifty and Nifty Bank.
Good afternoon to you, Vinny and Thomas. I would say that Bank Nifty is relatively weaker, I would say, very, very clearly, because it's not able to sustain above the levels of 55,000 as of now. In fact, in the last trading week, In fact, on Thursday, if you see, then 55,000 is where it saw the good amount of call additions. And 56,000 any which ways for this new series, for the May series as well, there is the highest build-up there. So this range of 55,000 to 56,000 really needs to be taken off. There has to be a strong put additions now at the low levels for the Bank Nifty to move higher, because this contributes a lot to the Nifty. And in fact, this is creating a drag on the Nifty. A day when other stocks are good, trading with a positive bias. Reliance is also trading with a positive bias of almost 2.5%. Still, Nifty is struggling, and looking at the selling pressure at the high levels is mainly because of the Bank Nifty. So if Bank Nifty manages to surpass 56,000, I think it will be a big breakout. Else, Nifty may consolidate within this band of say 24,350 to 23,700 to 650 on the downside. So that could be some more consolidation unless you see a very clear reversal happening in Bank Nifty, which would be above 56,000 levels only.
Okay, thanks for that, Jay. But let's move on and talk about Idea Forge. The stock hit a 52-week high, and this came in after the company reported a net profit of 60 crores in Q4 FY26 versus a net loss in the same quarter last year as well of around 26 crores was the loss. Now, Ria is joining us to take us through the report card for Idea Forge. Turnaround that's coming in here for the company as well, Ria.
Well, yes, strong turnaround for the company, and today the stock hit an upper circuit of 20% on the back of this. The revenue increased by around 7 times on a year-on-year basis for Q4 and up 4.5 times sequentially as well, led by a very strong execution in Q4. They've executed roughly 40% of their order book in Q4 as they had guided earlier. They've also turned profitable at the EBITDA and the net level, 62 crores profit at the EBITDA level and 60 crores of net profit. EBITDA margins also very strong at 44% in Q4. The material cost has also significantly reduced to just 11% of sales versus around 67% in the year-ago quarter. In terms of the full-year performance as well, the revenue has gone up by 40% compared to the previous year. EBITDA margins at just 2%, but they have turned profitable at the EBITDA level, 5 crores of profit versus a 52 crore loss in FY25, and the net loss has narrowed to just about 17 crores versus a loss of 62 crores in FY25. The order inflows have been quite muted at around 530 crores in FY25, and as of now the company has an opening order book of 314 crores for the full year of FY27, and they have said that the outlook for FY27 remains quite positive.
Priya, thank you for that update there. A 20% circuit on Idea Forge, back above its IPO price of 672. Amrish Baliga is also joining in. Amrish, this was one of the most successful listings of 2023 back in the month of July, and the stock had doubled from its issue price right on the day of its listing, but then it was a one-way slide down. And now with the profitability finally coming in, do you believe this is the start of a sustained turnaround for Idea Forge, especially considering the fact that a lot of its business is very lumpy in nature?
So it's quite difficult to say whether this is the start of a turnaround. But yes, I think this quarter was extremely good, much beyond what most of us had expected. And it's become, again, the first global drone firm to train NATO forces. I think that's another big positive. They've been expanding their order book as far as the Ministry of Defense is concerned. But at the same time, we should remember that this stock, just about a month back, March 30th, if you look at the price, from there, it has more or less doubled. And being in circuit, again, tomorrow also it should move up. So a stock which has more than, like doubling in such a short time, despite the sort of earnings which have shown, I don't think one should really go out and buy as an investor. I think it's better to wait for a while. There should be a correction going ahead after this sort of a move. But as a trader, yes, you can ride that another 10-15% sort of a move.
Okay, that's coming in on Idea Forge. But let's also talk about BHEL. The stock surge as much as 10% and more than that intraday, ended up closing lower in the trading session, but this came in after the numbers. The numbers, when you look at it, strong set of numbers that came in from the company. Much better than what we were expecting at CNBC, much better than what the street was expecting as well. So good numbers that came in from the company. Overall, they managed to see very strong margin improvement. Now, obviously, there are factors like foreign exchange, so that gain loss that comes in. There are other factors that have come into play, a provision reversal that was there as well. But even if you adjust that, the margins are still good. So there is no complaining there as well. So EBITDA margins, when you look at it Q4 without adjustment also, it's at 14.24% versus 9.24%. So strong beat on that front. We're seeing the power segment for the company, that's done very well for them. The power segment is the growth driver for the company during the quarter as well, with the 54% growth, 9,500 crores approximately what the revenue stands at in Q4 FY26 for the power segment. FY26 overall margins are the highest level that the company has seen coming in since 2021 as well. High teens growth overall for FY26. This is the second consecutive year you're seeing such good growth coming in as well. So yes, we've seen a good run-up coming in the stock. There's a lot of factors that have already come into play, but this was surely a good set of numbers, Urmas.
A good set indeed, and the stock has shown up on that as 52-week high, of course, for the stock for BHEL. Even today, 7% higher. At one point, the stock had gone up almost 10-11%. Jay, BHEL, the stock was stuck in this 200 to 300 range from the March of 2025 until a better part of this year as well. But ever since it has gone past that 300 mark on a sustained basis, there has been no looking back for the stock. Where do you see the next levels on BHEL?
Absolutely, Hormaz. And I would say, this overall sector looks very positive, and we have seen this, that, this sector itself has seen good long build-up. So any stock you pick up in this sector, most of the stocks are in fact trading with a positive bias, with a positive trend. This being an outperformer very clearly because it was trading in a range, as you rightly said, and having come out of the range, definitely you see the stocks go up very quickly, and there is always a quick move that you see. Now, as of I think that 340 is the immediate support. Until these levels are held, the overall trend should be positive. Buy on dip should be the strategy because we have seen a one-way rally coming in this stock once there was a breakout above the levels of 260. From 260 until 400, we have seen a one-way rally. So that's good enough rally. And now for this May series, we have seen now, from the option front as well, there has been good option activity. Right from 400 levels until 370, where it is trading right now, there has been a good call build-up. So I think some cool off is required. Maybe one can buy on dips around the levels of 360 with a stop loss of 340, and thereafter target 400 for this series.
Amrish, your thoughts coming in on BHEL as well, right? Cap goods overall as a sector has been doing well. The stocks over there are doing well. Execution is also good, for BHEL this time. So what is your thought from here on? Maybe is the best over, and maybe you will see a plateauing coming in terms of numbers.
No, I won't say the best is over. It can show better earnings maybe in future quarters. But then again, it's also possible that it can disappoint because we have seen a lot of disappointment from BHEL in the past couple of quarters. I wouldn't really go out and buy at this point of time after 58 a person sort of a move. Maybe I'll wait for a correction, and possibly I'll get that correction maybe in the next 1 or 2 quarters where possibly it can disappoint. So, I would suggest not to buy at this point of time.
In 11 sessions, the stock has moved from 309 to 380, almost 400, which was the intraday high in today's trading session as well. So that's BHEL for you. But other than BHEL, it was an earnings-driven day on the Lal Street. A lot of companies reported numbers during market hours today, be it Ambuja Cements, be it Jyoti Laboratories, CSB Bank. There is a long list, Godrej Properties as well. Devyani is here to summarize all of those numbers for us. Devyani.
Well, a lot of stocks that are buzzing on the back of earnings in trade today. First up is CSB Bank. It's a strong set from the company. Net interest income is up 2% quarter-on-quarter, 25% on a year-on-year perspective. PAT is up 32% quarter-on-quarter, 6% on a year-on-year perspective. Asset quality has also come out strong this time around. Ambuja Cements is next. It's been a mixed set from the company. Margins have improved quarter-on-quarter, which is encouraging since for ACC, it contracted. But consolidated EBITDA has seen a sharp downtick on a year-on-year perspective. Exide Industries is next. The company has reported a 23% rise in the Q4 profit, which is beating estimates as auto demand has stayed strong this time around. Margins have held steady despite the input cost pressure, while exports and telecom segments have remained weak this time around. Last up is Godrej Properties. Now, the management has come out with a strong guidance for FY27. Booking value, the management has guided 20% up at roughly around 39,000 crores. Launch value at 48,000 crores. Customer collections at 24,000 crores, while deliveries have been guided for turnover at 13.5 million square feet.
Devyani, thank you for that update there. Amrish, CSB Bank, remember very clearly in the previous quarter that the asset quality had deteriorated, provisions had gone up sharply and the stock was smashed. But today there has been an improvement in NIMs as well, contrary to a lot of other large private peers who have reported a contraction in their NIMs. Asset quality has also been better. Do you, within the small/mid-sized private banks, the City Union banks, the Karur Vaisyas, the CSBs, where does your preference lie within this pack?
No, in fact, I mean, after this sort of earnings, which is showing uptick, like at least there's a hope that going ahead, things could be better, because if you look at the provisions, they have come down this time. Like you rightly said, asset quality has improved, the NIMs have improved. So at the same time, the stock also hasn't really performed too well as compared to the peer set. So from that point of view, I think at the current levels, it will be bought. From a 12 to 18 month point of view.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And, what's your thought coming in on this as well, Jay?
Well, if you're talking about the banks, Vinny, then I would say that, within the PSU banks, mainly I would be preferring Canara Bank or Bank of Baroda, something like that. I would be avoiding stocks like CSB or maybe, more smaller sized banks. I have more clarity as far as derivatives is also concerned, technically as well, on the stocks like Canara Bank and Bank of Baroda from the current levels as well. They can show good amount of approval. In fact, we have seen a good outperformance in the past as well when PSU banks were outperforming the private sector banks, when we had seen that SBI had taken the lead, and we've seen a good move coming there. So I'm bullish on the PSU stocks, PSU banking bank rather, I would say, from the medium term perspective. And my focus would be, apart from SBI, would be Canara Bank and MOB. I think they can relatively provide a better returns, as well as the downside seems to be relative and less risky as compared to the any other stocks as of now. So my bet would be there.
Very quickly, Jay, before we wind up, one stock that has been showing strength over the last couple of days has been Meesho. The company will report results this week, but the stock was strong yesterday, strong today as well. I know trading data would be very limited, but if anything, that springs up on the charts because it's gone above 200 for the first time after December.
Is absolutely very less, but whatever data available on the charts is clearly suggesting that it's clearly formed a good rounding bottom pattern. Technically is what we see, and now I think that on the downside the stock has a good support around the levels of 180 to 175 range, and with this kind of a rounding bottom pattern, the volumes have in fact also gone up since past couple of trading sessions, indicating a valid breakout as well. So till 175, 180 range is held on a closing basis, the stock is likely to, again move up to the levels, once it had actually formed post his IPO, that is the levels of around 250.
Okay. Jay, as well as Amrish, thank you so much for joining us on the show and taking us through individual stocks, what your thoughts are on that as well as market levels. Thanks so much for that. But on that note, we're going to slip into a very short break. After the break, we'll come back with top corporate voices along with the key market events to watch out for tomorrow's trading session. So stay tuned in for that. Welcome back to Markets Forward on CNBC TV 18. Now let's move on to some of the top corporate voices that we had through the day as well. First up is Chola Investment.